Chapter 16 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 16. Discoveries at Kuyunjik. Procession of figures bearing fruit and game. Locusts. Led horses, an Assyrian campaign, Dagon or the fish god, the chambers of records, inscribed clay tablets, return to Nimrud, effects of the flood, discoveries, small temple under high mound, the evil spirit, fish god, fine bas-relief of the king, extracts from the inscription, great inscribed monolith, extracts from the inscription, cedar beams, small objects, second temple, marble figure and other objects. During my absence in the desert, the excavations at Kuyunjik had been actively carried on under the superintendence of Tomer Shishman. On my arrival, he described many interesting discoveries, and I hastened to the ruins, crossing in a rude ferry boat the river, now swollen by the spring rains, to more than double its usual size. The earth had been completely removed from the sides of the long gallery, on the walls of which had been portrayed the transport of the large stone and of the winged bulls. An outlet was discovered near its western end, opening into a narrow descending passage, an entrance, it would appear, into the palace from the river side. Its length was 96 feet, its breadth not more than 13. The walls were panelled with sculptured slabs about 6 feet high. Those to the right, in descending, represented a procession of servants carrying fruit, flowers, game, and supplies for a banquet, preceded by mace-bearers. The first servant, following the guard, bore an object which I should not hesitate to identify with the pineapple, unless there were every reason to believe that the Assyrians were unacquainted with that fruit. The leaves sprouting from the top proved that it was not the cone of a pine tree or fir. After all, the sacred symbol held by the winged figures in the Assyrian sculptures may be the same fruit, and not, as I have conjectured, that of a coniferous tree. The attendants who followed carried clusters of ripe dates and flat baskets of osier work, filled with pomegranates, apples, and bunches of grapes. They raised in one hand small green boughs to drive away the flies. Then came men bearing hares, partridges, and dried locusts fastened on rods. The locust has ever been an article of food in the East, and is still sold in the markets of many towns in Arabia. Being introduced in this bas-relief amongst the choice delicacies of a banquet, it was probably highly prized by the Assyrians. The locust bearers were followed by a man with strings of pomegranates. Then came, 2 by 2, attendants carrying on their shoulders low tables, such as are still used in the East at feasts, loaded with baskets of cakes and fruits of various kinds. The procession was finished by a long line of servants bearing vases of flowers. These figures were dressed in a short tunic, confined at the waist by a shawl or girdle. They wore no headgear, their hair falling in curls on their shoulders. On the opposite walls of the passage were 14 horses without trappings, each horse having a simple halter twisted around its lower jaw, by which it was led by a groom. The animals and men were designed with considerable truth and spirit. It is probable that the sculpture forming the upper end of the passage, but now entirely destroyed, represented the king receiving this double procession. The passage may have led to the banqueting hall, or to a chamber where royal feasts were sometimes held, and was therefore adorned with appropriate subjects. At its western end, the gallery turned abruptly to the north, its walls being there built of solid stone masonry. I lost all further traces of it, as the workmen were unable at that time to carry on the tunnel beneath an accumulated mass of earth and rubbish about 40 feet thick. As the workmen could no longer, without some danger, excavate in this part of the ruins, they had returned to the chamber already described as containing a series of bas-reliefs representing the capture and sack of a large city in the mountains, and as opening into the broad gallery on whose walls were depicted the various processes employed by the Assyrians in moving their colossal figures. From this chamber branched to the south a narrow passage, whose sculptured panels had been purposely destroyed. It led into a great hall, which the workmen did not then explore. They continued for a few feet along its western side, and then turning through a doorway, discovered a chamber, from which again, always following the line of wall, they entered a spacious apartment, completely surrounded with bas-reliefs, representing one continuous subject. The Assyrian army was seen fording a broad river amidst wooded mountains. The king in his chariot was followed by a long retinue of warriors on foot and on horses, richly caparisoned, by led horses with even gayer trappings, and by men bearing on their shoulders his second chariot, which had a yoke ornamented with bosses and carvings. After crossing the river, they attacked the enemy's strongholds, which they captured one by one, putting to death or carrying into captivity their inhabitants. The captives wore a kind of turban wrapped in several folds round the head, and a short tunic confined at the waist by a broad belt. From the nature of the country, it may be conjectured that the sculptures represented a campaign in some part of Armenia, and I am inclined to identify the river with the Euphrates, near whose headwaters, as we learn from the bull inscriptions, Sennacherib waged one of his most important wars. The slabs at the western end of this chamber were actually curved backwards, showing the enormous pressure that must have taken place from the falling in of the upper part of the building, by which not only the alabaster was bent, but driven into the wall of sundry bricks. On the north side of the chamber were two doorways leading into separate apartments. Each entrance was formed by two colossal bas-reliefs of Dagon, or the fish god. Unfortunately, the upper part of all these figures had been destroyed, but as the lower remained from above the waist, we can have no difficulty in restoring the whole, especially as the same image is seen entire on a fine Assyrian cylinder of agate in my possession. It combined the human shape with that of the fish. The head of the fish formed a mitre above that of the man, whilst its scaly back and fan-like tail fell as a cloak behind, leaving the human limbs and feet exposed. The figure wore a fringed tunic, and bore the two sacred emblems, the basket and the cone. We can scarcely hesitate to identify this mythic form with the Oannes, or sacred manfish, who, according to the traditions preserved by Berossus, issued from the Erythraean Sea, instructed the Chaldeans in all wisdom, in the sciences, and in the fine arts, and was afterwards worshipped as a god in the temples of Babylonia. Its body, says the historian, was that of a fish, but under the head of a fish was that of a man, and to its tail were joined women's feet. 5 such monsters rose from the Persian Gulf at fabulous intervals of time. The Dagon of the Philistines and of the inhabitants of the Phoenician coast was worshipped, according to the united opinion of the Hebrew commentators on the Bible, under the same form. When the Ark of the Lord was brought into the great temple of the idol at Ashdod, and the statue fell a second time, the head of Dagon and both the palms of his hands were cut off upon the threshold. Only the fishy part of Dagon was left to him. His worship appears to have extended over Syria, as well as Mesopotamia and Chaldea. He had many temples, as we learn from the Bible, in the country of the Philistines, and it was probably under the ruins of one of them that Samson buried the people of Gaza, who had gathered them together for to offer a great sacrifice unto Dagon, their god, and to rejoice. We also find a Beth Dagon, or the house of Dagon, amongst the uttermost cities of the children of Judah, and another city of the same name in the inheritance of the children of Asher. The first doorway, guarded by the fish gods, led into 2 small chambers opening into each other, and once panelled with bas-reliefs, the greater part of which had been destroyed. I shall call these chambers the chambers of records, for, like the house of the rolls, or records, which Darius ordered to be searched for the decree of Cyrus concerning the building of the Temple of Jerusalem, they appear to have contained the decrees of the Assyrian kings, as well as the archives of the empire. I have mentioned elsewhere that the historical records and public documents of the Assyrians were kept on tablets and cylinders of baked clay. Many specimens have been brought to this country. The importance of such relics will be readily understood. They present, in a small compass, an abridgment or recapitulation of the inscriptions on the great monuments and palace walls, giving in a chronological series the events of each monarch's reign. The writing is so minute, and the letters are so close one to another, that it requires considerable experience to separate and transcribe them. The chambers I am describing appear to have been a depository in the palace of Nineveh for such documents. To the height of a foot or more from the floor, they were entirely filled with them, some entire, but the greater part broken into many fragments, probably by the falling in of the upper part of the building. They were of different sizes. The largest tablets were flat, and measured about 9 inches by 6½ inches. The smaller were slightly convex, and some were not more than an inch long, with but 1 or 2 lines of writing. The cuneiform characters on most of them were singularly sharp and well defined, but so minute in some instances as to be almost illegible without a magnifying glass. These documents appear to be of various kinds. Many are historical records of wars and distant expeditions undertaken by the Assyrians. Some seem to be royal decrees, and are stamped with the name of a king, the son of Esarhaddon. Others again, divided into parallel columns by horizontal lines, contain lists of the gods, and probably a register of offerings made in their temples. On one, Dr. Hinks has detected a table of the value of certain cuneiform letters expressed by different alphabetical signs, according to various modes of using them, a most important discovery. On another, apparently a list of the sacred days in each month, and on a third, what seems to be a calendar. As we find from the Bavian inscriptions that the Assyrians kept a very accurate computation of time, we may reasonably expect to obtain valuable chronological tables and some information as to their methods of dividing the year, and even the day. Many are sealed with seals, and may prove to be legal contracts or conveyances of land. Others bear rolled impressions of those engraved cylinders so frequently found in Babylonia and Assyria, by some believed to be amulets. The characters appear to have been formed by a very delicate instrument before the clay was hardened by fire, and the process of accurately making letters so minute and complicated must have required considerable ingenuity and experience. On some tablets are found Phoenician or cursive Assyrian characters and other signs. The adjoining chambers contained similar relics, but in far smaller numbers. Many cases were filled with these tablets before I left Assyria, and a vast number of them have been found, I understand, since my departure. A large collection of them is already deposited in the British Museum. We cannot overrate their value. They furnish us with the materials for the complete decipherment of the cuneiform character, for restoring the language and history of Assyria, and for inquiring into the customs, sciences, and we may perhaps even add, literature of its people. The documents that have thus been discovered at Nineveh probably exceed all that have yet been afforded by the monuments of Egypt. But years must elapse before the innumerable fragments can be put together, and the inscriptions transcribed for the use of those who, in England and elsewhere, may engage in the study of the cuneiform character. It is to be hoped that the trustees of the British Museum will undertake the publication of documents of such importance to the history of the ancient world. The second entrance formed by the fish gods opened into a small chamber, whose sides had been lined with bas-reliefs, but there were no remains of inscriptions. A few days after our return to Mosul, I floated down the river on a raft to Nimrud. The flood which had spread over the plain during my absence in the desert had destroyed a part of the village. The centre of the plain of Nimrud was now a large lake, and the cultivated fields were overspread with slime. The Shemuti gathered round me as I arrived, and told me of crops destroyed and of houses swept away. The workmen had not been idle during my absence, and discoveries of considerable interest and importance had been made in the high mound on the level of the artificial platform. The first trenches had been opened in the side of the ravine between the ruins of the tower and those of the northwest palace. A pavement of large square bricks, bearing the usual superscription of the early Nimrud king, was soon uncovered. It led to a wall of sun-dried bricks, coated with plaster, which proved to be part of a small temple. I have already mentioned that a superstructure of bricks rested upon the stone basement wall of the tower at the northwest corner of the mount. It was against the eastern and southern faces of this upper building that the newly discovered temple abutted. 4 of its chambers were explored, chiefly by means of tunnels carried through the enormous mass of earth and rubbish in which the ruins were buried. The great entrances were to the east. The principal portal was formed by 2 colossal human-headed lions, 16 feet and a half high and 15 feet long. They were flanked by 3 small winged creatures, one above the other, and divided by an ornamental cornice, and between them was an inscribed pavement slab of alabaster. In front of each was a square stone, apparently the pedestal of an altar, and the walls on both sides were adorned with enamelled bricks. About 30 feet to the right, or north, of the lion gateway was a second entrance, at each side of which were 2 singular figures. One was that of a monster, whose head, of fanciful and hideous form, had long pointed ears and extended jaws, armed with huge teeth. Its body was covered with feathers, its 4 feet were those of a lion, its hind legs ended in the talons of an eagle, and it had spreading wings and the tail of a bird. Behind this strange image was a winged man, whose dress consisted of an upper garment with a skirt of skin or fur, an underrobe fringed with tassels, and the sacred horned hat. A long sword was suspended from his shoulders by an embossed belt. Sandals, armlets, and bracelets completed his attire. He grasped in each hand an object in the form of a double trident, resembling the thunderbolt of the Greek Jove, which he was in the attitude of hurling against the monster, who turned furiously towards him. This group appears to represent the bad spirit driven out by a good deity, a fit subject for the entrance to a temple dedicated to the god of war. The singular combination of forms by which the Assyrian sculptor portrayed the evil principle, so prominent an element in the Chaldean, and afterwards in the Magian, religious systems, cannot fail to strike the reader. On the slabs at right angles to these sculptures, forming the outer part of the entrance, were 2 colossal human figures, without wings, wearing garlands on their heads and bearing branches ending in 3 flowers. Within the temple, at right angles to the entrance, were sculptured fish gods, somewhat different in form from those in the palace of Gilgamesh. The fish's head formed part of the 3-horned cap usually worn by the winged figures. The tail only reached to the waist of the man, who was dressed in the tunic and long furred robe commonly seen in the bas-reliefs of Nimrud. To the right of this entrance, and apparently outside the walls of the temple, was discovered one of the finest specimens of Assyrian sculpture brought to this country. It represents the early Nimrud king, in high relief, carved on a solid block of limestone, cut into the shape of an arched frame, in the form of the rock tablets of Bavian and the Nar el-Kelb. The monarch wears his sacrificial robes, and carries the sacred mace in his left hand. Round his neck are hung the 4 sacred signs, the crescent, the star or sun, the trident, and the cross. His waist is encircled by the knotted cord, and in his girdle are 3 daggers. Above his head are the mythic symbols of Assyrian worship, the winged globe, the crescent, the star, the bident, and the horned cap. The entire slab, 8 foot 8 inches high by 4 foot 6 inches broad and 1 foot 3 inches thick, is covered behind and before, except where the sculpture intervenes, with an inscription, in small and admirably formed arrow-headed characters. Unfortunately, the heat of the fire which had consumed the building had also broken this monument into 2 pieces. From the carelessness shown in its transport to England, this fine specimen of Assyrian sculpture sustained still further injury, and the lower part is now almost destroyed. The inscription must have contained, when entire, several hundred lines, and is divided on the back of the slabs into 2 columns. It commences with an invocation to the god Ashur, the supreme lord, the king of the circle and of the 12 great gods. Then follow the names of these deities. The first name is Anu, the last Ishtar, probably Astarte, or the moon, and not Venus, as some have believed. After this invocation occurs the name of the founder of the Northwest Palace, read by Dr. Hinks, Assarabal, and by Colonel Rawlinson, Sardanapalus, by a long exordium, apparently of a religious nature, which has not yet been satisfactorily deciphered. Then follows a full account of his various campaigns and wars. The lion entrance led into a chamber 46 feet by 19 feet. Nearly opposite to the entrance was a doorway panelled with slabs sculptured with winged figures carrying maces. The inner door led into a chamber 47 feet by 31 feet, ending in a recess paved with one enormous alabaster slab, no less than 21 feet by 16 feet 7 inches, and 1 foot 1 inch thick. This monolith had been broken into several pieces, probably by the falling in of the roof of the building, and had in several places been reduced to lime by the burning beams of the ceiling. The whole of its surface, as well as the side facing the chamber, was occupied by one inscription, 325 lines in length, divided into 2 parallel horizontal columns, and carved with the greatest sharpness and care. On subsequently raising the detached pieces, I found that the back of the slab, resting on a solid mass of sun-dried bricks, was also covered with cuneiform writing, occupying 3 columns. It is difficult to understand why so much labour should have been apparently thrown away upon an inscription which would remain unseen until the edifice itself was utterly destroyed. Still more curious is the fact that, whilst this inscription contains all the historical details of that on the opposite side, the records of 2 or 3 more years are added, and that the upper inscription stops abruptly in the middle of a sentence. It is possible that the builders of the temple, foreseeing its ruin, had determined that if their enemies should through malice deface their annals, there should yet remain another record, inaccessible and unknown, which would preserve the history of their greatness and glory unto all time. The inscription on this great monolith appears to have been similar in its historical details to that on the king in the frame. I shall quote some specimens, translated by Dr. Hincks, to show the minuteness with which the Assyrian kings chronicled every event of their reign, and the consequent value of the historical records. It is to be remarked that, although these inscriptions are in the form of annals, the years are not mentioned. The king generally sets out on his campaigns in one particular month, the name of which is given, probably in the autumn, when the heats of summer were over. In the beginning of his reign, he collected his army, and made his first expedition into the country of Numi, or Numni, probably Elam or Susiana, subsequently, as we should find, called Numaki or Nubaki. He took many cities, towns, and districts whose names have not been identified. He slew their women, their slaves, and their children, and carried away their cattle and flocks. Their fighting men escaped to a hill fort? Their houses he burned like stubble? Many other countries to the south and southeast of Assyria, some of which are mentioned on the obelisk, were conquered during this campaign. The city of Nishtun? Is particularly described as one of considerable importance. He seized its king or governor, whose name reads Babu, the son of Babur, and imprisoned him in Babylon. At that time the cities of Nerib, their position is doubtful, their principal cities, he destroyed. From Nerib he departed to the city of Tushka. A palace for his dwelling he made there, and placed pillars at the gates, and put a statue of, probably some kind of stone, and set up tablets, and made a place for them in the citadel. An account follows of the building of the northwest palace of Nimrud, which, when deciphered, will be of considerable interest, and may enable us to restore that edifice. He also built 2 cities on the Euphrates, one on each bank, calling one after his own name, and the other after the name of the great god Ashur. Numerous expeditions to countries to the north, west, and south of Assyria are then related in detail. Among them one to Carchemish, where he received the tribute of Sangara, king of the Khatti, the Hittites or people of Syria, including a great variety of gold and silver ornaments, some apparently to be recognized by their pure Hebrew names. As few of the cities and countries conquered and visited by this king have yet been identified, and a mere repetition of the same dry details would scarcely interest the reader, I will merely give literal versions, as far as they can be given, of the history of 2 of the most important campaigns. They will show the style of these remarkable chronicles, and the minuteness with which events were recorded. The first paragraph relates to the campaign of the king on the borders of the Euphrates. On the 22nd day of the month, I departed from Kalach, the quarter of Nineveh now called Nimrud. I crossed the Tigris. On the banks of the Tigris I received much tribute. In the city of Tabit I halted. I occupied the banks of the river Karma, the Hermus, or eastern confluent of the Kabul. In the city of Megaris I halted. From the city of Megaris I departed. I occupied the banks of the Kabul, Chabaras. I halted at the city of Sadikani, or Kardikani. I received the tribute of the city of Kedni. From Kedni, I departed to the city of Lemni. In the city of Lemni, I halted. From the city of Lemni, I departed. In the city of Beth-Hilapi, I halted. The tribute of Beth-Hilapi I received, gold and silver, and many other articles, amongst which are apparently objects of clothing or embroidered stuffs. Then follow his marches day by day to the cities of Sirki, Sufri, Nakwarabani, and Kindani, from each of which he received tribute in gold, silver, several objects not identified, cattle, and sheep. The inscription goes on. The city of Kindani stands on the right bank of the river Euphrates. From Kindani I departed. On the mountain by the side of the Euphrates I halted. From the mountain I departed. In Beth-Shebaiah, over against Karid, I halted. The city of Karid stands on the right bank of the river Euphrates. From Beth-Shebaiah I departed. On the top of, or above, Anat, I halted. Anat stands in the middle of the Euphrates, agreeing with the position of the modern town of Anna. He then attacked and took the principal city of Shadu, of the country of Sukkah, and the city of Tsur, the capital of Shadu, whose inhabitants were assisted by the soldiers of Bishi, a nation also alluded to in the second year of the Annals as Sennacherib. Nebobaladin, king of Kardunias, is then mentioned, showing that the campaign was carried down the banks of the Euphrates, far to the south of Babylon. The second extract is from the records of a campaign in northern Syria. Having first crossed the Euphrates, from Kunulua, the capital of Lubana, the Sharutinian, I departed. The Orontes, I crossed. On the bank of the Orontes I encamped. From the banks of the Orontes I departed. Between the countries of Saraban and Tapan, I occupied the country. By the seashore I encamped. To the city of Ariboa, a principal city of Lubana, the Sharutinian, I returned. Undeciphered passage. I caused some men of Assyria to dwell in his palace, Whilst I was in Ariboa, the cities of Lukuta I took. I slew many of their men. I overthrew and burned their cities. Their fighting men, or the deserters from my army, I laid hold of. On stakes over against their city I impaled them. At that time the countries that are upon the Lebanon I took possession of, to the great sea of the country of Akari, the Mediterranean. On the great sea I put my servants, sacrifices to the gods I offered. The tribute of the kings of the people who dwelt near the sea, of the Tyrians, the Sidonians, the Kubalians, the Mahalatai, the Ma'ai, and the Akkadians, all nations to the north of the Tyre, and of the city of Arvad, which is in the middle of the sea, silver and gold pieces, rings, of copper, ingots, of copper, 2 kinds of clothing, perhaps the dyed cloth of Tyre, or embroidery such as are frequently mentioned in the Bible, great yagoti and small pagoti, meaning not determined, some wooden objects apparently of cedar, and pearls, from the rivers at or between the sea. I went to the mountain of Kamana, the Kamanus, in the north of Syria. I sacrificed to the gods. I made bridges, or beams, and pillars, From Kamana I brought them to Bithkara, for my own house, for the temple of the sun. I went to the forests and cut them down, and made bridges, or roofs or beams, of the wood, for Ishtar, mistress of the city of Nineveh, my protectress. The chief events of the reign of this king are briefly alluded to in the standard and other inscriptions discovered in the northwest palace at Nimrud, but in the records just described we have a minuteness of geographical detail which enables us to trace the course of his expeditions with great certainty. Standing one day on a distant part of the mound, I smelt the sweet smell of burning cedar. The Arab workmen, excavating in the small temple, had dug out a beam, and, the weather being cold, had at once made a fire to warm themselves. The wood was cedar, probably one of the very beams mentioned in the inscription as brought from the forests of Lebanon by the king who built the edifice. After a lapse of nearly 3,000 years, it had retained its original fragrance. It is likely that the whole superstructure, as well as the roof and floor of the building, like those of the Temple and Palace of Solomon, were of this precious material. In these ruins was also found a mass of lead melted by the fire, for embedded in it was the iron head of a hatchet. Amongst the various small objects collected were figures of winged deities, etc., of clay coloured in the mass with a blue derived from copper, eyes, beards, hair, and ornaments in enamel, probably belonging to figures of wood, metal, or ivory, resembling the chrysophelantine statues of the Greeks, eyes of black marble inlaid with ivory, with the eyeballs of a bright blue enamel belonging to similar statues, and arms, legs, and other parts of figures in charred wood. Fragments of porcelain, parts of a cup or vase, with carvings in low relief, several inscribed fragments of agate, lapis lazuli, cornelian, and other precious materials, beads, cylinders, and 1 or 2 clay tablets with inscriptions and impressions of seals, complete the list of small objects discovered in this temple. About 100 feet to the east of the building last described, and on the very edge of the artificial platform, I discovered a second temple. Its principal entrance faced the south, and was on the same level as the northwest palace. This gateway was formed by 2 colossal lions with extended jaws, gathered up lips and nostrils, flowing manes and ruffs of bristly hair. The heads, though to a certain extent conventional in form, were designed with that vigour so remarkably displayed by the Assyrian sculptor in the delineation of animals. The limbs conveyed the idea of strength and power, the veins and muscles were accurately portrayed, and the outline of the body was not deficient in grace and truth. But the front of the animal, which was in full, was narrow and cramped, and unequal in dignity to the side. The sculptor has given 5 legs to the animal for the same reason that he gave them to the sphinxes, that they may offer a complete front and side view. This gateway, about 8 feet wide, was paved with 1 inscribed slab. The height of the lions was about 8 feet, and their length 13. An inscription was carved across them. In front of them, in the corners formed by walls projecting at right angles with the entrance, were 2 altars, hollow at the top, and ornamented with gradines resembling the battlements of a castle. The exterior walls appeared to have been adorned with enamelled bricks, many of which still remained. Unfortunately, one of these lions had been too much injured by fire to bear removal. The other, although cracked in several places when discovered, and consequently moved in pieces, has been preserved and is now in the British Museum. The lion portal led into a chamber 57 feet by 25. At one end was a recess similar to that in the opposite temple, and also paved with 1 great alabaster slab, inscribed on both sides. This monolith, 19½ feet by 12 feet, was likewise broken into several pieces, and had been injured in parts by fire. The inscription on the upper side, divided into 2 columns and containing 230 lions, was nearly the same as that on the king in the frame and on the monolith in the other temple. It was also a record of the wars and campaigns of the early Nimrud king. The other rooms in the same building contained no inscriptions, sculptures, or other objects of interest. In the earth above the great inscribed slab was found an interesting figure, 3 feet 4 inches high, and cut in a hard, compact limestone. It appeared to represent the king himself, attired as high priest in his sacrificial robes. In his right hand he held an instrument resembling a sickle, and in his left the sacred mace. Round his waist was the knotted girdle, and his left arm, like that of the king in the opposite temple, was partly concealed by an outer robe. His garments descended to his feet, the toes alone projecting from them. The beard and hair were elaborately curled, the features were majestic, and the general proportions of the statue not altogether incorrect, with the exception of a want of breadth in side view peculiar to Assyrian works of art of this nature. It was, however, chiefly remarkable as being the only entire statue in the round of this period hitherto discovered in the ruins of Nineveh. On the breast is an inscription nearly in these words, after the name and titles of the king: "The conqueror from the upper passage of the Tigris to Lebanon and the Great Sea, who all countries from the rising of the sun to the going down thereof has reduced under his authority." The statue was, therefore, probably raised after his return from the campaign in Syria described, as we have seen, on the monoliths, and alluded to in the standard inscription. The statue originally stood on a pedestal of reddish limestone, which, with the figure itself, was found broken into several pieces. They have been restored and are now in the British Museum. The two interesting buildings just described, the only undoubted remains of temples hitherto found at Nimrud, complete the discoveries at the northern extremity of the mound. They enable us, as will hereafter be seen, to restore part of the group of edifices raised on the grand platform in this quarter of Nineveh. End of Chapter 16. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Chapter 17 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Section 17. The Summer. Encampment at Kuyunjik. Visitors. Mode of life. Departure for the mountains. Accra. Rock tablets at Gunduk. District of Zibari. Namet Aga. District of Shirwan. Of Badadost. Of Gerdi. Of Shemdina. Mausa Bay. Nestorian Bishop. Content of Mar Hananisha. Dizza. An Albanian friend. Bashkalach. Izzet Pasha. A Jewish encampment. High mountain pass. Mahmudiyah. First view of one. The difficulties and delay in crossing the Tigris, now swollen by the melting of the mountain snows, induced me to pitch my tents on the mound of Kolyunjik, and to reside there with all my party, instead of daily passing to and fro in the rude ferry-boats to the ruins. The small European community at Mosul was increased in June by the arrival of a large party of travellers, 2 English gentlemen and their wives, who passed through on their way to Baghdad, the Honourable Mr. Walpole, who has since published an account of his adventures in the East, the Reverend Mr. Malan, to whom I am indebted for many beautiful sketches, the Reverend Mr. Bowen, an English clergyman, on a tour of inspection to the Eastern churches, with whom I spent many agreeable and profitable hours amongst the ruins of Nineveh and Babylon, and his companion, Mr. Sandreski, were our visitors, and most of them were my guests. Our tents were pitched at the northern corner of Kolyunjik. The spring was now fast passing away. The heat became daily greater, the corn was cut, and the plains and hills put on their summer clothing of dull parched yellow. The pasture is withered, the tender herb faileth, the green herb is no more. It was the season, too, of the shergis, or burning winds from the south, which occasionally sweep over the face of the country, driving, in their short-lived fury, everything before them. Their coming was foretold by a sudden fall in the barometer, which rose again as soon as they had passed. At Nimrud, the excavations had been almost stopped. At Kolyunjik, they were still carried on as actively as my means would permit. I was now occupied in moving and packing sculptures from both ruins. From Nimrud, the beautiful bas-relief of the king in the arched frame, described in the previous chapter, the good spirit driving out the evil principle, the fish god, the colossal lion from the small temple, and several other interesting sculptures, were taken to the river bank and sent on rafts to Basra. At Kolyunjik, none of the slabs could be removed entire. I could only pack in fragments several of the bas-reliefs. The cases were dragged in carts to the Tigris, unloaded below the piers of the ancient bridge, and there placed on rafts prepared to receive them. During the day, when not otherwise occupied, I made drawings of the bas-reliefs discovered in the subterranean passages. My guests, choosing some convenient place underground near the parties who were at work, spread their carpets beneath the crumbling sculptures. We all went below soon after the sun had risen, and remained there without again seeking the open air, until it was far down in the western horizon. The temperature in the dark tunnels was cool and agreeable, nearly 20 degrees of Fahrenheit lower than that in the shade above, but I found it unwholesome, the sudden change in going in and out causing intermittent fever. After the sun had set, we dined outside the tents, and afterwards reclined on our carpets to enjoy the cool, balmy air of an eastern night. We slept under the open sky, making our beds in the field. July had set in, and we were now in the eye of the summer. My companions had been unable to resist its heat. One by one we dropped off with fever. The doctor, after long suffering, had gone with Mr. Walpole to the cooler regions of the Kurdish hills, there to wait until the state of the excavations might enable me to join them. Mr. Cooper, too, had so much declined in health that I sent him to the convent of the Marmeti, on the summit of the Gebel Makloub. Mr. Hornwood's Rassam and myself struggled on the longest, but at length we also gave way. Fortunately, our ague attacks did not coincide. We were prostrate alternate days, and were, therefore, able to take charge alternately of the works. By the 11th of July I had sent to Basra the first collections of sculptures from Koyunjik, and on that day, in the middle of the hot stage of fever and half delirious, I left Mosul for the mountains. While necessarily absent, I determined to visit those parts of central Kurdistan not yet explored by European travellers, to devote some days to the examination of the ruins and cuneiform inscriptions in and near the city of Wan, and then to return to Mosul through the unexplored uplands to the south of the Lake of Wan, and by such of the Nestorian valleys as I had not seen during my former journey in the mountains. I should then spend the hottest part of the summer in the cool regions of Kurdistan, and be again at Nineveh by September, when the heats begin to decline. As few European travellers can brave the perpendicular rays of an Assyrian sun, we struck our tents late in the afternoon, and got upon our horses at the foot of the mound of Koyunjik as the sun went down. With me were Hormuzd, my old servants, and the faithful Bayraktar. Mr. Cooper was to join us on the following day, and we were to seek the doctor and Mr. Walpole at Accra. 5 hours' ride over the plain brought us to the small Turkoman village of Bir Hilan, the Well of Stone, which stands on the south-eastern spur of the Maglobe Hills. After 2 hours' rest, we continued our journey, and crossed this spur before morning dawned. Leaving the Gebel Maklobe, we descended into a broad plain, stretching from it to the first Kurdish range, and soon found ourselves on the banks of the Gazir. Here a clear, sparkling stream, clothed with tall oleanders, now bending under their rosy blossoms. We sought the shade of some spreading walnut trees during the heat of the day, near the small Kurdish village of Kaimawa. Here Mr. Cooper joined us, and we were again on our way in the afternoon. Instead of striking for the mountains by the direct path across the plain of Navkur, we rode along the foot of a range of low hills, forming its western boundary, to the large Kurdish village of Badaresh. Having rested for a few hours, we descended in the middle of the night into a plain receiving the drainage of the surrounding highlands, and during the rainy season almost impassable from mud. Artificial mounds, the remains of ancient civilization, but of small size when compared with the great ruins of Assyria, rise amongst the hovels of the Kurdish peasants. After we had crossed the parched and burning plain, we entered a valley in the Kurdish hills, watered by a stream called Melik or Gerasim. We had to climb over much broken ground, rocky ridge and ravine, before reaching the slope of the mountain, covered with the gardens and orchards of Accra. We tarried for a moment at a cool spring rising in a natural grotto, and collected into 2 large basins. We had no difficulty in finding our European fellow travellers. The first Kurd we met pointed towards a well-wooded garden. Above its trees peered their white tents. As we rode into it, however, no one came out to welcome us. I entered the first tent, and there, stretched on their carpets in a state of half-consciousness, the prey to countless flies, lay the doctor and Mr. Walpole. It was with difficulty I could rouse them to learn the history of their fever. The whole party were in the same state, the servants prostrate like their masters. I lost no time in enforcing a system of diet, and placing my patients under a course of treatment for ague, with which long experience had given me some acquaintance. Some days elapsed before my companions were able to journey. I took advantage of the delay to visit some bas-reliefs near the neighbouring village of Gunduk. There are 2 sculptured tablets in the rocks above Gunduk. They have been carved at the mouth of a spacious natural cavern, whose roof is fretted with stalactites, and down whose sides trickles cool, clear water, and hang dank ferns and creeping plants. It is called Gupa Dmar Johanna, or the Cure of St. John, and near it is an ancient Nestorian church dedicated to St. Audicio. The bas-reliefs are Assyrian. The upper represents a man slaying a wild goat with a spear. In the lower, as far as I could distinguish the sculpture, which is high on the rock and much injured, are two women facing each other, and seated on stools. Each holds a child above a kind of basin or circular vessel, as if in the act of baptizing it. Behind the seated female to the left, a figure bears a third child, and is followed by a woman. On the opposite side is a group of 3 persons, apparently sacrificing an animal. There are no traces of inscriptions on or near the tablets. On the 17th July, my companions were able to move to the higher mountains. We all longed for a cooler climate, and we rejoiced as at sunrise we left our garden. A precipitous and difficult path leads up the mountain. From the summit of the pass, the eye wanders over the plains of Navkur and Shekan, the broken hill country around Arbil, and the windings of the Zab and the Gazir. On the opposite side is a deep valley dividing the Akra hills from a second and loftier range. Through the valley ran a broad, clear stream, one of the confluents of the Zab, called by the Kurds Durusho or Bayraisho. We rode along its banks for nearly an hour, and then struck into a narrow gorge thickly wooded with oak. Another stony and precipitous pass was between us and the principal district of Zibari. Descending into the low country, we rode by the village of Birikapra, the residence of Mustafa Aga, the former head of the Zibari tribes. The present chief, Namet Aga, dwells at Heron, about 2 miles beyond. He had lately been at Mosul to receive from the Pasha his cloak of investiture, and during his visit had been my guest. His abilities and acquirements were above the ordinary Kurdish standard, which indeed is low enough. For, as the Arab proverb declares, be the Kurd a Kurd or a prophet, he will still be a bear. He spoke Persian with fluency, and was not ignorant of Arabic. As he was well acquainted with the geography of Kurdistan, I learned from him many interesting particulars relating to the less known districts of the mountains. The chief welcomed me with friendly warmth, and, although forbidden to eat himself, he did not leave his guests uncared for. The breakfast brought to us from his harem comprised a variety of sweetmeats and savoury dishes, which did credit to the skill of the Kurdish ladies. I was the bearer of a letter to him from the Pasha. No acceptable communication, however, as it treated of new taxes, a subject very generally disagreeable, upon tobacco, cotton, and fruit, which the Zibari Kurds were now called upon for the first time to pay. The Salian, too, a kind of property tax, was raised from 25 to 60,000 piastres, about £550. The late successful expeditions against the chiefs of Bohtan and Hakiari had encouraged the Porta to ask money of the previously independent tribes under Namet Aga, and although no Turkish troops had yet entered their mountains, the Kurds deemed it advisable to comply for the present with the demand rather than run the risk of an invasion, and a still more dreaded evil, the conscription. Namet Aga's authority extended over Zibari, Shirwan, Gerki, Barbadost, and Shemdina, from Accra to the Persian frontier. These districts are occupied by different Kurdish tribes, each having its own chief, but they had then submitted to the Aga of Zibari, and paid their tribute through him to the governor of Mosul. Namet placed me under the protection of his cousin, Mullah Aga, who was ordered to escort us to the borders of the Bashalik of Hakiari, now occupied by the Turkish troops. Our guide was a tall, sinewy mountaineer, dressed in the many-coloured loose garments and huge red and black turban folded round the high conical felt cap, which gives a peculiar and ungainly appearance to the inhabitants of central Kurdistan. He was accompanied by 3 attendants, and all were on foot, the precipitous and rocky pathways of the mountains being scarcely practicable for horses, which are rarely kept but by the chiefs. They carried their long rifles across their shoulders and enormous daggers in their girdles. We left Heren early on the morning of the 19th, and soon reaching the Zab, rode for 2 hours along its banks, to a spot where a small raft had been made ready for us to cross the stream. We had some difficulty in crossing, and were compelled to pass the night in the small village of Rezan, near the ferry, as one of the baggage mules refused to swim the stream, and was not forced over until near dawn of the following morning. We now entered the tract which has probably been followed for ages by the mountain clans in their periodical migrations. Besides the sedentary population of these districts, there are certain nomad Kurdish tribes, called Kochas, who subsist entirely by their flocks. They are notorious petty thieves and robbers, and during their annual migrations commit serious depredations upon the settled inhabitants of the district on their way, and more especially upon the Christians. As they possessed vast flocks of sheep and herds of cattle, their track has in most places the appearance of a beaten road, and is, consequently, well fitted for beasts of burden. On the 21st July, crossing a high ridge, we left the district of Zibari, and entered that of Shirwan, whose chief, Miran Bey, came out to meet us at the head of his armed retainers. He led us to the large village of Berziyah, situated beneath a bold and lofty peak called Piran. Most of the villages in these mountains have small mud forts, with either 4 or 6 towers, the places of refuge and defence of the numerous petty chiefs during their frequent broils and blood feuds. We met a few Jewish families who wander from village to village. The men are pedlars and goldsmiths, and are not unwelcome guests, even in the intolerant families of the Kurds, as they make and refashion the ornaments of the ladies. On one of the many towering peaks is the large village of Kaniresh, with its orchards and gardens, the residence of the chief of the district of Badadost. We reached it by a very rapid ascent in an hour and a half. We were received by the Mir Fezullah Bey, in a spacious chamber, supported by wooden pillars, and completely open on the side facing the valley, over which it commanded an extensive and beautiful prospect. Though quite restive under the Turkish control, he received Mullah Aga with civility, and read the letters of introduction from Namet Aga, of which I was the bearer. Like most of the mountain chiefs, he spoke Persian, the language used in Kurdistan for all written communications, and in books, except the Koran and a few pious works, which are in Arabic. The Kurdish dialects are mere corruptions of the Persian, and are not, with rare exceptions, employed in writing. The Mir pressed me to pass the night with him as his guest, but after partaking of his breakfast, I continued my journey, and reached, by sunset, the small turreted stronghold of Beygishni. The next morning we crossed one of the shoulders of the lofty peak of Ser-i-Resh into the valley of Chapata. We were met on the way by a party of Nestorians, who had come out to see me, headed by the brother of the Bishop of Gerdi. He walked by me as far as Zernin, the castle of the Kurdish chief, and then left a relation to guide us to the dwelling of the Bishop of Shemezdin, or Shandina. As usual, he complained of bitter oppression and injustice from the Kurdish Mirs, who had lately driven a large part of the Christian population across the frontiers into Persia. After enjoying the hospitality of Yahya Bey, the Mir of Gerdi, at the village of Rua, we left the naked hills which skirt the Assyrian plains and entered the wooded districts of Kurdistan. On the following day we journeyed through a valley thick with walnuts and other large trees, and followed the windings of a stream, called by the Kurds Shambo, one of the principal confluents of the Zab. We crossed it backwards and forwards by wicker suspension bridges, until we ascended through a forest of orchards watered by innumerable streamlets to Nira, the village of Mosa Bey, the chief of Shandina. We pitched our tents near some springs on an open lawn, and waited the return of an aged servant who had been disturbed by the noise of our caravan, and had undertaken to announce our arrival to his master. We had evidently to deal with a man of civilization and luxury, for the old Kurd shortly returned, followed by numerous attendants, bearing sherbets and various Persian delicacies in china bowls. Mosa Bey himself came to us in the afternoon, and his manners and conversation confirmed the impression that his breakfast had produced. Intercourse with Persia, beyond whose frontiers his own tribe sometimes wandered, had taught him the manners and language of his neighbours. He told me that he was descended from one of the most ancient of Kurdish families, whose records for many hundred years still exist, and he boasted that Sheikh Taha, the great saint, had deemed him the only chief worthy, from his independence of the infidel government of the Sultan, to receive so holy a personage as himself after the downfall of Beda Khan Bey. This Sheikh Taha, who, as the main instigator of many atrocious massacres of the Christians, and especially of the Nestorians, ought to have been pursued into the uttermost parts of the mountains by the Turkish troops, and hanged as a public example, was now suffering from fever. He sent to me for medicine, but as his sanctity would not permit him to see, face to face, an unbelieving Frank, and as he wished to have a remedy without going through the usual form of an interview with the doctor, I declined giving him any help in the matter. Mosa Bey was at this time almost the only chief in Kurdistan who had not yet made a formal submission to the Turkish government. His territories were, therefore, a place of refuge for those fugitives who, less fortunate than himself, had been driven from their strongholds by the arms or intrigues of the Porta. He bewailed the discords which severed the tribes, and made them an easy prey to the Osmanli. The Turks, wise in their generation, have pursued their usual policy successfully in Kurdistan. The dissensions of the chiefs have been fomented, and, thus divided, they have fallen one by one victims to treachery or to force. We rose early on the following day, and left Nera long before the population was stirring, by a very steep pathway, winding over the face of a precipice, and completely overhanging the village. Reaching the top of the pass, we came upon a natural carpet of alpine flowers of every hue, spread over the eastern declivity of the mountain. Leaving the caravan to proceed to our night's resting place, I turned down the valley with my companions to visit the Bishop of Shemisden at his convent of Mar Hananisha. A ride of 3/4 of an hour brought us to the episcopal residence. Mar Isho, the bishop, met me at some distance from it. He was shabbily dressed, and not of prepossessing appearance, but he appeared to be good-natured and to have a fair stock of common sense. After we had exchanged the common salutations, seated on a bank of wild thyme, he led the way to the porch of the church. Ragged carpets and felts had been spread in the dark vestibule, in the midst of sacks of corns, bourgal, and other provisions for the bishop's establishment. Various rude agricultural instruments and spinning wheels almost filled up the rest of the room, for these primitive Christians rely on the sanctity of their places of worship for the protection of their temporal stores. The title of the bishop is Metropolitan of Rostock, a name of which I could not learn the origin. His jurisdiction extends over many Nestorian villages, chiefly in the valley of Shemisden. Half of this district is within the Persian territories, and from the convent we could see the frontier dominions of the Shah. It is in the high road of the periodical migrations of the great tribe of Herki, who pass like a locust cloud twice a year over the settlements of the unfortunate Christians, driving before them the flocks, spoiling the granaries, and carrying away even the miserable furniture of the hovels. It is in vain that the sufferers carry their complaints to their Kurdish master. He takes from them double the lawful taxes and tithes. The Turkish government has in this part of the mountains no power, if it had the inclination, to protect its Christian subjects. After we had partaken of the frugal breakfast of milk, honey, and fruit prepared for us by the bishop, we turned again into the high road to Bashkallah. We had another pass to cross before descending into the valley of Harona, where our caravan had encamped for the night. On the mountain top were several Nestorian families crouching, half naked, for shelter beneath a projecting rock. They seized the bridles of our horses as we rode by, beseeching us to help them to recover their little property, which, but a few hours before, had been swept away by a party of Herki Kurds. I could do nothing for these poor people, who seemed in the last stage of misery. From the summit of the pass, we looked down into 2 deep and well-wooded valleys, hemmed in by mountains of singularly picturesque form. We descended into the more northern valley, and passing the miserable Nestorian hamlet of Solasor, and the ruined church and deserted Christian village of Talana, reached our tents about sunset. They were pitched near Harona, whose Nestorian inhabitants were too poor to furnish us with even the common coarse black bread of barley. We had now quitted the semi-independent Kurdish valleys, and had entered the newly created province of Hakkari, governed by a Pasha who resides at Bashkallah. The adjacent plain of Gaur is, however, exposed to the depredations of the Herki Kurds, who, when pursued by the Turkish troops, seek a secure retreat in their rocky fastnesses beyond the limits of the Pashalik. The district contains many villages, inhabited by a hardy and industrious race of Nestorian Christians. The American missionaries of Oromia have crossed the frontier since my visit, and have, I am informed, opened schools in them with encouraging prospects of success. Gaur is a Nestorian bishopric. A ride of 6 hours and a half brought us to the large village of Diza, the chief place of the district, and the residence of a Turkish mudir, or petty governor. This office was filled by one Adal Bey, with whom I found my old friend Ismail Aga of Tepelin, who had shown me hospitality 3 years before in the ruined castle of Ahmadiyah. He was now in command of the Albanian troops forming part of the garrison. A change had come over him since we last met. The jacket and arms which had once glittered with gold were now greasy and dull. His face was as worn as his garments. After a cordial greeting, he made me a long speech on his fortunes, and on that of Albanian irregulars in general. "Ah, Bey," said he, "the power and wealth of the Osmanlis is at an end. The Sultan has no longer any authority. The accursed Tanzimat reform has been the ruin of all good men. Why, see, Bey, I am obliged to live upon my pay. I cannot eat from the treasury, nor can I squeeze a piastre. What do I say, a piastre? Not a miserable half-starved fowl out of the villages, even though they be Christians. Forsooth, they must talk to me about reform and ask for money. The Albanian's occupation is gone. Even Tafil Bozi, a celebrated Albanian condottiere, smokes his pipe, and becomes fat like a Turk. It is the will of God. I have forsworn Raki. I believe in the Koran, and I keep Ramazan." The night was exceedingly cold. The change from the heat of the plains to the cool nights of the mountains had made havoc amongst our party. Nearly all our servants were laid up with fever, as well as the doctor and Mr. Walpole, who had rarely been free from its attacks during the journey. I could not, however, delay, and on the following morning our sickly caravan was again toiling over the hills. We had now entered the Armenian districts. The Christian inhabitants of Diza are of that race and faith. We encamped for the night at the Kurdish village of Peraunis. Next day we forded a branch of the Zab, and entered the valley of this great confluent of the Tigris, its principal source being but a few miles to the north of us, near the frontiers of Persia. The land is so heavy that the rude plough of the country requires frequently as many as 8 pairs of oxen. The Armenian ploughmen sit on the yokes, and whilst guiding or urging the beasts with a long iron-pointed goad, chant a monotonous ditty, to which the animals appear so well accustomed that when the driver ceases from his dirge, they also stop from their labours. A dell near our path was pointed out to me as the spot where the unfortunate traveller Schultz was murdered by Nur-Ullah Bey, the Kurdish chief of the Hakkari. Turning up a narrow valley towards the high mountains, we suddenly came in sight of the castle of Bashkallah, one of the ancient strongholds of Kurdistan. Its position is remarkably picturesque. It stands on a lofty rock, jutting out from the mountains which rise in a perpendicular wall behind it. At the foot are grouped the houses of a village. I found Izzet Pasha encamped at a considerable elevation in the rocky ravine, which we reached, guided by kawasses carrying huge glass lanterns, by a very precipitous and difficult track. I remained with him until the night was far advanced, and then returned to our encampment. He informed me that there was a direct road from Bashkallah to Mosul for 40 hours, through Beit Shevet, Daoudiah, and Dohuk, which, with very little labour and expense, could be made practicable for guns. Bashkallah was formerly the dwelling-place of Nur-Ullah Bey, a Kurdish chief well known for his rapacious and bloodthirsty character, and as the murderer of Schultz. He joined Bader Khan Bey in the great massacres of the Nestorians, and for many years sorely vexed those Christians who were within his rule. After a long resistance to the troops of the Sultan, he was captured about 2 years before my visit, and banished for life to the islands of Candia. My companions and servants being much in want of rest, I stopped today at Bashkallah. On resuming our journey, we took a direct, though difficult track to one, only open in the middle of summer. Following a small stream, we entered a ravine leading into the very heart of the mountains. 3 hours' ride, always rapidly ascending along the banks of the rivulet, brought us to a large encampment. The features of the women and of the men, who came out of their tents as we rode up, as well as the tongue in which they addressed one another, showed at once that they were not Kurds. They were Jews, shepherds and wanderers, of the stock, maybe, of those who, with their high priest, Hyrcanus, were carried away captive from Jerusalem by Tigranes in the 2nd century of our era, and placed in the city and neighbourhood of one. Their descendants, 200 years later, were already so numerous that Shapur, Sapores II, destroyed no less than 10,000 families in one alone. We encamped near the Jewish nomads, and I visited their tents, but could learn nothing of their history. They fed their flocks, as their fathers had done before them, in these hills, and paid taxes to the governor of Bashkalach. We had now reached the higher regions of Kurdistan. Next morning we soon left the narrow, flowery valley and the brawling stream, and entered an undulating upland covered with deep snow, considerably more than 10,000 feet above the level of the sea. On all sides of us were towering peaks, and to the west a perfect sea of mountains, including the lofty ranges of Hakkari and Bohdan. Far away to the north was the azure basin of Lake One, and beyond it rose the solitary white cone of the Subandar. Descending rapidly, and passing near the foot of the mountain one or two miserable, half-deserted Kurdish hamlets, we entered a long, narrow ravine, shut in by perpendicular cliffs of sandstone and conglomerate. This outlet of the mountain streams opens into the valley of Mahmudiyah, in the centre of which rises an isolated rock crowned by the picturesque castle of Koshab. We pitched our tents on a green lawn near the bank of the foaming stream which sweeps round the foot of the castellated rock. Soon after our arrival, a Kurdish bey of venerable appearance, a descendant of the hereditary chiefs of Mahmudiyah, called upon me. He had once been the owner of the castle, but it had been wrested from him by two brothers, named Khan Murad and Khan Abdal, mere mountain robbers. In his stronghold the brothers long defied the Turkish government, levying blackmail upon such caravans as ventured to pass through their territories, and oppressing with fines and forced conversions their Christian subjects. It was but the year before our visit that they had yielded to the troops sent against them, and had been sent into banishment, with the rest of the rebel chiefs, to Candia. With the Kurdish bey came one Ahmed Aga, a chief of the large border tribe of Mogri, an intelligent man who conversed freely on the state of the country, and gave me some interesting information regarding the frontiers. The fear of conscription has driven many families into Persia, and into the more independent districts of Kurdistan. On the whole, the wandering tribes are becoming less formidable to the porter than they formerly were. To the east of the district of Mahmudiyah, and in that of Karaso, are many Yezidi villages, and a considerable Jewish population. Both races are much oppressed by the Kurdish chiefs, who take their property and even their lives with perfect indifference. The Qadis, as Ahmed Aga informed me, have given fetwas, decrees, that both were lawful to the true believer. We rose early next morning and went up to the castle. It is falling into ruins, though its towers still rise boldly from the edge of the precipice, overhanging at a giddy height the valley below. In them, open to the cool breezes of the mountain, are the dwelling rooms of the old Kurdish chiefs, adorned with tasteful lattice work, and with the painted panellings and gilded cornices of Persia. They are now tenanted by the Turkish troops, whose bright arms and highly polished kitchen utensils hang on the gaudy walls. After drinking coffee and smoking pipes with the captain of the guard, we walked down the narrow pathway leading to the valley, and, mounting our horses, joined the caravan, which had preceded us on the road to Wan. On the following morning we crossed this valley to Nordchuk, on the outskirts of which I was met by the priest at the head of the inhabitants. A range of low hills now separated us from the plain and lake of Wan. We soon reached their crest, and a landscape of surpassing beauty was before us. At our feet, intensely blue and sparkling in the rays of the sun, was the inland sea, with the sublime peak of the Subandar mirrored in its transparent waters. The city, with its castle-crowned rock and its embattled walls and towers, lay embowered in orchards and gardens. To our right, a rugged snow-capped mountain opened midway into an amphitheatre, in which, amidst lofty trees, stood the Armenian convent of Yedi Klisia, the Seven Churches. To the west of the lake was the Nimrud, and the highlands nourishing the sources of the great rivers of Mesopotamia. The hills forming the foreground of our picture were carpeted with the brightest flowers, over which wandered the flocks, whilst the gaily dressed shepherds gathered around us as we halted to contemplate the enchanting scene. We now descended rapidly towards Wan, and as we issued into the plain, a party of horsemen galloped towards us. I soon recognised amongst them my friend Mr. Bowen. With him were the Kawasbashi and a troop of irregular cavalry sent out by the Pasha to escort me into the city. Nor did the governor's kindness end with this display of welcome. After winding for nearly an hour through orchards and gardens, whose trees were bending under the weight of fruit, and when through the narrow and crowded streets we were led to his serai or palace, which, such as it was, had been made ready for our use, and where his treasurer was waiting to receive us. Notwithstanding the fast, an abundant breakfast of various meats and sweet messes, cooked after the Turkish fashion, had been prepared for us, and we soon found repose upon a spacious divan, surrounded by all the luxuries of Eastern life. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Chapter 18 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 18. Mehmed Pasha, Description of One, Its History, Improvement in its Condition, the Armenian Bishop, the cuneiform inscriptions, the Caves of Korkor, the Meher Kaposi, a Tradition, Observations on the Inscriptions, the Bayram, an Armenian School, the American Missions, Protestant Movement in Turkey, Amik, the Convent of Yediklisya. Mehmed Pasha was living during the fast of Ramazan in a kiosk in one of the gardens outside the city walls. We had scarcely eaten before he came himself to welcome us to one. He was the son of the last Bostanji Bashi of Constantinople, and having been brought up from a child in the imperial palace, was a man of pleasing and dignified manners, and of considerable information. Although he had never left his native country, he was not ignorant of the habits and customs of Europe. He had long served the Sultan in difficult and responsible posts, and to his discretion and sagacity was chiefly to be attributed the subjugation of Beda Khan Bey and the rebel Kurdish tribes. His rule was mild and conciliating, and he possessed those qualities so rare in a Turkish governor, yet so indispensable to the civilization and well-being of the empire, a strict honesty in the administration of the revenues of his province, and a sense of justice beyond the reach of bribes. From Christians and Kurds we had received during our journey through his pashalik the highest testimony to his tolerance and integrity. In the evening I returned his visit, and found him surrounded by the chiefs and elders of the city, and by the officers of his household. I sat with him till midnight, the time passing in that agreeable conversation which a well-educated Turk so well knows how to sustain. I remained a week at One, chiefly engaged in copying the cuneiform inscriptions, and in examining its numerous remarkable monuments of antiquity. The city is of very ancient date. It stands on the borders of a large and beautiful lake, a site eminently suited to a prosperous community. The lofty mountains bordering the inland sea to the east here recede in the form of an amphitheatre, leaving a rich plain 5 or 6 miles in breadth, in the midst of which rises an isolated calcareous rock. To the summit of this natural stronghold there is no approach except on the western side, where a gradual but narrow ascent is defended by the walls and bastions. From the earliest ages it has consequently been the acropolis of the city, and no position could be stronger before the discovery of the engines of modern warfare. The fortifications and castle, of a comparatively recent date, are now in ruins, and are scarcely defensible, with their few rusty guns, against the attacks of the neighbouring Kurds. According to Armenian history, the Assyrian queen Semiramis founded the city. It having fallen into decay, it is said to have been rebuilt, shortly before the invasion of Alexander the Great, by an Armenian king named One, after whom it was subsequently called. It appears to have been again abandoned, for we find that it was once more raised from its foundations in the 2nd century B.C. by Varkarshag, the first king of the Arsacian dynasty of Armenia, who made it the strongest city in his kingdom. In the 11th century it was ceded by the royal family of the Arzdronis to the Greek emperors, from whom it was taken by the Seljuk Turks. It fell in 1392 into the hands of Timurlane, who, according to his custom, gave the inhabitants over to the sword. Even in his day, the great monuments of solid stone raised by the Assyrian queen were still shown to the stranger. Moses of Chorene, the early historian of Armenia, has faithfully described its position and its antiquities. The isolated hill, rising in the midst of a broad plain covered with flourishing villages, and watered by innumerable streams, the chapels, chambers, treasuries, and caverns cut in the living rock, and the great inscriptions written, as it were, on the face of the precipice, as pages are written with a pen on wax. The first traveller who, in modern times, examined the remarkable remains of antiquity at One was the unfortunate Schultz. He visited the place in 1827. The cuneiform inscriptions carved on the rock were known to exist long before his day, but he was the first to copy them, and from his copies they have been published by the Asiatic Society of France. Since the time of Schultz, the city has undergone many changes. It was seized by the rebel Kurdish chief, Khan Mahmud, but after many vain attempts made to recover the place, it finally yielded 2 years before my journey. Under the mild rule of Mehmed Pasha, it was rapidly rising to prosperity. The protection he had given to the Armenians had encouraged that enterprising and industrious people to enlarge their commerce, and to build warehouses for trade. 2 handsome khans, with bazaars attached, were nearly finished. Shops for the sale of European articles of clothing and of luxury had been opened, and, what was of still more importance, several native schools had already been established. These improvements were chiefly due to one Sharan, an Armenian merchant and a man of liberal and enlightened views, who had seconded with energy and liberality the desire of the Pasha to ameliorate the social condition of the Christian population. Shortly after my arrival, the Armenian bishop called upon me. He was dressed in the peculiar costume of his order, long black robes and a capacious black hood almost concealing his head, and was accompanied by the priests and principal laymen of his diocese. On his breast he wore the rich diamond crescent and star of the Turkish Order of Merit, of which he was justly proud. Although he had been duly elected several years before to his episcopal dignity, he still wanted the formal consecration of the patriarch of his church, owing to difficulties connected with the political position of the patriarch. He was now, however, on the eve of his departure to receive that consecration, which was essential to his due admission into the Armenian hierarchy. The modern town of One stands at the foot and to the south of the isolated rock. Its streets and bazaars are small, narrow, and dirty, but its houses are not ill built. It is surrounded by fruitful gardens and orchards, irrigated by artificial rivulets derived from the streams rising in the Yedi Glycia mountains. It may contain between 12 and 15,000 inhabitants. The whole pashalic at the time of my visit paid an annual sum of 6,000 perses, about £27,000, to the Turkish treasury. In the town there was a garrison of 1,000 foot and 500 horse, and the commander of the troops in the district and in the adjoining province of the Hakkari was at the head of 5,000 men. The old hereditary pashas of One, as well as the principal families, were of Turkish origin, and came, I was informed by some of their descendants, from Konya, Iconium, about 300 years ago. The chiefs, however, of the surrounding districts are Kurds. 2 families, named the Topçi Oglus and the Timur Oglus, divided the town into opposite factions, which were continually at war, and carried their bloody feuds almost daily into the streets. The Timur Oglus were the most powerful, and it was through their means that Khan Mahmud possessed himself of the place. The inscriptions of One are of 2 distinct periods, though all of the cuneiform writing. The most ancient are in a character identical with that on the oldest monuments of Assyria. The earliest inscriptions are found on 2 square stones built into a wall near the western gateway of the city, and immediately beneath the only entrance to the castle. The language of these inscriptions appears to be Assyrian, while that of all the others is peculiar to One. Nevertheless, the names of the kings in them can be genealogically connected with those on other monuments. But the most important records at One are carved on the southern face of the isolated rock, round the entrance to a set of excavated chambers, probably once serving as tombs. As those inscriptions record the victories and deeds of a monarch, it is highly probable that they were placed over royal sepulchres. A flight of 20 narrow steps cut in the perpendicular face of the precipice, and partly destroyed, so as to be somewhat difficult and dangerous, leads to a narrow ledge, above which the rock has been carefully smoothed, and is still covered with inscriptions in the cuneiform character. Here an entrance, about 7 feet deep, opens into a hall, 34½ feet long by nearly 21 wide and 12 high, leading by 4 doorways into as many distinct chambers. Around its walls are window-like recesses, and between them, and on each side of the doorways, are ornamental niches, with holes in the centre, which may have held metal lamps. The floor has been excavated in 2 places into squares a few inches deep. I cannot conjecture for what purpose. The door to the left on entering leads into a small chamber, 11 foot 8 inches by 9 foot 8 inches, surrounded by similar window-like recesses. In it is a second doorway opening upon a well or pit, filled to within a few feet of the mouth with stones and rubbish. There were no means of ascertaining its depth or original use without removing the contents. The 3 other doors in the entrance hall lead to square rooms surrounded by niches, but without other ornament. The excavations are sometimes called by the Turks Korko Mugaralari, the caves of Korko, from a garden of that name below them. The inscriptions on the face of the rock around the outer entrance to these chambers are contained in 8 parallel columns, including in all above 300 lines and 13 consecutive paragraphs. The letters are large and admirably carved, and the writing is divided by horizontal lines. These rock tablets are the records of a king whose name, according to Dr. Hinks, is Argistis. He invokes the gods of his nation and celebrates the conquest of various peoples or tribes whose names still require to be identified, but who probably inhabited countries to the north of Armenia. He describes the burning of their temples and palaces, and the carrying away of captives, and of an immense spoil of horses, camels, cattle, and sheep, the numbers of each being given with apparent exactness. The name of the region in which these conquests were chiefly made seems to read Mana. The remaining inscriptions are on the northern face of the rock. They are 5 in number. The longest and most important contains 29 lines, and is on the side wall to the left on entering an artificial vaulted recess. It has been partly destroyed by a rude cross cut by the Armenians across the tablet. The cave is called the Kazana Kaposi, or the Treasure Gate, and is held to be a sacred spot by Christians and Mussulmans. An inscription of 17 lines is carved at the entrance to a second artificial chamber, and on tablets cut into the rock are 3 more, each of 19 lines, word for word alike, but with orthographical variations in the royal name. 4 of these inscriptions belong to the father of the king, who recorded his conquests on the southern face of the rock. His name, according to Dr. Hinks, may be read Minuas. They merely contain the royal titles and invocations to the gods. The long inscription in the vaulted recess is of the grandson of Minuas, the latest king mentioned in the monuments of one. It is of considerable interest as containing the name of a country, which Dr. Hinks identifies with Babylon, and as enumerating, first in detail, the amount of booty taken from 3 different countries, and afterwards giving the total amount of the whole. By this double account, the one checking the other, a clue was afforded to the signs representing numerals in the Assyrian inscriptions, as well as to their respective values, a discovery for which we are indebted to the sagacity of Dr. Hinks. The Pasha had kindly placed the Mimar Bashi, or architect-in-chief of the town, an honest Armenian named Nikos, under my orders during my researches at one. The excavations, however, which were made, came to no result worth mentioning. About 1.5 miles to the east of the town, near a small village in the gardens of one, is a recess in the rock 15 feet 8 inches high and 6 feet 7 inches broad, containing a long cuneiform inscription. The inscription is called Meher Kaposi, which, according to the people of one, means the Shepherd's Gate, from a tradition that a shepherd, having fallen asleep beneath it, was told in a dream the magic word that opened the spell-bound portal. He awoke and straightway tried the talisman. The stone doors flew apart, disclosing to his wandering eyes a vast hall filled with inexhaustible treasures. But as he entered, they shut again behind him. He filled with gold a bag in which, as he tended his flocks, he carried his daily food. After repeating the magic summons, he was permitted to issue into the open air. But he had left his crook, and must return for it. The doors were once more unclosed at his bidding. He sought to retrace his steps, but had forgotten the talisman. His faithful dog waited outside until nightfall. As its master did not come back, it then took up the bag of gold, and carrying it to the shepherd's wife, led her to the gates of the cave. She could hear the cries of her husband, and they are heard to this day, but none can give him help. The inscription of the Meher Kabosi originally consisted of 95 lines, comprising the same record twice repeated. Only about 60 are now legible. Near the Shepherd's Gate, the rocks are excavated into a vast number of caves. In some places, long flights of steps lead nowhere, but finish abruptly in the face of the perpendicular precipice. In others, the cliff is scarped to a great height without any apparent object. A singular shaft with stairs leading into a cavern is called Zimzim. It is difficult to account for the use and origin of these peculiar excavations. Their height from the plain and their inaccessible position almost preclude the idea of there having been quarries. Several slabs of black basalt, inscribed with cuneiform characters, have been built into the interior walls of two ancient Armenian churches within the town of Van. In the church of St. Peter and St. Paul, I found parts of 4 legends, which are historical, containing a record of the capture of many cities, and of the amount of spoil carried away from conquered countries. In the church of Serp Sahak, I was able to transcribe 2 inscriptions, one under the altar, the other in the vestibule beneath the level of the floor, which had been broken up and removed before I could reach the stone. The longest consists of 40 lines, the other of 27. The beginning and ending of the lines in both are wanting. The only inscription at one that I could not copy was the trilingual tablet of Xerxes. It is on the most inaccessible part of the rock, about 70 or 80 feet above the plain. Not having a glass of sufficient power, I was unable to distinguish the characters from below. As it had been accurately transcribed by Schultz, and resembles those of the same king at Persepolis and Hamadan, I did not think it necessary to incur any risk or expense in reaching it by means of ropes or scaffolding. In the rock there are numerous excavated chambers, some even exceeding in dimensions those I have described. But with the exception of a simple seat or bench of stone, about 2½ feet high on one side of them, they are perfectly plain and unornamented. They appear to have been used as tombs. Some are approached by flights of steps cut in the precipice. Others are altogether inaccessible except by ropes from above. It is yet doubtful to what family of languages the one inscriptions must be assigned. Some believe it to be a Tatar dialect. Dr. Hinks, on the contrary, is of opinion that it is Indo-Germanic. 2 of the inscriptions, and the earliest in date, as I have already observed, are in pure Assyrian. With regard to the date of the monuments, there appears to be a clue which may enable us to fix it with some degree of certainty. In an inscription from Khorsabad, amongst the kings conquered by Sargon, one is mentioned whose name corresponds with Agistis, the 5th in the One dynasty. Supposing the 2, therefore, to be the same, and there is no reason to doubt their being so, we may assume that the monarchs of the One records reside from about the middle of the 8th century before Christ to the end of the 7th, and the evidence afforded by the forms of the characters leads to this conjecture. At sunrise on the 8th August, the roaring of cannon, re-echoed by the lofty rock, announced the end of Ramazan, and the beginning of the periodical festivities of the Bayram. Early in the morning, the Pasha, glittering with gold and jewels, and surrounded by the members of his household, the officers of the garrison, and the gaily dressed chiefs in their regular troops, rode in procession through the streets of the town. As it is customary, he received in the palace the visits of the Cadi, Mollahs, and principal Mussulman inhabitants of one, as well as of the bishop, clergy, and elders of the Armenian Church. The population, rejoicing at their release from a fast almost intolerable in summer, decked themselves in holiday garments, and made merry in the houses and highways. The sounds of music and revelry issued from the coffee-houses and places of public resort. The children repaired to swings, merry-go-rounds, and stalls of sweetmeats, which had been raised in the open spaces within the walls. The Christians add the feast to their own festivals, already too numerous, and, like their Mussulman neighbours, pay visits of compliment and ceremony. Their women, who are said to be handsome, but are even more rigidly concealed than the Mohammedan ladies, crept through the streets in their long white veils. I called in the evening on the bishop, and next morning at his invitation visited the principal schools. 5 have been established since the fall of the Kurdish beys, and the enjoyment of the comparative protection by the Christian population. Only 1 had been opened within the walls, the rest were in the gardens, which are thickly inhabited by Armenians, and form extensive suburbs to one. More than 200 children of all ages were assembled. They went through their exercises and devotions at the sound of a bell with great order and precision, alternately standing and squatting on their hams on small cushions placed in rows across the hall. An outer room held basins and towels for washing, and the cloaks and shoes taken off on entering. Books were scarce. There were not more than a score in the whole school. The first class, which had made some progress, had a few elementary works on astronomy and history, published by the Armenian press at Constantinople and Smyrna, but only 1 copy of each. The boys, at my request, sang and chanted their prayers, and repeated their simple lessons. Such schools, imperfect though they be, are proofs of a great and increasing improvement in the Christian communities of Turkey. A change of considerable importance, and which, it is to be hoped, may lead to the most beneficial results, is now taking place in the Armenian Church. It is undoubtedly to be attributed to the judicious, earnest, and zealous exertions of the Armenian missionaries. Their establishments, scattered over nearly the whole Turkish Empire, have awakened amongst the Christians, and principally among the Armenians, a spirit of inquiry and a desire for the reform of abuses, and for the cultivation of their minds, which must ultimately tend to raise their political as well as their social position in the human scale. It is scarcely 15 years since the first institution for Christian instruction on Protestant, independent, principles was opened by those excellent men in Constantinople. By a wise selection of youths from different parts of the empire, who from their character and abilities were deemed worthy of the choice, they were shortly enabled to send into the provinces those who could sow the seeds of truth and knowledge, without incurring the suspicions attaching to strangers, and without labouring under the ignorance of the manners and languages of those whom they mix, which must always prove so serious an obstacle to foreigners in their intercourse with the natives. A movement of this nature could scarcely escape persecution. The Armenian clergy, not unfavourable to the darkness and bigotry which had for centuries disgraced their church, and exercising an uncontrolled power over an ignorant and simple people, soon raised a cry against the evangelists, as they were contemptuously called. By such misrepresentations and calumnies as are always ready at hand to the enemies of progress and reform, they were able to enlist in their favour the Turkish authorities at the capital and in the provinces. Unfortunately, 4 sects alone, the Roman Catholic, the Armenian, the Greek, and the Copt, were recognized by the Porta amongst their Christian subjects. The reformed Armenian Church was consequently without an acknowledged head, and unable to communicate directly with the government, to make known its tenets, or to complain of the acts of injustice and persecution to which it was exposed. Many persons fell victims to their opinions. Some were cruelly tortured in the house of the Patriarch himself, and others were imprisoned or utterly ruined in Constantinople and the provinces. Through the exertions of the English minister at Constantinople, a firman was obtained from the Sultan, placing the new Protestant community on the same footing as the other churches of the empire, assigning to it a head or agent through whom it could apply directly to the ministers, and extending to it other privileges enjoyed by the Roman Catholics and Greeks. Fortunately for the cause, many men of irreproachable character and of undoubted sincerity from the Armenian nation have been associated with it, and its success has not been endangered, like that of so many other movements of the same kind, by interested or hasty conversions. The influence of this spirit of inquiry, fostered by the American missions, has not been alone confined to those who have been cut off from their own community. The Armenian clergy have found it their true interest to promote reform in their own church. Schools in opposition to the American establishments have been opened in the capital and in most of the large towns of Asia Minor, and elementary and theological works, of a far more liberal character than any hitherto published in Turkey, have been printed by Armenian printing presses in Constantinople and Smyrna, or introduced into the country from Venice. Whilst on this subject, and connected as I have been with the Nestorians, I must not omit a tribute of praise to the admirable establishments of the Armenian missions amongst the Chaldeans of Oromia in Persia, under the able direction of the Reverend Mr. Perkins. It was with much regret that I was compelled to give up the plan I had formed of visiting the small colony from the New World. The Reverend Mr. Bowen, who crossed the frontiers from one, has, in a true Christian spirit, borne witness in the English Church to the enlightened and liberal spirit in which their labours are carried on. 40 or 50 schools have been opened in the town of Oromia and surrounding villages. The abuses that have crept into this primitive and highly interesting church are being reformed, and the ignorance of its simple clergy gradually dispelled. A printing press, for which type has been purposely cut, now publishes for general circulation the Scriptures and works of education in the dialect and character peculiar to the mountain tribes. The English language has been planted in the heart of Asia, and the benefits of knowledge are extended to a race which, a few years ago, was almost unknown even by name to Europe. The Armenian Bishop of One was not wanting in intelligence and in liberal feeling, but, like most of his order, he was profoundly ignorant. The convents of One and of the neighbourhood, he said, were once rich in ancient manuscripts, but they had been carried away by camel loads some 200 years before by the Persians, and were believed still to be preserved in Isfahan. With the exception of a few printed copies of the Scriptures, and some religious works for the use of the churches, there are now no books in the city. He received with pleasure from Mr. Bowen a copy of the New Testament in the vulgar Armenian tongue, remarking that it would be a great adventure to the common people to have a version of the Scriptures in a language which they could understand. He was probably not aware that the head of his church had utterly condemned its use, and had anathematized all those who received it. My companions had been compelled, from ill health, to leave the plain, and had taken refuge in the convent of Yedi from the sultry heats of the plain. Before joining them, I visited the village of Amich, where, according to my Armenian guide Nikos, an inscription was engraved on the rocks. I left the city on the 10th of August, but the time and labour bestowed resulted only in disappointment. From Amich, I rode across the country in a direct line to the monastery of Yedi, whose gardens on the side of the lofty mountain of Wurak are visible from most parts of the plain. I stopped for an hour at the church of Kurmarwar before ascending to the convent. An aged priest with beard white as snow, and wearing a melon-shaped cap and long black robes, was the guardian of the place. He led me into an arcade surrounding the inner court of the building. Seeing that I was a Frank, he fancied at once that I was searching for inscriptions, and pointed to a circular stone, the base of a wooden column, which, he said, he had shown many years before to a traveller, meaning Schultz. It bears 3 imperfect lines of cuneiform writing, part of an inscription belonging to one of the One Kings, whose name Dr. Hinks read Minoas. It appears to record the foundation of a temple. A second inscription on a black stone, and several fragments with the same royal name, are built into the walls. 8 hours' ride from Amich brought me to the large Armenian convent of Yedi, or the 7 churches, built of substantial stone masonry, and enclosing a spacious courtyard planted with trees. It has more the appearance of a caravanserai than that of a place of religious retreat, and is beautifully situated near the mouth of a wooded ravine, halfway up a bold mountain, which ends in snowy peaks. Spread beneath it is a blue lake and a smiling plain, and the city, with its bold castellated rock and its turreted walls half hid in gardens and orchards. The church, a substantial modern edifice, stands within the courtyard. Its walls are covered with pictures as primitive in design as in execution. There is a victorious St. George blowing out the brains of a formidable dragon with a bright brass blunderbuss, and saints attired in the traditionary garments of Europe performing extravagant miracles. The intelligence of the good priest at the head of the convent was pretty well on a par with his illustrated church history. He was a specimen of the Armenian clergy of Asia Minor. As he described each subject to me, he spoke of the Nestorians as heretics, because they were allowed, by the canons of their church, to marry their mothers and grandmothers, of the Protestants as Freemasons or atheists, and of the great nations of Europe as the Portuguese, the Inglesi, the Muscoves, and the Abash, Abyssinians. I found 2 short cuneiform inscriptions, one on a stone amongst the ruins of the old church, the other built into the walls of the new. They also belong to Minoas, and merely contain the name and titles of the king. End of Chapter 18. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Chapter 19 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 19. Leave 1. The Armenian Patriarch, the Islands of Akhtamar, an Armenian Church, History of the Convent, Pass into Mucus, the District of Mucus, of Shatak, of Norduz, an Nestorian Village, Encampments, Mount Ararat, Mar Shamon, Julamerik, Valley of Diz, Pass into Jelu, Nestorian District of Jelu, an Ancient Church, the Bishop, District of Baz, of Tacoma, return to Mosul. Sickness had overcome both Dr. Sandwith and Mr. Cooper. A return to the burning plains of Assyria might have proved fatal, and I advised them to seek, without further delay, the cooler climate of Europe. Mr. Walpole, too, who had been long suffering from fever, now determined upon quitting my party and taking the direct road to Erzurum. In the afternoon of the 12th August, I left the gates of the convent of Yediklissia, with Mr. Hormuzd Rassam. Once more I was alone with my faithful friend, and we trod together the winding pathway which led down the mountainside. We had both been suffering from fever, but we still had strength to meet its attacks, and to bear cheerfully, now unhindered, the difficulties and anxieties of our wandering life. We made a short journey of 3½ hours to the pleasant village of Artamit, or Adramit, and encamped beneath its fruit trees in a garden near the lake. Our path on the following day led through a hilly district, sometimes edging a deep bay, then again winding over a rocky promontory. We crossed by a bridge the large stream which we had seen at Mahmudiah, and which here discharged itself into a lake. On the shores of the lake we found many encampments of gypsies, the men to be distinguished by their swarthy countenances, the women and children by their taste for begging. We passed through Vastan, in the 11th century the residence of the royal Armenian family of Ardzroni, but now a mere village. The convent boat was on the beach, 3 miles above the usual landing place. 4 sturdy monks were about to row it back to the island. As they offered to take me with them, I left the caravan to journey onwards to our night's encamping place, and with Mr. Rassam and the Bayraktar we were soon gliding over the calm surface of the lake. Not a breeze rippled the blue expanse. The burning rays of the sun were still full upon us, and the panting boatmen were nearly 2 hours before they reached the convent. In the absence of the patriarch, we were received by an intelligent and courteous monk named Kirikor. His hair, as well as his beard, had never known the scissors, and fell in long, luxuriant curls over his shoulders. It was of jetty black, for he was still a young man, although he had already passed 20 years of a monastic life. He led us through an arched doorway into the spacious courtyard of the convent, and thence into an upper room, furnished with comfortable divans for the reception of guests. Tea was brought to us after the Persian fashion, and afterwards a more substantial breakfast, in which the dried fish of the lake formed the principal dish. Kirkor had visited Jerusalem and Constantinople, had read many of the works issued by the Venetian press, and was a man of superior acquirements for an Armenian monk of the Orthodox faith. The church, which is within the convent walls, is built of the sandstone of a rich, deep red colour that has been quarried for the turbes of Achlat. Like other religious edifices of the same period and of the same nation, it is in the form of a cross, with a small hexagonal tower, ending in a conical roof, rising above the centre. The interior is simple. A few rude pictures of saints and miracles adorn the walls, and a gilded throne for the patriarch stands near the altar. The exterior, however, is elaborately ornamented with friezes and broad bands of sculpted figures and scrollwork, the upper part being almost covered with bas-reliefs, giving to the whole building a very striking and original appearance. I know of no similar specimen of Armenian architecture, and I regret that time would not allow me to make detailed drawings of the edifice. In a graveyard outside the church are several most elaborately carved tombstones, belonging to the early Armenian patriarchs. That of Zachariah, who died in the 14th century, and who was for 1 year patriarch of Echmiadzin, and for 9 years at Akhtamar, is especially worthy of notice for the richness and elegance of its ornaments. The convent and church are built on a small rocky island about 5 miles from the shore. On an adjacent islet are the ruined walls of a castle partly covered by the rising waters of the lake. Intercourse with the mainland is carried on by the one crank boat which, whenever the weather permits, goes backwards and forwards daily for such provisions as are required by the inmates of the monastery. Khan Mahmud took the place by collecting together the vessels belonging to one for the transport of his troops. Late in the afternoon, accompanied by the monk Kirkor, I was rowed to the farm and garden belonging to the convent, near the village of Ashayansk. A few monks live on the farm and tend the property of the convent, supplying the patriarch with the produce of the dairy and orchards. They received us very hospitably. Kirkor rode with me on the following morning as far as the large Armenian village of Narek, in which there is a church dedicated to St. George, much frequented in pilgrimage by the Christians of One and the surrounding country. It is a strong, solid building, of the same red sandstone as the tombs of Achlat. We had now left the Lake of One, and our track led up a deep ravine, which gradually became more narrow as we drew nigh to the high mountains that separated us from the unexplored districts of Mucus and Bohtan. We passed a large Armenian village, named Pagwans, near which, on the summit of a precipitous rock, stands the ruined castle of Khan Mahmud, the rebel chief. He was the eldest of 7 brothers, all of whom governed under him different districts on the borders of the lake, and sorely oppressed the Christian inhabitants. 5 were captured and are in banishment. Ere long we entered a rocky barren tract, patched here and there with fragrant alpine flowers. After climbing up a steep declivity of loose stones, like the moraine of a Swiss glacier, and dragging our horses with much difficulty after us, we found ourselves amidst eternal snow, over which we toiled for nearly 2 hours, until we reached the crest of the mountain, and looked down into the deep valley of Mucus. This is considered one of the highest passes in Kurdistan, and one of the most difficult for beasts of burden. The descent was even more rapid and precipitous than the ascent, and we could scarcely prevent our weary horses from rolling down into the ravine with the stones which we put into motion at every step. At the foot of the pass is a small Armenian church called Koros Klesia, or the Church of the Cock, because a black cock is said to warn the traveller when the snowdrifts hide the mountain tracks. A ride of 8 hours brought us to the large scattered village of Mucus, the principal place of the district of the same name. We were met, as we drew near, by the mudir, or governor, an active, bustling Turk, who had already chosen, with the usual taste of an Eastern, the prettiest spot, a lawn on the banks of the river, for our tents, and had collected provisions for ourselves and our horses. The good Pasha of One had sent to the different chiefs on our way, and had ordered preparation to be everywhere made for our reception. The Tigris is here a deep stream, and is crossed by a stone bridge. The district of Mucus, anciently Mok, and one of the provinces of the Armenian kingdom, had only lately been brought under the authority of the Sultan. Of its 60 villages, 40 are inhabited by Christian Armenians. The revenues amounted the year of my visit to little more than 100,000 piastres, about £910, of which the village of Mucus contributed 42,000. The garrison consisted of only 40 regular soldiers and 40 Albanians, so completely had the seizure of their chiefs discouraged the wild Kurdish tribes who dwell in the mountains, and were formerly in open rebellion against the Porter. This nomad race forms the principal part of the Mussulman population, and is the most fierce and independent in Kurdistan. The Mudir showed the greatest anxiety for our welfare during the night, continually visiting our tents to see that the Albanians he had placed as guards over our property did not fall asleep, as the village swarmed with Bohtan thieves. The principal Armenians of Mucus, with their priests, spent a morning with me. They knew of no ruins or inscriptions in the district, and I found them even more ignorant than their fellow countrymen of the districts around one, whose stupidity has passed into a Turkish proverb. We left Mucus early in the afternoon, accompanied by the Mudir. The path following the course of the river leads to Serd Jezireh and the Assyrian plains. Next day we crossed a high mountain ridge covered in some places with snow, separating the district of Mucus from that of Shatak. Its northern and western slopes are the summer pastures of the Mirang herds, whose flocks were still feeding on the green lawns and in the flowery glens. On the opposite side of the pass we found an encampment of Hartushi Kurds, under one Omar Aga, a noble old chieftain, who welcomed us with unbounded hospitality, and set before me every luxury that he possessed. Shatak, the mudir of which village had prepared for our reception, is a small town rather than a village. It is chiefly inhabited by Armenians, an industrious and hardy race, cultivating the sides of the mountains on which are built their villages, and weaving in considerable quantities the gay-coloured woolen stuffs so much esteemed by the Kurds. In nearly every house was a loom, and the rattle of the shuttle came from almost every door. The mountains produce galls, wool, some of which has the same silky texture as that of Angora, the small underwool of the goat called teftik, a valuable article of export, and minerals. In the bazaar at Shatak I saw a few English prints and other European wares brought for sale from one. The priests and principal Armenians of the place came to me soon after my arrival, and I learned from them that efforts had already been made to improve the condition of the Christian community, now that the oppressive rule of the Kurdish hereditary chiefs had been succeeded by the more tolerant government of the Sultan. A school had been opened, chiefly by the help of Sharan, the active and liberal Armenian banker of One. The town itself is called by the Armenians Tauk, by the Kurds Shok, and when spoken of together with the numerous villages that surround it, Shatak. It stands near the junction of two considerable streams, forming one of the headwaters of the eastern Tigris, and uniting with the Bohtan Su. The largest comes from the district of Albag. These streams, as well as that of Mucus, abound in trout of the most delicious flavour. The entire district contains 50 villages, and numerous mesras, or hamlets. The revenues are about the same as those of Mucus. We left Shok on the 17th August by a bridge crossing the principal stream. The mudir rode with us up a steep mountain, rising on the very outskirts of the town. After a long and difficult ascent, we came to a broad green platform called Pagu, the pastures of the people of Shatak, and now covered with their tents and flocks. This high ground overlooked the deep valleys through which wound the two streams, and on whose sides were many smiling gardens and villages. Crossing a high mountain pass, on which snow still lingered, we descended into a deep valley like that of Shatak, chiefly cultivated by Armenians. We crossed a small stream and descended on the opposite side to Ashkelon, whose inhabitants were outside the village, near a clear spring, washing and shearing their sheep. We had now entered Norduz, a district under a mudir appointed by the Pasha of One, and living at a large village called Pir Bedelan. Our ride on the following day was over upland pastures of great richness, and through narrow valleys watered by numerous streams. Here and there were villages inhabited by Kurds and Armenians. We were now approaching the Nestorian districts. The first man of the tribe we met was an aged buffalo keeper, who, in answer to a question in Kurdish, spoke to me in the Chaldee dialect of the mountains. Hormuzd and my servants rejoiced at the prospect of leaving the Armenian settlements, whose inhabitants, they declared, were for stupidity worse than Kurds, and for rapacity worse than Jews. Chilgiri was the first Nestorian village on our way. The men, with their handsome wives and healthful children, came out to meet us. We did not stop there, but continued our journey to Merwanen, which we found deserted by its inhabitants for the Zomas, or summer pastures. Although poor and needy, the people of Merwanen were not less hospitable than other Nestorians I had met with. They brought us, as the sun went down, smoking messes of millet boiled in sour milk and mixed with mountain herbs. The next day we came to a large encampment of Hartushi Kurds, near the outlet of a green valley, watered by many streams, forming the most easterly sources of the Tigris. Abd-ur-Rahman, the chief, was absent from his tents, collecting the annual salian, or revenue of the tribe. In his absence we were very hospitably treated, and were witnesses of the activity and industry of the Kurdish community. The mountain rising above us was the boundary between the pashalics of Wan and Hakkari and the watershed of the Tigris and Zab. On the opposite side, the streams unite in their waters flowed towards the latter river. The first district we entered was that of Lewen, inhabited chiefly by Nestorians. The whole population with their flocks had deserted their villages for the Zomas. We ascended to the encampment of the people of Billi, a wretched assemblage of dirty hovels, half tent and half cabin, built of stones and black canvas. Behind it towered, amidst eternal snows, a bold and majestic peak, called Karnes-o-Dowleh. Round the base of this mountain, over loose stones and sharp rocks, and through ravines deep in snow, we dragged our weary horses next day. The Kurdish shepherds that wander there, a wild and hardy race, have no tents, but during the summer months live in the open fields with their flocks, without any covering whatever. After a wearisome and indeed dangerous ride, we found ourselves on a snowy platform variegated with alpine plants. The tiny streams which trickled through the ice were edged with forget-me-nots of the tenderest blue, and with many well-remembered European flowers. I climbed up a solitary rock to take bearings of the principal peaks around us. A sight as magnificent as unexpected awaited me. Far to the north, and high above the dark mountain ranges which spread like a troubled sea beneath my feet, rose one solitary cone of unspotted white, sparkling in the rays of the sun. Its form could not be mistaken. It was Mount Ararat. My Nestorian guide knew no more of this stately mountain, to him a kind of mythic land far beyond the reach of human travel, than that it was within the territories of the Muscovites, and that the Christians called it Bashut Dama Hamda. From this point alone it was visible, and we saw it no more during our journey. We descended rapidly by a difficult track, passing here and there encampments of curs and the tents and flocks of the people of Julamerik. To the green pastures succeeded the region of cultivated fields, and we seemed to approach more settled habitations. Following a precipitous pathway, and mounted on a tall and sturdy mule, we spied an aged man with long robes, black turban, and a white beard, which fell almost to his girdle. We at once recognized the features of Mar Shamon, the patriarch of the Nestorians, or, as he proudly terms himself, of the Chaldeans of the East. He had not known of our coming, and he shed tears of joy as he embraced us. Kahannes, his residence, was not far distant, and he turned back with us to the village. Since I had seen him, misfortune and grief, more than age, had worn deep furrows in his brow, and had turned his hair and beard to silvery grey. The garments of the patriarch were worn and ragged. Even the miserable allowance of his 300 piastres, about £2 10 shillings, which the porter had promised to pay him monthly on his return to the mountains, was long in arrears, and he was supported entirely by the contributions of his faithful but poverty-stricken flock. Kahannes was, moreover, still a heap of ruins. At the time of the massacre, Mar Shamon sacredly saved himself by a precipitous flight before the ferocious Kurds of Bedakan Bey entered the village and slew those who still lingered in it, and were from age or infirmities unable to escape. Marshal Moan, at the time of my visit, had no less cause to bewail the misfortune of his people than his personal sufferings. The latter were perhaps partly to be attributed to his own want of prudence and foresight. Old influences, which I could not but deeply deplore, and to which I do not in Christian charity wish further to allude, had been at work, and I found him even more bitter in his speech against the American missionaries than against the Turkish or Kurdish oppressors. He had been taught, and it is to be regretted that his teachers were of the Church of England, that those who were endeavouring to civilize and instruct his flock were seceders from the orthodox community of Christians, heretical in doctrine, rejecting all the sacraments and ordinances of the true faith, and intent upon reducing the Nestorians to their own hopeless condition of infidelity. His fears were worked on by the assurance that, ere long, through their means and teaching, his spiritual as well as his temporal authority would be entirely destroyed. I found him bent upon deeds of violence and intolerant persecution, which might have endangered, for the second time, the safety of this people as well as his own. I strove, and I trust not without success, to set before the old man his true interest in regard to educating his clergy and people, circulating the scriptures, reforming abuses, etc. The Nestorian community had greater wrongs to complain of than their patriarch. The Turkish government, so far from fulfilling the pledges given to the British embassy, had sent officers to the mountains who had grievously ill-treated and oppressed the Christian inhabitants, and they had suffered all kinds of outrage and oppression which the rapacious Turks could inflict. There was no tribunal to which they could apply for redress. A deputation sent to the Pasha had been ill-treated, and some of its members were still in prison. There was no one in authority to plead for them. They had even suffered less under the sway of their old oppressors, for, as a priest touchingly remarked to me, the Kurds took away our lives, but the Turks take away wherewith we have to live. We remained a day with the patriarch, and then took the road to Julimerik, 3 caravan hours distant from Khahannes. This town has been more than once visited and described by English travellers. Near Julimerik, we met many poor Nestorians flying, with their wives and children, they knew not whither, from the oppression of the Turkish governors. The direct road by Tiari to Mosul is carried along the river Zab, through ravines scarcely practicable to beasts of burden. It issues into the lower valleys near the village of Lizan. On the banks of the Zab, I found the remains of an ancient road, cut in many places in the solid rock. It probably led from the Assyrian plains to the upper provinces of Armenia. There are no inscriptions or ruins to show the period of its construction, but from the greatness of the work I am inclined to attribute it to the Assyrians. We picked our way over the slippery pavement as long as we could find some footing for ourselves and our beasts, but in many places, where it had been entirely destroyed, we were compelled to drag our horses by main force over the steep rocks and loose detritus which sloped to the very edge of the river. Before reaching the first Nestorian village in the valley of Diz, we had to ford an impetuous torrent, boiling and foaming over smooth rocks, and reaching above our saddle girths. One of the baggage mules lost its footing. The eddying waters hurried it along, and soon hurled it into the midst of the Zab. The animal, having at length relieved itself from its burden, swam to the bank. Unfortunately, it bore my own trunks. My notes and inscriptions, the fruits of my labours at one, together with the little property I possessed, were carried far away by the stream. After the men from the village had long searched in vain, the lost load was found about midnight, stopped by a rock some miles down the river. We passed the night in the miserable village of Raban Audisio. On the opposite side of the valley, but high in the mountains, was the village of Salamus. The pathway to it being precipitous and inaccessible even to mules, we turned to Madis, the residence of the Melek, or chief, of the district of Diz. The villages of Diz, like those of the Nestorian valleys in general, stand in the midst of orchards and cultivated terraces. They were laid waste, and the houses burnt, during the first massacre. Diz was the first Christian district attacked by Baedeker Bey. The inhabitants made a long and determined resistance, but were at length overpowered by numbers. We continued our journey through a deep and narrow valley, hemmed in by high mountains and by perpendicular cliffs. The Melek met us on the road near the village of Cherechere, or Klissa. the old man had the too common tale to tell us, of oppression and wrong on the part of the Turks. Melek Benyamin implored me to help him in his difficulties, but I could do no more than offer words of sympathy and consolation. Leaving the Melek to pursue his tax-gathering, we rode through a magnificent valley, now narrowing into a wild gorge walled with precipitous cliffs, then opening into an amphitheatre of rocks encircling a village embedded in trees. The valley at length was abruptly closed by the towering peaks and precipices of the Jelu mountain. At its foot is the village of Khoresin, where we encamped for the night. The inhabitants were, for the most part, like the other people of Diz, in the zomas or summer pastures. Not far from the zomas of Diz were the tents of the villagers of Jelu. They also had encamped on the very verge of eternal snow, but within the boundaries of Diz, as there were no pastures on the other side of the pass in their own district. They were better clothed, and showed more signs of comfort, if not of wealth, than their unfortunate neighbours. Many of the men spoke a little Arabic, and even Turkish, learned during their yearly visits as basket-makers to the Low Country. We were still separated from the valley of Jelu by a shoulder jutting from the lofty Soppadurek mountain. Before reaching this rocky ridge, we had to cross a broad tract of deep snow, over which we had much difficulty in dragging our heavily laden mules. When on the crest of the pass, we found ourselves surrounded on all sides by rugged peaks, the highest being that known as the Taura Jelu, of which we had scarcely lost sight from the day we had left Mosul. It is probably the highest mountain in central Kurdistan, and cannot be under, if it be not indeed above, 15,000 feet. The pass we crossed before descending into the valley of Jelu is considered the highest in the Nestorian country, and is probably more than 11,000 feet above the level of the sea. From the top of the pass we looked down into a deep abyss. The pathway was fearfully dangerous, and over steep and slippery rocks. Down this terrible descent we had to drag our jaded horses, leaving our track marked in blood. I have had some experiences in bad mountain roads, but I do not remember to have seen any much worse than that leading into Jelu. After numerous accidents and great labour, we left a rocky gully, and found ourselves on the slope ending, at a dizzy depth, in a torrent scarcely visible from our path. The yielding soil offered even a more difficult footing for our beasts than the polished rocks. The wild mountain ravine was now changed for the smiling valley of Jelu. Villages embowered in trees filled every nook and sheltered place. We descended to Zerin, or Zeraini, the principal settlement and the residence of the Melek. To our left were two other villages, Alzan and Mede. As my large caravan descended the hillside, the inhabitants of Zerin took us at once for Turks, whose appearance is the signal for a general panic. The women hide in the innermost recesses to save themselves from insult. The men slink into their houses and offer a vain protest against the seizure of their property. When at last we had satisfied the trembling people of Zerin that we were not Mussulmans, they insisted upon our being Americans, of whom they had at that moment, for certain religious reasons, almost as great a distrust. At length they made out that I was the Balios of Mosul, and the Melek arriving at this crisis, we were received with due hospitality. Our baggage was carried to the roof of a house, and provisions were brought to us without delay. Although during his expedition to Diari, Beyda Khan Bey had seized the flocks of the people of Jelu, and had compelled them, moreover, to pay large contributions in money and in kind, he had not been able to enter their deep and well-guarded valleys. The Nestorians of Jelu have no trade to add to their wealth. Many of the men, however, wander during the winter into Asia Minor, and even into Syria and Palestine, following the trade of basket-making, in which they are very expert. But their travels and their intercourse with the rest of the Christian world have not improved their morals, their habits, or their faith. The district of Jelu is under a bishop whose spiritual jurisdiction also extends over Baz. He resides at Martha de Umra, the village of the church, separated by a bold rocky ridge from Zerin. It was Sunday as we descended through orchards by a precipitous pathway to his dwelling. The bishop was away. He had gone lower down the valley to celebrate divine service for a distant congregation. The inhabitants of the village were gathered round the church in their holiday attire, and received us kindly and hospitably. From a belfry issued the silvery tones of a bell, which echoed through the valley and gave an inexpressible charm to the scene. It is not often that such sounds break upon the traveller's ear in the far east, to awaken 1,000 pleasant thoughts, and to recall to memory many a happy hour. This church is said to be the oldest in the Nestorian mountains, and is a plain, substantial, square building, with a very small entrance. To me it was peculiarly interesting, as having been the only one that had escaped the ravages of the Kurds, and as containing, therefore, its ancient furniture and ornaments. Both the church and the dark vestibule were so thickly hung with relics of the most singular and motley description, that the ceiling was completely concealed by them. Notwithstanding the undoubted antiquity of the church and its escape from plunder, I searched in vain for ancient manuscripts. We followed the valley to the village of Nara, where the bishop was resting after his morning duties. A young man of lofty stature and handsome countenance, dressed in the red-striped loose garments of the Kurds, and only distinguished by a turban of black silk from those around him, came out to meet us. A less episcopal figure could scarcely be imagined, but although he seemed some Kurdish hunter or warrior, he gave us his benediction as he drew near. It was difficult to determine whom the poor bishop feared most, the Turks or the American missionaries. The first, he declared, threatened his temporal, the others his spiritual authority. I gave him the best advice I was able on both subjects, and urged him not to reject the offer that had been made to instruct his people, but identify himself with the progress on which might be founded the only reasonable hope for the regeneration of his creed and race. Unfortunately, as in the case of Marshal, strange influences had been at work to prejudice the mind of the bishop. We were now in the track I had followed during my former visit to the mountains. Crossing the precipitous pass to the west of Bas, which, since my first visit, had been the scene of one of the bloodiest episodes of the Nestorian massacre, we entered the long, narrow ravine leading to the valley of Tacoma. We stopped at Gundokta, where 4 years before I had taken leave of the good priest Bodaka, who had been amongst the first victims of the fury of the Kurdish invaders. The Pasha, who now ministered to the spiritual wants of the people, the ryots of the village, and the principal inhabitants, came to us as we stopped in the churchyard. But they were no longer the gaily dressed and well-armed men who had welcomed me on my first journey. Their garments were tattered and worn, and their countenances haggard and wan. The church, too, was in ruins. Around were the charred remains of the burnt cottages, and the neglected orchards overgrown with weeds. A body of Turkish troops had lately visited the village, and had destroyed the little that had been restored since the Kurdish invasion. The same taxes had been collected 3 times, and even 4 times over. The relations of those who had run away to escape from these exactions had been compelled to pay for the fugitives. The chief had been thrown, with his arms tied behind his back, on a heap of burning straw, and compelled to disclose where a little money that had been saved by the villagers had been buried. The priest had been torn from the altar and beaten before his congregation. Men showed me the marks of torture on their body, and of iron fetters round their limbs. For the sake of wringing a few piastres from this poverty-stricken people, all these deeds of violence had been committed by officers sent by the Porter to protect the Christian subjects of the Sultan, whom they pretended to have released from the misrule of the Kurdish chiefs. The smiling villages described in the account of my previous journey were now a heap of ruins. From 4 of them alone 770 persons had been slain. Bader Khan Bey had driven off, according to the returns made by the Meleks, 24,000 sheep, 300 mules, and 10,000 head of cattle, and the Confederate chiefs had each taken a proportionate share of the property of the Christians. No flocks were left by which they might raise money wherewith to pay the taxes now levied upon them, and even the beasts of burden, which could have carried to the markets of more wealthy districts the produce of their valley, had been taken away. We remained at night in Tacoma to see the Meleks who came to us from Tacoma Gowaya. Leaving the valley, we crossed the high mountain enclosing Tacoma to the south, and passed through Pinyanish into Chal, a district inhabited by Mussulmans, and which had consequently not suffered from the ravages of the Kurdish chiefs. It presented, with its still flourishing villages, surrounded by gardens and vineyards, a vivid contrast to the unfortunate Christian valley we had just left. A rapid descent through a rocky gorge brought us to the Zab, over which there were still the remains of a bridge, consisting of two poles fastened together by osier bands placed across the stone piers. It almost required the steady foot and practised head of the mountaineer to cross the roaring stream by this perilous structure. The horses and mules were with much trouble and delay driven into the river, and after buffeting with the whirlpools and eddies reached, almost exhausted, the opposite bank. We now entered the valley of Berwari, and crossing the pass of Ahmadiyah, took the road to Mosul, through a country I had already more than once visited. Leaving the caravan and our jaded horses, I hastened onwards with Hormuzd, and travelling through a night, reached Mosul in the afternoon of the 30th of August, after an absence of 7 weeks. End of Chapter 19. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth.
Chapter 20 of Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 20. Discoveries at Kauyunjik during the summer. Description of the sculptures. Capture of cities on a great river. Pomp of Assyrian king. Alabaster pavement. Conquest of tribes inhabiting a marsh. Their wealth. Chambers with sculptures belonging to the new king. Description of the sculptures. Conquest of the people of Susiana. Portrait of the king. His guards and attendants. The city of Shushan. Captive prince. Musicians. Captives put to the torture. Artistic character of the sculptures. An inclined passage. 2 small chambers. Colossal figures. More sculptures. Whilst I had been absent in the mountains, the excavations had been continued at Kauyunjik. Notwithstanding the summer heats, nearly all the Arabs employed in the spring at Nimrud had been removed to these ruins, and considerable progress had consequently been made in clearing the earth from them. Several chambers discovered before I left Mosul had been emptied, and new rooms with interesting sculptures had been explored. It has been seen that the narrow passage leading out of the southwest corner of the great hall, containing the bas-reliefs representing the moving of the winged bulls, turned to the left, and by another gallery connected this part of the edifice with a second hall of even larger proportions than that first discovered. The sculptures panelling the western wall were for the most part still entire. They recorded, as usual, a campaign and a victory, and were probably but a portion of one continuous subject carried round the entire hall. The conquered country appeared to have been traversed by a great river, the representation of which took up a third of the bas-relief. Next came the siege and capture of a city standing on the opposite bank of the same great river, and surrounded by a ditch edged with lofty reeds. The Assyrian footmen and cavalry had already crossed this dike, and were closely pressing the besieged, who, no longer seeking to defend themselves, were asking for quarter. On the other side of the river, Sennacherib in his gorgeous war chariot, and surrounded by his guards, received the captives and the spoil. It is remarkable that this was almost the only figure of the king which had not been wantonly mutilated, probably by those who overthrew the Assyrian Empire, burned its palaces, and levelled its cities with the dust. In this bas-relief, the furniture of the horses was particularly rich and elaborate. Above the yoke rose a semicircular ornament, set round with stars, and containing the image of a deity. The chariot of the Assyrian monarch, his retinue, and his attire accurately corresponded with the descriptions given by Xenophon of those of Cyrus, when he marched out of his palace in procession, and by Quintus Curtius of those of Darius, when he went to battle in the midst of his army. The Greek general had seen the pomp of the Persian kings, and could describe it as an eyewitness. The description of Quintus Curtius is no less illustrative of the Assyrian monuments. The Doryphori, a chosen body of spearmen, preceded the chariot, on either side of which were the effigies of the gods in gold and silver. The yoke was inlaid with the rarest jewels. From it projected two golden figures of Ninus and Belus, each a cubit in length. The king was distinguished from all those who surrounded him by the magnificence of his robes, and by the sidaris or mitre upon his head. By his side walked 200 of his relations, 10,000 warriors bearing spears, whose staffs were of silver and heads of gold, followed the royal chariot. The king's led horses, 40 in number, concluded the procession. Allowing for a little exaggeration on the part of the historian, and for the conventional numbers used by the Assyrian sculptor to represent large bodies of footmen and cavalry, we might suppose that Quintus Curtius had seen the very bas-reliefs I am describing, so completely do they tally with his description of the appearance and retinue of the Persian king. The captives, bearing skins, probably containing water and flour to nourish them during a long and harassing march, were fettered in pairs and urged onwards by their guards. The women were partly on foot, and partly with their children on mules, and in carts drawn by oxen. Mothers were represented holding the water skins for their young ones to quench their thirst, whilst in some instances fathers had placed their weary children on their shoulders, for they were marching during the heat of a Mesopotamian summer, as the sculptor had shown by introducing large clusters of dates on the palms. Thus were driven the inhabitants of Samaria through the desert to Halah and Habor, by the river of Gozan and the city of the Medes. And we may see in these bas-reliefs a picture of the hardships and sufferings to which the captive people of Israel were exposed when their cities fell into the hands of the Assyrian king, and their inhabitants were sent to colonize the distant provinces of his empire. On the south side of the hall, parts of 4 slabs only had been preserved. The sculpture upon the others had been so completely destroyed that even the subject could no longer be ascertained. The fragments still remaining graphically depicted the passage of the river by the great king. The bas-reliefs represented very accurately a scene that may be daily witnessed, without the royal warrior, on the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates. Not a fragment of inscription remained to identify the country represented in the bas-reliefs I have just described. From the size of the river, far exceeding that of any other scene in the sculptures of Kouyunjik, I am inclined to believe that it must have been the combined waters of the Euphrates and Tigris, now known as the Chateau Arab. In the south side of the hall, a centre portal flanked by winged bulls and 2 small entrances, formed by gigantic figures, opened into a long chamber, whose sculptured walls had been burnt to lime. To judge from the fragments that remained of this series of sculptures, the most skilful artist of the day must have been employed in its execution. At both ends of the chamber, doors guarded by colossal figures led into smaller apartments, in which the bas-reliefs had been almost entirely destroyed. Returning to the great hall, we found an entrance formed by colossal figures, leading into a long narrow chamber, about 70 feet by 12, whose walls had partly escaped the general wreck. It appeared to be the remains of an entrance into the palace, like that on the western face, or a gallery leading to the outer terrace, which probably surrounded the building. On its alabaster panels was sculptured the conquest of some of those tribes which inhabited, from the remotest period, the vast marshes formed by the Euphrates and Tigris in Chaldee Babylonia. Although the people represented in these bas-reliefs dwelt in the swampy districts of Chaldea, unless indeed they had only taken refuge in them to escape the vengeance of the Assyrian king, they appear to have been as rich, if not richer, than any others conquered by Sennacherib. With the exception of 3 slabs and part of a 4th, containing the battle in the marsh, the entire walls of the chamber were sculptured with the captives and spoil brought by the victorious troops to their king. Unfortunately, the image of Sennacherib himself in his chariot, which, to judge from a fragment or 2 found in the rubbish, must have exceeded all others in the palace, both in size and in the finish and richness of the details, had been entirely destroyed. Returning to the great hall from which this gallery led, I found on its western side 3 other entrances, corresponding with those on the southern. The centre formed by a pair of winged bulls in a fossiliferous limestone. They led into a chamber 58 feet by 34, panelled with unsculptured slabs of the same material as the colossi at the principal portal. 3 similar doorways opened into a parallel chamber of the same length, though rather narrower. Its walls had been ornamented with carved alabaster slabs, of which a few fragments remained. 3 doorways on the western side of this chamber, similar to those on the eastern, led into as many distinct rooms, unconnected with each other. There were thus 3 magnificent portals, one behind the other, each formed by winged bulls facing the same way, and all looking towards the great hall. The large colossi, those in front, being above 18 feet high, and the smallest, those leading into the inner chamber, about 12. It would be difficult to conceive any interior architectural arrangement more imposing than this triple group of gigantic forms, as seen in perspective by those who stood in the centre of the hall, dimly lighted from above, and harmoniously coloured or overlaid, like the cherubims in the Temple of Solomon, with gold. At the upper or southern ends of the 2 parallel chambers just described were entrances opening into a room 82 feet by 24, whose walls were of the same unsculptured limestone. From it a portal formed by winged lions in the same material led into an apartment 76 feet by 26, standing on the edge of the mound, and consequently one of the last on this side of the palace. Only 6 slabs, neither of them entire, remained against its walls. The rest had been purposely destroyed, and the fragments used for the foundations of a building raised over the Assyrian ruins. They were covered from top to bottom with small figures, most elaborately carved, and designed with great spirit. Although bearing a general resemblance to the bas-reliefs of Kuyunjik, there was sufficient in the style of art and in the details to show that they were not of exactly the same period. Fortunately, several epigraphs still remained over the principal groups, and enable us to determine to what monarch the sculptures belong, and to identify the events and incidents they portray. The 3 slabs to the right of the winged lions on entering were occupied by a highly curious representation of a battle. The subject was incomplete and could not be restored, and from the number of figures introduced and the complicated nature of the action, it is difficult to describe these important bas-reliefs intelligibly. Above one of the groups of figures was an epigraph, unfortunately much mutilated, which recorded the slaughter of a king whose name was Tyrannish, and who, we learn from other inscriptions on the same sculptures, reigned over Elam or Susiana. The lines being incomplete, the meaning of the whole inscription is not quite clear. Behind the cart with the Assyrian warriors was the tent of the registrar, to which had been led a captive chief and his 2 attendants. Within were collected a heap of human heads, whilst warriors were bringing more of these bloody trophies to the appointed scribes. Several of the captives were apparently about to undergo some dreadful torture. With their hands manacled in iron fetters, they knelt over an object which might be a chafing dish with hot coals or a vessel to receive their blood. One of the torturers held his victim by a collar round his neck, whilst a second, seizing the unfortunate prisoner by the hair, was about to strike him with an iron-headed mace. The epigraphs declare that the war recorded by these sculptures was undertaken by an Assyrian king, whose image was represented on a slab not yet described, against the people of Elam or Susiana. It is of considerable importance thus to identify the conquered people, and to be able to ascertain the costume, the arms, and the mode of warfare of a nation well known in ancient history. Amongst the captives were men clothed in fringed robes and a short under-tunic. These were probably the lords of the land. The women wore their hair in curls, falling on their shoulders, and bound above the temples by a band or fillet. Some had one long ringlet on each side of the face. Their children were either naked or clothed in simple shirts. The Assyrian troops were divided into cavalry and foot. The horsemen carried the bow and spear, and wore coats of mail, high greaves, and the pointed helmet, that characteristic part of the Assyrian military costume from the earliest period. Their horses were covered with clothes, and even, it would seem, with a kind of leather armour reaching from the head to the tail, to protect them from the arrows of the enemy. The costumes of the footmen, as in the bas-reliefs of Sennacherib, varied according to their arms. The archers, probably auxiliaries from different tribes in alliance with the Assyrians, were dressed in very short tunics, scarcely covering the thigh. A broad belt, with the fringed ornament peculiar to the later Assyrian period, encircled their waist, and over their shoulders they wore a cross-belt of checkered cloth, resembling a Scottish plaid, to support the quiver. Their hair, confined by a plain fillet, was rolled up behind in one large curl. All the spearmen had the pointed helmet, but some wore coats of mail and metal greaves, and others a simple tunic, but without any covering to their legs. Their shields protected nearly the whole person, and were rounded at the top and straight at the bottom. Some appear to have been faced with small square pieces of leather, others to have been made entirely of metal, with embossed edges. For the first time we see in these bas-reliefs the Assyrians using the battle axe and the mace in battle. On the opposite side of the lion entrance were also 3 slabs, but better preserved than those I have just described. They formed part of the same subject, which had evidently been carried around the 4 walls of the chamber. They represented the triumph of the Assyrian king, and, like the battle scenes, were divided by horizontal lines into several bands or friezes. The monarch stood in his chariot, surrounded by his bodyguard. Unfortunately, his face, with those of the charioteer and the eunuch bearing the parasol, had been purposely defaced, like that of Sennacherib on his monuments, probably when the united armies of the Medes and Babylonians destroyed the palace. The royal robes were profusely adorned with rosettes and fringes. In front of the chariot were 2 warriors or guards in embroidered robes and greaves. Their long hair was bound by a fillet, whose tasselled ends fell loose behind. They were preceded by two remarkable figures, both eunuchs, and probably intended for portraits of some well-known officers of the royal household. One was old and corpulent, his forehead was high and ample, his nose curved and small, and his chin round and double. The wrinkles of the brow, the shaggy eyebrows, and the bloated cheeks, with the stubble beard peculiar to beings of his class, were very faithfully represented. His short hair was tied with a fillet. His companion was younger, and had not the same marked features. He carried before him a square object resembling a closed box or book, perhaps a clay tablet containing some decree or register, such as were discovered in the ruins. Both wore long plain shirts, and round their waists a simple cord, in which was fixed a whip, probably a sign of their office. Above this remarkable group was an inscription in 8 lines, fortunately almost entire. From it we learn the name of the king, whose deeds were thus recorded. He was the son of Esarhaddon, and the grandson of Sennacherib, and the conqueror of Susiana. He was the Asardanes of the chronological tables, and his name begins with the monogram for the Assyrian deity, Ashur. These bas-reliefs record his conquest of the country of Nineveh, a name by which Susiana or Elimaeus was anciently known, as we also find from the inscriptions at Khorsabad, as well as those from Baisaton. It is highly probable that we have, in the bas-relief, a representation of the city of Susa or Shushan. Its position between two rivers well agrees with that of existing ruins generally believed to mark its site. The smaller stream would be the Shapur, and the larger the Ulius or river of Disval. The city was surrounded by a wall with equidistant towers and gateways. The houses were flat roofed, and some had one tower or upper chamber, and others 2. They had no windows, and their doors were square. Thus, in general form, and probably in the interior arrangements, they closely resembled the common dwellings of the Egyptians, of which a very interesting model is now in the British Museum. Nor were they unlike the meaner houses of the modern town of Shushta, the representative of ancient Susa. The adjoining slab was divided into 8 bands or friezes by parallel lines, and the next slab into 7. On both were represented the Assyrian army, returning from its victorious campaign and bringing to the king the captives and the spoil. The prisoners, who were probably considered rather rebels to his authority than enemies, were being cruelly tortured in his presence. The principal group was that of the eunuch general, or Tartan, leading a chief or prince of the conquered people. Above him was an inscription unfortunately much mutilated. It appears to have declared that he was one of the sons or chiefs of the Susianian monarch, defeated and slain in battle near the district of Madaktu, the name over the city on the adjoining slab, and near the city of Shushan, and that the Assyrian king had placed one of his own generals on the conquered throne. Before the captive prince were gathered a number of the Susianians, probably the subjects of the slaughtered king, who had come to surrender to the Assyrian general, for they still carried their arms and were not led by the victorious warriors. Some of them knelt, some bowed to the ground, and others stretched at full length, rubbed their heads in the dust, all signs of grief and submission still practised in the East. The Assyrian generals were welcomed by bands of men and women, dancing, singing, and playing on instruments of music. Thus, when David was returned from the slaughter of the Philistines, the women came out of all the cities of Israel, singing and dancing to meet Saul, with tabrets, with joy, and with instruments of music. We find from various passages in the Scriptures that the instruments of music chiefly used on such triumphant occasions were the harp, one with 10 strings, rendered viol or lyre in some versions, but probably a kind of dulcimer, the tabor and the pipe, precisely those represented in the bas-reliefs. The whole scene was curiously illustrative of modern Eastern customs. The musicians portrayed in the bas-reliefs were probably of that class of public performers who appear in Turkey and Egypt at marriages and on other occasions of rejoicing. Above the Assyrian warriors were the captives and their torturers. The former differed in costume from the Susianian fighting men represented in the adjoining bas-reliefs. They were distinguished by the smallness of their stature, and by a very marked Jewish countenance, a sharp hooked nose, short bushy beard, and long narrow eyes. Could they have belonged to the Hebrew tribes which were carried away from Samaria and Jerusalem, and placed by Shalmaneser, Sennacherib, or Esarhaddon as colonists in the distant regions of Elam, and who, having become powerful in their new settlements, had revolted against their Assyrian rulers, and were once again subdued. Some in iron fetters were being led before the king for judgment or pardon. Others had been condemned to the torture, and were already in the hands of the executioners. 2 were stretched naked at full length on the ground, and whilst their limbs were held apart by pegs and cords, they were being flayed alive. Beneath them were other unfortunate victims, undergoing abominable punishments. The brains of one were apparently being beaten out with an iron mace, whilst an officer held him by the beard. A torturer was wrenching the tongue out of the mouth of a second wretch, who had been pinioned to the ground. The bleeding heads of the slain were tied around the necks of the living, who seemed reserved for still more barbarous tortures. Above these groups was a short epigraph, commencing by 2 determinative signs of proper names, each followed by a blank space, which the sculptor probably left to be filled up with the names of the principal victims. It then declares that these men, having spoken blasphemies against Asher, the great god of the Assyrians, their tongues had been pulled out. Lishanes hunu eshlup, both words being almost purely Hebrew, and that they had afterwards been put to death or tortured. The inscription, therefore, corresponds with the sculpture beneath. It is by such confirmatory evidence that the accuracy of the translations of the cuneiform characters may be tested. These highly interesting bas-reliefs had been exposed, like all the other sculptures of Kauyunjik, to the fire which had destroyed the palace. Although each slab was cracked into many pieces, the sculptures themselves had suffered less injury than any others discovered in the same ruins. The hard fossiliferous limestone not having become calcined by the heat like the alabaster. The outline was still sharp, and the details perfectly preserved. Considerable care was required to move them, but the pieces were at length packed, and since their arrival in England have been admirably restored. Some bas-reliefs sculptured by order of the son and successor of Esarhaddon had been discovered at Kauyunjik and Nebi Yunus. These bas-reliefs prove that many changes had taken place in the arts and dress of the people of Assyria between the reign of Sennacherib and that of his grandson. The later sculptures are principally distinguished by their minute finish, the sharpness of the outline, and the very correct delineation of the animals, and especially of the horses. We now approach the period of the fall of the Assyrian Empire, and of the rise of the kingdoms of Babylon and Persia. The arts passed from Assyria to the sister nations and to Ionia. There is much in the bas-reliefs I have just described to remind us of the early works of the Greeks immediately after the Persian War, and to illustrate a remark of the illustrious Niebuhr that a critical history of Greek art would show how late the Greeks commenced to practice the arts. After the Persian War, a new world opens at once, and from that time they advanced with great strides. But everything that was produced before the Persian War, a few of those works are still extant, was, if we judge of it without prejudice, altogether barbarous. The chamber containing these sculptures had an entrance opening upon the edge of the mound. Of this doorway there only remained on each side a block of plain limestone, which may, however, have been the base of a sphinx or other figure. The outer walls to which it led had been panelled with the usual alabaster slabs, with bas-reliefs of a campaign in a country already represented in another part of the palace, and distinguished by the same deep valley, watered by a river, the vineyards and wooded mountains. Over one of the castles captured and destroyed by the Assyrians was written, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, the city of Bit Kubitalmi. I took the spoil I carried away, the city I burned. Whether these walls belonged to a chamber or formed part of the southern face of the palace could not now be determined, as they were on the very brink of the platform. At right angles to them, to the west, a pair of winged bulls opened up another wall, of which there were scarcely any remains, and midway between the two entrances was a deep doorway, flanked on both sides by four colossal mythic figures, amongst which were the fish god and the deity with a lion's head and eagle's feet. It led to an inclined or ascending passage, 9 feet wide in the narrowest part and 10 in the broadest, and 44 feet in length, to where it turned at right angles to the left. It was paved with hard lime or plaster about 1.5 inches thick. The walls were built of the finest sun-dried bricks, admirably fitted together and still perfectly preserved. This inclined way probably led to the upper chambers of the palace, or to the galleries which may have been carried round the principal chambers and halls. I have only to describe 2 more rooms discovered in this part of the ruins during the summer. They opened into the chamber parallel with that containing the sculptured records of the son of Esarhaddon. The entrances to both were formed by 2 pairs of colossal figures, each pair consisting of a man, wearing the horned cap, surmounted by a fleur-de-lis, and a lion-headed and eagle-footed human figure, raising a dagger in one hand and holding a mace in the other. These sculptures were remarkable for the boldness of the relief and their high finish. The bas-reliefs on the walls of the 2 chambers recorded the same campaign against a nation dwelling amidst a wooded and mountainous country, and in strongly fortified cities, which the Assyrians took by assault, using battering rams to make breaches in the walls, and scaling ladders to mount to the assault. The besieged defended themselves with arrows and stones, but their strongholds were captured, and a vast amount of spoil and captives fell into the hands of the conquerors. The men had short bushy hair and beards, and wore an inner garment reaching to the knee, an outer cloak of skins or fur, and gaiters laced in front. The robes of the women were short, their hair hung low down their backs, and was then gathered up into one large curl. Such were the discoveries made at Kauyunjik during the summer. At Nimrud, the excavations had been almost suspended. I have already described those parts of the high mound or tower, and of the adjoining small temples, which were explored by the few workmen who still remained amongst the ruins, rather to retain possession of the place than to carry on extensive operations. I was engaged until the middle of October in moving and packing bas-reliefs from Kauyunjik, a task of considerable trouble, and demanding much time and labour, as the slabs, split into 1,000 fragments by the fire, had to be taken completely to pieces, and then arranged and numbered with a view to their future restoration. Nearly 100 cases containing these remains were at length dragged to the riverside, to wait the rafts by which they were to be forwarded to Busra, where a vessel was shortly expected to transport them to England. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 20 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 20. Discoveries at Koyunjik during the summer. Description of the sculptures. Capture of cities on a great river. Pomp of Assyrian king. Alabaster pavement. Conquest of tribes inhabiting a marsh. Their wealth. Chambers with sculptures belonging to a new king. Description of the sculptures. Conquest of the people of Susiana. Portrait of the king. His guards and attendants. The city of Shushan. Captive prince. Musicians. Captives put to torture. Artistic character of the sculptures. An inclined passage. 2 small chambers. Colossal figures. More sculptures. Whilst I had been absent in the mountains, the excavations had been continued at Koyunjik, notwithstanding the summer heats. Nearly all the Arabs employed in the spring at Nimrud had been removed to these ruins, and considerable progress had consequently been made in clearing the earth from them. Several chambers, discovered before I left Mosul, had been emptied, and new rooms with interesting sculptures had been explored. It has been seen that the narrow passage leading out of the southwest corner of the Great Hall, containing the bas-reliefs representing the moving of the winged bulls, turned to the left, and by another gallery connected this part of the edifice with a second hall of even larger proportions than that first discovered. The sculptures panelling the western wall were for the most part still entire. They recorded, as usual, a campaign and a victory, and were probably but a portion of one continuous subject carried round the entire hall. The conquered country appeared to have been traversed by a great river, the representation of which took up a third of the bas-relief. Next came the siege and capture of a city standing on the opposite bank of the same great river, and surrounded by a ditch edged with lofty reeds. The Assyrian footmen and cavalry had already crossed this dike, and were closely pressing the besieged, who, no longer seeking to defend themselves, were asking for quarter. On the other side of the river, Sennacherib, in his gorgeous war chariot, and surrounded by his guards, received the captives and the spoil. It is remarkable that this was almost the only figure of the king which had not been wantonly mutilated, probably by those who overthrew the Assyrian Empire, burned its palaces, and levelled its cities with the dust. In this bas-relief, the furniture of the horses was particularly rich and elaborate. Above the yoke rose a semicircular ornament set round with stars, and containing the image of a deity. The chariot of the Assyrian monarch, his retinue, and his attire accurately corresponded with the descriptions given by Xenophon of those of Cyrus when he marched out of his palace in procession, and by Quintus Curtius of those of Darius when he went to battle in the midst of his army. The Greek general had seen the pomp of the Persian kings, and could describe it as an eye-witness. The description of Quintus Curtius is no less illustrative of the Assyrian monuments. The Doriphori, a chosen body of spearmen, preceded the chariot, on either side of which were the effigies of the gods in gold and silver. The yoke was inlaid with the rarest jewels. From it projected 2 golden figures of Ninus and Bullus, each a cubit in length. The king was distinguished from all those who surrounded him by the magnificence of his robes, and by the sidaris or mitre upon his head. By his side walked 200 of his relations. 10,000 warriors bearing spears, whose staves were of silver and heads of gold, followed the royal chariot. The king's led horses, 40 in number, concluded the procession. Allowing for a little exaggeration on the part of the historian, and for the conventional numbers used by the Assyrian sculptor to represent large bodies of footmen and cavalry, we might suppose that Quintus Curtius had seen the very bas-reliefs I am describing, so completely did they tally with his description of the appearance and retinue of the Persian king. The captives, bearing skins probably containing water and flour to nourish them during a long and harassing march, were feted in pairs, and urged onwards by their guards. The women were partly on foot, and partly with their children on mules, and in the carts drawn by oxen. Mothers were represented holding the water-skins for their young ones to quench their thirst, whilst in some instances fathers had placed their weary children on their shoulders, for they were marching during the heat of a Mesopotamian summer, as the sculptor had shown by introducing large clusters of dates on the palms. Thus were driven the inhabitants of Samaria through the desert of Halach and Habor, by the river of Gozan and the city of the Medes. And we may see in these bas-reliefs a picture of the hardships and sufferings to which the captive people of Israel were exposed when their cities fell into the hands of the Assyrian king, and their inhabitants were sent to colonize the distant provinces of his empire. On the south side of the wall, parts of 4 slabs only had been preserved. The sculpture upon the others had been so completely destroyed that even the subject could no longer be ascertained. The fragments still remaining graphically depicted the passage of the river by the great king. The bas-reliefs represented very accurately a scene that may be daily witnessed, without the royal warrior, on the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates. Not a fragment of inscription remained to identify the country represented in the bas-reliefs I have just described. From the size of the river, far exceeding that of any other seen in the sculptures of Koyunjik, I am inclined to believe that it must have been the combined waters of the Euphrates and Tigris, now known as the Shatt el-Arab. On the side of the hall, a centre portal flanked by winged bulls and 2 small entrances, formed by gigantic figures, opened into a long chamber, whose sculptured walls had been burnt to lime. To judge from the fragments that remained of this series of sculptures, the most skilful artist of the day must have been employed in its execution. At both ends of the chamber, doors guarded by colossal figures led into smaller apartments in which the bas-reliefs had been almost entirely destroyed. Returning to the great hall, we found an entrance formed by colossal figures leading into a long, narrow chamber about 70 feet by 12, whose walls had partly escaped the general wreck. It appeared to be the remains of an entrance into the palace, like that on the western face, or a gallery leading to the outer terrace, which probably surrounded the building. On its alabaster panels were sculptured the conquest of some of those tribes which inhabited, from the remotest period, the vast marshes formed by the Euphrates and Tigris in Chaldea, Babylonia. Although the people represented in these bas-reliefs dwelt in the swampy districts of Chaldea, unless, indeed, they had only taken refuge in them to escape the vengeance of the Assyrian king, they appear to have been as rich, if not richer, than any others conquered by Sennacherib. With the exception of 3 slabs and part of a 4th, containing the battle in the marsh, the entire walls of the chamber were sculptured with the captives and spoil brought by the victorious troops to their king. Unfortunately, the image of Sennacherib himself in his chariot, which, to judge from a fragment or 2 found in the rubbish, must have exceeded all others in the palace, both in size and in the finish and richness of the details, had been entirely destroyed. Returning to the great hall, from which this gallery led, I found on its western side 3 other entrances, corresponding with those on the southern, the centre formed by a pair of winged bulls in a fossiliferous limestone. They led into a chamber 58 feet by 34, panelled with unsculptured slabs of the same material as the colossi at the principal portal. 3 similar doorways opened into a parallel chamber of the same length, though rather narrower. Its walls had been ornamented with carved alabaster slabs, of which a few fragments remained. 3 doorways on the western side of this chamber, similar to those on the eastern, led into as many distinct rooms, unconnected with each other. There were thus 3 magnificent portals, one behind the other, each formed by winged bulls, facing the same way, and all looking towards the great hall. The largest colossi, those in front, being above 18 feet high, and the smallest, those leading into the inner chamber, about 12. It would be difficult to conceive any interior architectural arrangement more imposing than this triple group of gigantic forms, as seen in perspective by those who stood in the centre of the hall, dimly lighted from above, and harmoniously coloured or overlaid, like the cherubims in the Temple of Solomon, with gold. At the upper or southern ends of the 2 parallel chambers just described, were entrances opening into a room 82 feet by 24, whose walls were of the same unsculptured limestone. From it, a portal formed by winged lions in the same material led into an apartment 76 feet by 26, standing on the edge of the mound, and consequently one of the last on this side of the palace. Only 6 slabs, neither of them entire, remained against its walls. The rest had been purposely destroyed, and the fragments used for the foundations of a building raised over the Assyrian ruins. They were covered from top to bottom with small figures, most elaborately carved, and designed with great spirit. Although bearing a general resemblance to the bas-reliefs of Koyunjik, there was sufficient in the style of art and in the details to show that they were not of exactly the same period. Fortunately, several epigraphs still remained over the principal groups, and enable us to determine to what monarch the sculptures belong, and to identify the events and incidents they portray. The 3 slabs to the right of the winged lions on entering were occupied by a highly curious representation of a battle. The subject was incomplete and could not be restored, and from the number of figures introduced and the complicated nature of the action, it is difficult to describe these important bas-reliefs intelligibly. Above one of the groups of figures was an epigraph, unfortunately much mutilated, which recorded the slaughter of a king whose name was Tiranish, and who, we learn from other inscriptions on the same sculptures, reigned over Elam or Susiana. The lines being incomplete, the meaning of the whole inscription is not quite clear. Behind the cart with the Assyrian warriors was the tent of the registrar, to which had been led a captive chief and his 2 attendants. Within were collected a heap of human heads, whilst warriors were bringing more of these bloody trophies to the appointed scribes. Several of the captives were apparently about to undergo some dreadful torture. With their hands manacled in iron fetters, they knelt over an object which might be a chafing dish with hot coals, or a vessel to receive their blood. One of the torturers held his victim by a collar round his neck, whilst a second, seizing the unfortunate prisoner by the hair, was about to strike him with an iron-headed mace. The epigraphs declared that the war recorded by these sculptures was undertaken by an Assyrian king, whose image was represented on a slab not yet described, against the people of Elam or Susiana. It is of considerable importance thus to identify the conquered people, and to be able to ascertain the costume, the arms, and the mode of warfare of a nation well known in ancient history. Amongst the captives were men clothed in fringed robes and a short under-tunic. These were probably the lords of the land. The women wore their hair in curls, falling on their shoulders, and bound above the temples by a band or fillet. Some had one long ringlet on each side of the face. Their children were either naked or clothed in simple shirts. The Assyrian troops were divided into cavalry and foot. The horsemen carried the bow and spear, and wore coats of mail, high greaves, and the pointed helmet, that characteristic part of the Assyrian military costume from the earliest period. Their horses were covered with clothes, and even, it would seem, with a kind of leather armour, reaching from the head to the tail to protect them from the arrows of the enemy. The costumes of the footmen, as in the bas-reliefs of Sennacherib, varied according to their arms. The archers, probably auxiliaries from different tribes in alliance with the Assyrians, were dressed in very short tunics scarcely covering the thigh. A broad belt, with the fringed ornament peculiar to the later Assyrian period, encircled their waist, and over their shoulders they wore a cross belt of checkered cloth, resembling a Scottish plaid, to cover their quiver. Their hair, confined by a plain fillet, was rolled up behind in one large curl. All the spearmen had the pointed helmet, but some wore coats of mail and metal greaves, and others a simple tunic, without any covering to their legs. Their shields protected nearly the whole person, and were rounded at the top and straight at the bottom. Some appear to have been faced with small square pieces of leather, others to have been made entirely of metal with embossed edges. For the first time we see in these bas-reliefs the Assyrians using the battle-axe and the mace in battle. On the opposite side of the lion entrance were also 3 slabs, but better preserved than those I have just described. They formed part of the same subject, which had evidently been carried round the 4 walls of the chamber. They represented the triumph of the Assyrian king, and, like the battle scenes, were divided by horizontal lines into several bands or friezes. The monarch stood in his chariot, surrounded by his bodyguard. Unfortunately, his face, with those of the charioteer and the eunuch bearing the parasol, had been purposely defaced, like that of Sennacherib on his monuments, probably when the united armies of the Medes and Babylonians destroyed the palace. The royal robes were profusely adorned with rosettes and fringes. In front of the chariot were 2 warriors or guards in embroidered robes and greaves. Their long hair was bound by a fillet, whose tasselled ends fell loose behind. They were preceded by 2 remarkable figures, both eunuchs, and probably intended for portraits of some well-known officers of the royal household. One was old and corpulent. His forehead was high and ample, his nose curved and small, and his chin round and double. The wrinkles of the brow, the shaggy eyebrows, and the bloated cheeks, with the stubble beard peculiar to beings of his class, were very faithfully represented. His short hair was tied with a fillet. His companion was younger, and had not the same marked features. He carried before him a square object, resembling a closed box or book, perhaps a clay tablet containing some decree or register, such as were discovered in the ruins. Both wore long, plain shirts, and round their waists a simple cord, in which was fixed a whip, probably a sign of their office. Above this remarkable group was an inscription in 8 lines, fortunately almost entire. From it we learn the name of the king, whose deeds were thus recorded. He was the son of Esarhaddon, and the grandson of Sennacherib, and the conqueror of Susiana. He was a Sordanes of the chronological tables, and his name begins with the monogram for the Assyrian deity, Ashur. These bas-reliefs record his conquest of the country of Nuvaki, a name by which Susiana, or Elymais, was anciently known, as we also find from the inscriptions at Khorsabad, as well as those of Bisutun. It is highly probable that we have, in the bas-relief, a representation of the city of Susa, or Shusan. Its position between 2 rivers well agrees with that of existing ruins generally believed to mark its site. The smaller stream would be the Shapur, and the larger the Elaeus, or river of Disful. The city was surrounded by a wall, with equidistant towers and gateways. The houses were flat-roofed, and some had 1 tower or upper chamber, and others 2. They had no windows, and their doors were square. Thus, in general form, and probably in the interior arrangements, they closely resembled the common dwellings of the Egyptians, of which a very interesting model is now in the British Museum. Nor were they unlike the meaner houses of the modern town of Shushtar, the representative of ancient Susa. The adjoining slab was divided into 8 bands or friezes by parallel lines, and the next slab into 7. On both were represented the Assyrian army returning from its victorious campaign, and bringing to the king the captives and the spoil. The prisoners, who were probably considered rather rebels to his authority than enemies, were being cruelly tortured in his presence. The principal group was that of the eunuch general, or Tartan, leading a chief or prince of the conquered people. Above him was an inscription unfortunately much mutilated. It appears to have declared that he was one of the sons or chiefs of the Susianian monarch, defeated and slain in battle near the district of Madaktu, the name of the city on the adjoining slab, and near the city of Shushan, and that the Assyrian king had placed one of his own generals on the conquered throne. Before the captive prince were gathered a number of Susianians, probably the subjects of the slaughtered king, who had come to surrender to the Assyrian general, for they still carried their arms and were not led by the victorious warriors. Some of them knelt, some bowed to the ground, and others, stretched at full length, rubbed their heads in the dust, all signs of grief and submission still practised in the East. The Assyrian generals were welcomed by bands of men and women, dancing, singing, and playing on instruments of music. Thus, when David was returned from the slaughter of the Philistines, the women came out of the cities of Israel, singing and dancing to meet Saul, with tabrets, with joy, and with instruments of music. We find from various passages in the Scriptures that the instruments of music chiefly used on such triumphant occasions were the harp, one with 10 strings, rendered viol or lyre in some versions, but probably a kind of dulcimer, the tabor and the pipe, precisely those represented in the bas-reliefs. The whole scene was curiously illustrative of modern Eastern customs. The musicians portrayed in the bas-reliefs were probably of that class of public performers who appear in Turkey and Egypt at marriages and on other occasions of rejoicing. Above the Assyrian warriors were the captives and their torturers. The former differed in costume from the Susianian fighting men represented in the adjoining bas-reliefs. They were distinguished by the smallness of their stature and by a very marked Jewish countenance, a sharp, hooked nose, short, bushy beard, and long, narrow eyes. Could they have belonged to the Hebrew tribes, which were carried away from the Samaria and Jerusalem and placed by Shalmaneser, Sennacherib, or Hesarhaddon as colonists in the distant regions of Elam, and who, having become powerful in their new settlements, had revolted against their Assyrian rulers and were once again subdued? Some in iron fetters were being led before the king for judgment or pardon. Others had been condemned to torture and were already in the hands of their executioners. 2 were stretched naked at full length on the ground, and whilst their limbs were held apart by pegs and cords, they were being flayed alive. Beneath them were other unfortunate victims, undergoing abominable punishments. The brains of one were apparently being beaten out with an iron mace, whilst an officer held him by the beard. A torturer was wrenching the tongue out of the mouth of a second wretch, who had been pinioned to the ground. The bleeding heads of the slain were tied round the necks of the living, who seemed reserved for still more barbarous tortures. Above these groups was a short epigraph, commencing by 2 determinative signs of proper names, each followed by a blank space, which the sculptor probably left to be filled up with the names of the principal victims. It then declares that these men, having spoke blasphemies against Assur, the great god of the Assyrians, their tongues had been pulled out. Ishanestinu Eshlup, both words being almost purely Hebrew, and that they had afterwards been put to death or tortured. The inscription, therefore, corresponds with the sculpture beneath. It is by such confirmatory evidence that the accuracy of the translations of the cuneiform characters may be tested. These highly interesting bas-reliefs had been exposed, like all the other sculptures of Koyunjik, to the fire which had destroyed the palace. Although each slab was cracked into many pieces, the sculptures themselves had suffered less injury than any others discovered in the same ruins, the hard fossiliferous limestone not having become calcined in the heat like the alabaster. The outline was still sharp, and the details perfectly preserved. Considerable care was required to move them, but the pieces were at length packed, and since their arrival in England have been admirably restored. Some bas-reliefs, sculptured by order of the son and successor of Esarhaddon, have been discovered at Koyunjik and Nebi Yunus. These bas-reliefs prove that many changes had taken place in the arts and dress of the people of Assyria between the reign of Sennacherib and that of his grandson. The later sculptures are principally distinguished by their minute finish, the sharpness of the outline, and the very correct delineation of the animals, and especially of the horses. We now approach the period of the fall of the Assyrian Empire and of the rise of the kingdoms of Babylon and Persia. The arts passed from Assyria to the sister nations and to Ionia. There is much in the bas-reliefs I have just described to remind us of the early works of the Greeks immediately after the Persian War, and to illustrate a remark of the illustrious Niebuhr, that a critical history of Greek art would show how late the Greeks commenced to practice the arts. After the Persian War, a new world opens at once, and from that time they advanced with great strides. But everything that was produced before the Persian War, a few of those works are still extant, was, if we judge of it without prejudice, altogether barbarous. The chamber containing these sculptures had an entrance opening upon the edge of the mound. Of this doorway there only remained, on each side, a block of plain limestone, which may, however, have been the base of a sphinx or other figure. The outer walls, to which it led, had been panelled with the usual alabaster slabs, with bas-reliefs of a campaign in a country already represented in another part of the palace, and distinguished by the same deep valley watered by a river, the vineyards, and wooded mountains. Over one of the castles captured and destroyed by the Assyrians was written, "Sennacherib, king of Assyria. The city of Bid-Kibutalmi I took, the spoil I carried away, the city I burned. Whether these walls belonged to a chamber or formed part of the southern face of the palace could not now be determined, as they were on the very brink of the platform. At right angles to them, to the west, a pair of winged balls opened upon another wall, of which there were scarcely any remains, and midway between the two entrances was a deep doorway, flanked on both sides by 4 colossal mythic figures, amongst which were the fish god and the deity with the lion's head and eagle's feet. It led to an inclined or ascending passage, 9 feet wide in the narrowest part, and 10 in the broadest, and 44 feet in length, to where it turned at right angles to the left. It was paved with hard lime or plaster, about 1.5 inches thick. The walls were built of the finest sun-dried blocks, admirably fitted together, and still perfectly preserved. This inclined way probably led to the upper chambers of the palace, or to the galleries, which may have been carried round the principal chambers and halls. I have only to describe 2 more rooms discovered in this part of the ruins during the summer. They opened into the chamber parallel with that containing the sculptured records of the son of Esarhaddon. The entrances to both were formed by 2 pairs of colossal figures, each pair consisting of a man wearing the horned cap surmounted by a fleur-de-lis, and a lion-headed and eagle-footed human figure raising a dagger in one hand and holding a mace in the other. These sculptures were remarkable for the boldness of the relief and their high finish. The bas-reliefs on the walls of the 2 chambers recorded the same campaign against a nation dwelling amidst a wooded and mountainous country, and in strongly fortified cities, which the Assyrians took by assault, using battering rams to make breaches in the walls, and scaling ladders to mount to the assault. The besieged defended themselves with arrows and stones, but their strongholds were captured, and a vast amount of spoil and captives fell into the hands of the conquerors. The men had short, bushy hair and beards, and wore an inner garment reaching to the knee, an outer cloak of skins or fur, and gaiters laced in front. The robes of the women were short, their hair hung low down their backs, and was then gathered up in one large curl. Such were the discoveries made at Koyunjik during the summer. At Nimrud the excavations had been almost suspended. I have already described those parts of the high mound or tower, and of the adjoining small temples, which were explored by the few workmen who still remained amongst the ruins, rather to retain possession of the place than to carry on extensive operations. I was engaged until the middle of October in moving and packing bas-reliefs from Koyunjik, a task of considerable trouble and demanding much time and labour, as the slabs, split into 1,000 fragments by the fire, had to be taken completely to pieces, and then arranged and numbers with a view to their future restoration. Nearly 100 cases containing these remains were at length dragged to the riverside to wait the rafts by which they were to be forwarded to Busra, where a vessel was shortly expected to transport them to England. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth.
Chapter 21 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Irene Rosenberg, Chicago, Illinois. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 21. Preparations for leaving Nineveh. Departure for Babylon. Descent of the river. Tikrit. The state of the rivers of Mesopotamia. Commerce upon them. Turkish roads. The plain of Dura. The Naharwan. Samara. Kadeja. Palm groves. Katamane. Approach to Baghdad. The city. Arrival. Dr. Ross. A British steamer. Modern Baghdad. Tel Mohammed. Departure for Babylon. A Persian prince. Abd Pasha's camp. Eastern falconry. Hawking the gazelle. Approach to Babylon. The ruins. Arrival at Hila. The winter was now drawing near, and the season was favorable for examining the remains of ancient cities of Babylonia. The trustees of the British Museum had partly sanctioned a plan submitted to them for excavations among ruins, no less important and vast, and of no less biblical and historical interest than those of Nineveh. I had included in my original scheme many remarkable sites both in Chaldea and Susiana. But, as I have before observed, my limited means did not permit me to carry out my plan to its fullest extent. As the operations at Nimrud were now, however, suspended, I determined to employ fewer men at Koyunjik, and to devote myself during the cold weather to researches amongst the great mounds of southern Mesopotamia. My Jabours were now so skilled and experienced in excavating that I deemed it more economical to take a party of them with me than to engage new workmen on the various sites that I might visit. At the same time, having thus my own men, I should be independent of the people of the country, who might either be unwilling to labor or might require exorbitant pay. I accordingly selected about 30 of the best Arabs employed in the excavations at Nineveh to accompany me on the rafts which bore the sculptures. Having again entrusted Tomashisman with the superintendence of the excavations, and given him all necessary directions for carrying on the work, I quitted Mosul on the 18th of October, accompanied by Hormuzd and Mr. Romaine, an English traveller on his way to India. There were cases enough containing sculptures from Koyunjik to load a raft of considerable size. Hormuzd, who had met with a severe accident, was placed in a bed on a small kelek. Mr. Romaine occupied with me another of the same size. The servants and cooking apparatus were on the large raft, and we all kept close company for convenience and mutual protection. There were still some arrangements connected with the excavations to be made at Nimrud, and it was not until the 20th that we fairly began our voyage. The navigation of the river as far as Kala-Shergat was so insecure that I deemed it prudent, in order to avoid a collision with the Arabs, to engage a Bedouin chief to accompany us. We engaged one Owaith, a sheik of the Fedaga Shamar, to give us his protection until we had passed the danger. Placing one of his sons on his mares, and ordering him to follow us along the banks of the river, he stepped upon my raft, where he spent his time in giving us accounts of wars and gazus, smoking his pipe, and pounding coffee. We reached Tikrit in 3 days without accident or adventure. Bedouin tents and moving swarms of men and animals were occasionally seen on the river banks, but under the protection of our sheik, we met with no hindrance. Tikrit is almost the only permanent settlement of any importance between Mosul and Baghdad. It is now a small town, but was once a place of some size and strength. Tikrit is chiefly famous as the birthplace of the celebrated Saleh ed-Din, better known to the English reader as Saladin, the hero of the Crusades and the magnanimous enemy of our Richard Coeur de Lion. His father, Ayub, a chief of a Kurdish tribe of Rahwandus, was governor of its castle for the Seljukian monarchs of Persia. Mosul itself sustained a siege from Saladin, who was repulsed by its Atabeg, or hereditary prince. Military expeditions into the Sinjar and other parts of Mesopotamia were amongst the exploits of this great Mussulman hero. Tikrit is now inhabited by a few Arabs who carry on as raftsmen the traffic of the river between Mosul and Baghdad. Nothing marks more completely the result of the unjust and injurious system pursued by the Porte in its Arabian territories than the almost entire absence of permanent settlements and of commercial intercourse on the banks of the Euphrates and Tigris. 2 of the finest rivers of Asia, reaching into the very heart of the Turkish dominions, spreading fertility through districts almost unquelled for the richness of their soil and for the varied nature of their produce, and navigable one for nearly 850 miles from the sea, the other for nearly 600 miles, are of no account whatever to the state upon which nature has conferred such eminent advantages. The depredations of the Arabs, unchecked by the government, and the rapacity and dishonesty of the Turkish authorities, who levy illegal and exorbitant taxes upon every mode of transit, whether by land or water, and who make monopolies of all articles of produce and of merchandise, effectually check the efforts of the natives themselves, by no means deficient in commercial activity and enterprise, to engage in trade or to navigate the rivers. Even the European merchant, with privileges secured by treaties and protection afforded by consuls and diplomatic agency, is scarcely able to struggle against the insecurity of the country through which he must convey his goods, and against the blackmail exacted by Arab sheiks, secretly encouraged or abetted by the Turkish governors. From the most wanton and disgraceful neglect, the Tigris and Euphrates, in the lower part of their course, are breaking from their natural beds, forming vast marshes, turning fertile districts into a wilderness, and becoming unnavigable to vessels of even the smallest burden. The very highway from Mosul, and consequently from the capital, to Baghdad, in order to avoid the restless Bedouin, is carried along the foot of the Kurdish hills, leaving the river, adding many days to the journey, and exposing caravans to long delays from swollen streams. Even this road is no longer secure, for the utter negligence and dishonesty that have of late marked the conduct of the Turkish authorities in southern Turkey have led to the interruption of this channel of commerce. The direct road to Baghdad from the north would be across Mesopotamia and along the banks of the Tigris, through a country uninterrupted by a single stream of any size or by a single hill. Whilst caravans are now frequently nearly 6 weeks on their way from Mosul to Baghdad, they would scarcely be as many days by the desert. A few military posts on the river, a proper system of police, encouragement to the cultivating tribes to settle in villages, and the construction of a common cart road would soon lead to perfect security and to the establishment of considerable trade. This is not the place to discuss the relative merits of the various routes to India, but it may be observed that the time is probably not far distant when a more direct and speedy communication than hitherto exists with that empire will be sought by the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates, where railways and steam navigation can both be advantageously brought into operation. The navigation of the Persian Gulf is at all times open and safe, and a glance at the map will show that a line through the Mediterranean, the port of Suedia, Aleppo, Mosul, Baghdad, Busra, and the Indian Ocean to Bombay, is as direct as can well be desired. This must be the second Indian route before extended civilization and Christianity can afford a reasonable basis for those gigantic schemes which would carry a line of iron through countries almost unknown and scarcely yet visited by a solitary European traveler. Between Tikrit and Baghdad there is much to interest the traveler who for the first time floats down a river winding through the great alluvial plains of Chaldea. The country has, however, been so frequently described that I will not detain the reader with more than a general sketch of it. Our rafts glided noiselessly onward, without furrowing with a ripple the quiet surface of the stream. Leaving Tikrit, we first passed a small whitewashed Mussulman tomb, rising on the left or eastern bank, in a plain that still bears the name of Dura. It was here, as some believe, that Nebuchadnezzar the king made an image of gold whose height was 60 cubits and breadth 6 cubits, and called together the princes, the governors, and the captains, the judges, the treasurers, the councillors, the sheriffs, and all the rulers of the provinces to its dedication, and that certain Jews would not serve his gods, nor fall down and worship the golden image that he had set up. It is now a wilderness, with here and there a shapeless mound, the remains of some ancient habitation. This place is not otherwise unknown to history, for it was here that after the death of Emperor Julian, his successor Jovian concluded a disgraceful peace with the Persian king Shapur, and saved the Roman army by yielding to the enemy the 5 great provinces to the east of the Tigris. It was here, too, that he crossed the Tigris, a broad and deep stream, and commenced his disastrous retreat through Mesopotamia. Not far below, and on the same side of the river, the great canal of the Naharwan, the wonder of Arab geographers, robbed the Tigris of a large portion of its waters. Below the Naharwan, ruins, walls, and dwellings, built chiefly of large pebbles united by a strong cement, a mode of construction peculiar to the Sassanian and early Arab periods, stand on the alluvial cliffs. They are called Eski, or Old Baghdad, the Arabs, as usual, assigning a more ancient site to the modern city. A tower, about 200 feet high, now rises above the eastern bank of the river, An ascending way winds round it on the outside like the spiral of a screw, reminding the traveller of the common ideal picture of the Tower of Babel. It marks the site of the ancient city of Samarra, where the Roman army under Jovian rested after marching and fighting a long summer's day. It subsequently became the capital of Motassem Billah, the 8th caliph of the Abbasid dynasty. Weary of the frequent seditions of the turbulent inhabitants of Baghdad, he resolved to change the seat of government, and chose Samarra as his residence. If he did not build, he beautified the city, and displayed in it great magnificence. The modern town, inhabited by Arabs, consists of a few falling houses surrounded by a mud wall defended by bastions and towers. On both sides of the river, as the raft is carried gently along by the now sluggish current, the traveller sees huge masses of brickwork jutting out from the falling banks or overhanging the precipice of earth which hems in the stream. Here and there one sees the remains of the palaces and castles of the last Persian kings and of the first caliphs. The place is still called Gadaja or Kadaja, and near it was fought that great battle which gave to the new nation issuing from the wilds of Arabia the dominion of the eastern world. Remains of an earlier period are not wanting. A huge mound abutting on the west bank of the river, and still within sight of Samarra, is known to the Arabs as the Sid ul Nimrud, the wall or rampart of Nimrud. The current becomes more gentle at every broad reach, until the raft scarcely glides past the low banks. The water has lost its clearness and its purity. Tinged by the alluvial soil, it has turned to a pale yellow color. The river at length widens into a noble stream. Groups of half-naked Arabs gather together on the banks to gaze at the travellers. A solitary raft of firewood for Baghdad floats, like ourselves, almost imperceptibly along. We are now amidst the date groves. If it be autumn, clusters of golden fruit hang beneath the fan-like leaves. If spring, the odor of orange blossoms fills the air. The cooing of the doves that flutter amongst the branches begets a pleasing melancholy, and feeling of listlessness and repose. The raft creeps round a projecting bank, and 2 gilded domes and 4 stately minarets, all glittering in the rays of an eastern sun, suddenly rise high above the dense bed of palms. They are of the Mosque of Khatamain, which covers the tombs of 2 of the Imams or holy saints of the Shia sect. The low banks swarm with Arabs, men, women, and naked children. Mud hovels screened by yellow mats, and groaning water wheels worked by the patient ox are seen beneath the palms. The Tigris becomes wider and wider, and the stream is almost motionless. Circular boats of reeds coated with bitumen skim over the water. Horsemen and riders on white asses hurry along the riverside. Turks in flowing robes and white turbans, Persians in high black caps and close-fitting tunics, the Bokhara pilgrim in his white headdress and way-worn garments, the Bedouin chief in his tasseled keffeh and striped abba, Baghdad ladies with their scarlet and white draperies fretted with threads of gold, and their black horsehair veils concealing even their wanton eyes, Persian women wrapped in their sightless garments, and Arab girls in their simple blue shirts, are all mingled together in one motley crowd. A busy stream of travellers flows without ceasing from the gates of the western suburb of Baghdad to the sacred precincts of Khatamain. A pine-shaped cone of snowy whiteness rises to the right. Near it are 1 or 2 drooping palms that seem fast falling to decay, like the building over which they can no longer throw their shade. This is the tomb of Zobeide, the lovely queen of Harun al-Rashid, a name that raises many a pleasant association and recalls to memory 1,000 romantic dreams of early youth. We pass the palace of the governor, an edifice of mean materials and proportions. At its windows, the Pasha himself and the various officers of his household may be seen reclining on their divans amidst wreaths of smoke. A crazy bridge of boats crosses the stream and appears to bar all further progress. At length the chains are loosened, 2 or 3 of the rude vessels are withdrawn, and the rafts glide gently through. A few minutes more, and we are anchored beneath the spreading folds of the British flag, opposite a handsome building, not crumbling into ruins like its neighbours, but kept in repair with European neatness. A small iron steamer floats motionless before it. We have arrived at the dwelling of the English Consul General and political agent of the East India Company at Baghdad. It was early in the morning of the 26th October that I landed at the well-remembered quay of the British Residency. In the absence of Colonel Rawlinson, then in England, his political duties had been confined to Captain Kemble, now the East India Company's resident at Bushire. He received me with great kindness, and I acknowledge with gratitude the hospitality and effective assistance I invariably expected from him during my sojourn at Baghdad and my researches in Babylonia. More than 10 years had passed since my first visit to the city. Time had worked its changes amongst those who then formed the happy and hospitable English society of Baghdad. Dr. Ross was no more. In him, Arab as well as European, rich as well as poor, Mohammedan as well as Christian, had lost a generous and faithful friend. 12 years ago, 4 steamers floated on the Tigris, and were engaged in exploring the then almost unknown rivers of Mesopotamia and Susiana. Their officers formed a small English colony in Baghdad. 3 of those vessels had long been withdrawn, one alone having been left to keep up a monthly communication between this city and Busra. It is to be regretted, however, that a vessel better suited to the navigation of the rivers has not been selected. The expedition under Colonel Chesney, and the subsequent ascent of the Euphrates, by far the most arduous undertaking connected with its navigation, but accomplished with great skill by Captain Campbell of the East India Company's service, have proved that for ordinary purposes this river in its present condition is not navigable even in the lower part of its course. The neglect to keep up the embankments has increased the obstacles, and it is doubtful whether a steamer of even the smallest useful size could now find its way through the great marshes that absorb the waters of the Euphrates for nearly 200 miles above its confluence with the Tigris and Korna. The latter river is, for the present, navigable from the Persian Gulf to vessels drawing from 3 to 4 feet water almost as far as Tikrit, and probably for vessels purposely constructed as far as Nimrud. The usual negligence and indifference of the Turkish government are, however, bringing about the same changes in the course and condition of this stream as in those of the Euphrates. Baghdad, with its long vaulted bazaars rich with the produce and merchandise of every clime, its mixed population of Turks, Arabs, Persians, Indians, and men of all Eastern nations, its palm groves and gardens, its painted palaces and unsightly hovels, its present misery and its former magnificence, have been so frequently described that I will not detain the reader with any minute account of this celebrated city. Tyranny, disease, and inundations have brought it very low. Nearly half of the space enclosed within its walls is now covered by heaps of ruins, and the population is daily decreasing without the hope of change. During my residence in Baghdad, no one could go far beyond the gates without the risk of falling into the hands of wandering Arabs, who prowled unchecked over the plains, keeping the city itself almost in a continual state of siege. Notwithstanding these drawbacks, the importance of its position is so great that Baghdad must at all times command a considerable trade. It is a link between the East and the West. It is the storehouse from which the tribes of the desert obtain their clothing and their supplies, and it is the key to the holy places annually sought by thousands upon thousands of Persian pilgrims of the Shia sect. The only remains of the Babylonian period hitherto discovered within the city walls are the ruins of an enormous drain or subterranean passage, built of large square bricks bearing the name of Nebuchadnezzar. The lofty pile of sun-dried bricks, intermixed with layers of reeds, called Aker Kuf, which now rises in the midst of a marsh to the west of the Tigris, about 4 or 5 miles from the city gates, has frequently been described. During my visit to Baghdad, it was not easy to reach this ruin on account of the swamp, and as it is merely a solid mass of mud masonry, excavations in it would scarcely have led to results of any interest or importance. I found the country around Baghdad so overrun with Bedouins and other tribes in open revolt against the government that it was some time before I could venture to leave the city for the ruins of Babylon. Not to lose time, I employed the Jabours who had accompanied me from Mosul in excavating some mounds not far from the gates of the city, on the eastern bank of the Tigris. The largest was called Tel Mohammed, and was about 4 miles from Baghdad, near the Arab village of Garara. The only objects of any interest discovered there were several hollow bronze balls, with the name of a king engraved upon them in Babylonian cuneiform characters, a few rude images of the Assyrian Venus in baked clay, such as are found in most ruins of the same period, a pair of bronze ankle rings, some terracotta vases, and other relics of the same nature. Foundations in brick masonry were also uncovered, but there were no traces of sculpture or inscriptions. It was not until the 5th of December that I was able to leave Baghdad. I had been struggling with my old enemy, intermittent fever, and the surrounding country was still in the hands of the Arabs, 2 reasons for remaining within the gates. At length, Pasha, the governor of the province, placed himself at the head of his troops, and marched against the rebellious tribes. Before beginning his campaign, however, he had to dam the mouth of a large canal called the Hindiyah, in order to drain the vast marshes to the west of Babylon. Into these inaccessible swamps the Arabs had driven their buffaloes, and there they defied the Turkish troops. Before going to Hila, I determined to visit the governor, and to make acquaintance with several sheiks of the southern tribes friendly to the Turkish government who were in his camp. I accordingly left Baghdad, accompanied by M. Aristarchi, an accomplished Greek gentleman in the service of the Porte, and by one Ahmed al-Qad, a highly intelligent, active, and faithful Arab of the tribe of the Agail, who had long been in the service of Captain Jones. His acquaintance with the country, and his connection by marriage with Farah the Shamar chief, rendered him a very useful guide and companion in a journey through the desert. Leaving Baghdad, after fording ditches and wading through water and deep mud, in 3 hours' time we came to the caravanserai of Khan Isad, where we found Timur Mirza, one of the exiled Persian princes. He was surrounded by hawks of various kinds standing on perches fixed in the ground, and by numerous attendants, each bearing a falcon on his wrist. Amongst his own countrymen and the Arabs, the prince held the first place as a sportsman. His gun was unerring in its aim, his falcons were unequaled for their training, and he knew every hunting ground within many days' journey of Baghdad. He was no less famed for courage in war than for skill in the chase, and his exploits in both are equally notorious among the tribes of Mesopotamia. The plains between Khan Isad and the Euphrates are covered with a perfect network of ancient canals and watercourses. But a drought is upon the waters of Babylon, and they were dried. Their lofty embankments, stretching on every side in long lines until they are lost in the hazy distance, or magnified by the mirage into mountains, still defy the hand of time, and seem rather the work of nature than of man. The face of the country, too, is dotted with mounds and shapeless heaps, the remains of ancient towns and villages. A long ride of 10 hours through this scene of solitude and desolation brought us to the tents of the Pasha of Baghdad, pitched on the western bank of the Euphrates, below the village of Musayyib, and on the inlet of the Hindiyah Canal. A string of boats had been placed across the river to connect the camp of the governor with Baghdad. As we approached, we heard a loud hum of human voices, but the whole encampment was concealed by dense clouds of dust. Once over the bridge, we found ourselves in the midst of a crowd of Turkish soldiers, Arabs, and workmen of every kind, hurrying to and fro in wild disorder, some bearing earth and mud in baskets or in their cloaks, others bending under the weight of bundles of brushwood, mats, and ropes. Women and girls were mingled with the men, and as they labored, they chanted in a monotonous tone verses on the Pasha and their chiefs, improvised for the occasion. The busy throng was building up the dam which was to shut out the waters of the Euphrates from the canal, dry the marshes, and bring the rebellious tribes to obedience. The nature of the materials and of the work did not, however, promise a very favorable or speedy result. They had indeed no sooner raised half their frail barrier of earthen facings than the impetuous current washed away in a night the fruits of a month's toil. The Pasha had summoned to his aid all the tribes that still owned his authority. His tents were crowded with Arab sheiks from the plains and Kurdish beys from the mountains. About 2,000 regular troops and a large body of irregular horse and foot completed the motley army he had gathered around him at the Hindiyah. I spent the following day with Abd Pasha, who was an ardent sportsman, and entertained me with hawking. The Arab and Kurdish chiefs, who were in his camp, were summoned at dawn to accompany him. We formed altogether a very gay and goodly company. Bustards, hares, gazelles, francolins, and several wild animals abounded in the jungle and the plains, and before we returned in the afternoon, scarcely a horseman was without some trophy of the chase dangling from his saddle. The hawk most valued by Eastern sportsmen is the shaheen, a variety of the northern peregrine falcon, and esteemed the most noble of the race. Although the smallest in size, it is celebrated for its courage and daring, and is constantly the theme of Persian verse. Those from the Gebel Shamar, in Nejd, are the most prized, but, being only brought by occasional pilgrims from Mecca, are very rare. The next best are said to come from Tokat in Asia Minor. The shaheen should be caught and trained when young. It strikes its quarry in the air, and may be taught to attack even the largest eagle. The next in value is the balaban, which can be trained to strike its quarry either in the air or on the ground. It is found in the neighborhood of Baghdad and in other parts of Mesopotamia, is caught and trained when full grown, and is flown at gazelles, hares, cranes, bustards, partridges, and francolins. The baz and shahbaz, Astor palumbarius the goshawk, and the falco lunarius, is remarkable for the beauty of its speckled plumage and for its size. It strikes in the air and on the ground, and if well trained, may take cranes and other large game. The chark, Falco cervialis, the usual falcon of the Bedouins, always strikes its quarry on the ground, except the eagle, which it may be trained to fly at in the air. It is chiefly used for gazelles and bustards, but will also take hares and other game. The bird usually hawked by the Arabs is the middle-sized bustard, or haubara. It is almost always captured on the ground, and defends itself vigorously with wings and beak against its assailant, which is often disabled in the encounter. The falcon is generally trained to this quarry with a fowl. The method pursued is very simple. It is first taught to take its raw meat from a man or from the ground, the distance being daily increased by the falconer. When the habit is acquired, the flesh is tied to the back of a fowl. The falcon will at once seize its usual food, and receives also the liver of the fowl, which is immediately killed. A bustard is then, if possible, captured alive, and used in the same way. In a few days the training is complete, and the hawk may be flown at any large bird on the ground. The falconry, however, in which Easterners take most delight, is that of the gazelle. For this very noble and exciting sport, the falcon and greyhound must be trained to hunt together by a process unfortunately somewhat cruel. In the first place, the bird is taught to eat its daily ration of raw meat fastened on the stuffed head of a gazelle. The next step is to accustom it to look for its food between the horns of a tamed gazelle. The distance between the animal and the falconer is daily increased until the hawk will seek its meat when about half a mile off. A greyhound is now loosed upon the gazelle, the falcon being flown at the same. When the animal is seized, which of course soon takes place, its throat is cut, and the hawk is fed with a part of its flesh. After thus sacrificing 3 gazelles, the education of the falcon and greyhound is declared to be complete. The chief art in training is to teach the two to single out the same gazelle, and the dog not to injure the falcon when struggling on the ground with the quarry. The greyhound, however, soon learns to watch the movements of its companion, without whose assistance it could not capture its prey. The falcon, when loosed from its jesses, flies steadily and near the ground towards the retreating gazelles, and marking one, soon separates it from the herd. It then darts at the head of the affrighted animal, throws it to the ground, or only checks it in its rapid course. The greyhound rarely comes up before the blow has been more than once repeated. The falconer then hastens to secure the quarry. Should the dog not succeed in capturing the gazelle after it has been struck for the third or fourth time, the hawk will generally sulk and refuse to hunt any longer. I once saw a very powerful falcon belonging to Abd Pasha hold a gazelle until the horsemen succeeded in spearing the animal. The fleetness of the gazelle is so great that without the aid of the hawk, very few dogs can overtake it, unless the ground be heavy after rain. The pursuit of the gazelle with the falcon and hound over the boundless plains of Assyria and Babylonia is one of the most exhilarating and graceful of sports, displaying equally the noble qualities of the horse, the dog, and the bird. The time of day best suited for hawking is very early in the morning, before the eagles and kites are soaring in the sky. The falcon should not be fed for several hours before it is taken to the chase. When not hunting, the Arabs give it meat only once a day. Some hawks require to be hooded, such as the chark and the shaheen. Others need no covering for the eyes. The hood is generally made of colored leather, with eyes worked on it in beads and gold and variegated threads. Tassels and ornaments of various kinds are added, and the great chiefs frequently adorn a favorite bird with pearls and precious stones. To the legs are sometimes fastened small bells. Few hawks will return to the falconer without a lure, which consists of the wing of a bustard or fowl, or of a piece of meat attached to a string and swung round in the air. The eastern huntsman has a different call for each variety of falcon. A good chark will sometimes take as many as 8 or 10 bustards, or 5 or 6 gazelles in the course of a morning. I have introduced these remarks on falconry, founded on personal experience, as this noble science is probably the greatest antiquity, and is still the favorite pursuit of the Eastern warrior. Before leaving the camp, I obtained letters to the principal chiefs of the southern tribes from the Pasha, as well as from Wadi, the sheik of the Zobaid, and other influential sheiks. After riding about 4 hours, we perceived a huge hill to the south. As we drew nearer, its flat table-like top and perpendicular sides, rising abruptly from an alluvial plain, showed that it was the work of man, and not a natural elevation. At length we could plainly distinguish around it great embankments, the remains of walls and canals. Gradually, as the caravan slowly advanced, the ruin assumed a definite shape. It was the Mound of Babel, better known to travelers as the Mujallibeh, a name not now given to it by the Arab inhabitants of the surrounding country. This is the first great ruin seen on approaching ancient Babylon from the north. Beyond it, long lines of palms hem in the Euphrates, which now winds through the midst of the ancient city. To the vast Mound of Babel succeed long undulating heaps of earth, bricks, and pottery. A solitary mass of brickwork, rising from the summit of the largest mound, marks the remains known to the Arabs as the Mujallibeh, or the overturned. Other shapeless heaps of rubbish cover for many an acre the face of the land. On all sides, fragments of glass, marble, pottery, and inscribed brick are mingled with that peculiar nitrous and blanched soil, which, bred from the remains of ancient habitations, checks or destroys vegetation, and renders the site of Babylon a naked and hideous waste. Owls start from the scanty thickets, and the foul jackal skulks through the furrows. Truly, the glory of kingdoms and the beauty of the Chaldees' excellency is as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. Wild beasts of the desert lie there, and their houses are full of doleful creatures, and owls dwell there, and satyrs dance there, and the wild beasts of the islands cry in their desolate houses, and dragons in their pleasant palaces. for her day has come. A few black tents and flocks of sheep and camels were scattered over the yellow plain. They belonged chiefly to the Zobaid, an ancient tribe, renowned in the history of the conquering Arabs under their first caliphs, and now pasturing their flocks in the wilds of Babylonia. From Amran, the last of the great mounds, a broad and well-trodden track winds through thick groves of palms. About an hour's ride beneath a pleasant shade brings the traveller to the falling gateway of the town of Hila. A mean bazaar, crowded with Arabs, camels, and asses, leads to a bridge of boats across the Euphrates. The principal part of the town, containing the fort and the residence of the governor, is on the opposite side of the river. We turned off, however, to the left, as our quarters had been made ready on the western bank. A party of irregular troops, sent out to meet me, conducted my caravan to a spacious house standing on the very edge of the stream, and belonging to one of the principal families of the place. It had once contained rich furniture and handsomely decorated rooms in the Persian style, but was now fast falling into utter ruin. The cold wind whistled through the rotten wooden panels of the windows, for there was no glass, and the crumbling ceiling and floor threatened to give way together. In this frail dwelling, we prepared to pass a part of our winter in Babylonia. End of Chapter 21. Recording by Sarah Irene Rosenberg, Chicago, Illinois.
Chapter 22, Part 1 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 22, Part 1. The chiefs of Hila, presence of lions, the son of the governor, description of the town, Zaid, the ruins of Babylon, changes in the course of the Euphrates, the walls, visit to the birth Nimrud, description of the ruin, view from it, excavations and discoveries in the mound of Babel, in the Mujalibi of Qasr, the tree Athil, excavations in the ruin of Amran, bowls with inscriptions in Hebrew and Syriac characters, the Jews of Babylonia. My first care on arriving at Hila was to establish friendly relations with the principal inhabitants of the town, as well as with the Turkish officer in command of the small garrison that guarded its mud fort. Osman Pasha, the general, received me with courtesy and kindness, and during the remainder of my stay gave me all the help I could require. On my first visit he presented me with 2 lions. One was nearly of full size, and was well known in the bazaars and thoroughfares of Hila, through which he was allowed to wander unrestrained. He was accustomed to help himself at the stalls of the butchers, and from the wicker boats of the fishermen, and when full, he allowed the boys to play their pranks upon him. He was taller and larger than a Saint Bernard dog, and like the lion, generally found on the banks of the rivers of Mesopotamia, was without the dark and shaggy mane of the African species. The other lion was but a cub, and had recently been found by an Arab in the Hindiyah marshes. Unfortunately it fell ill of the mange, to which the animal when confined is very liable, and soon after died. The other was too old to be sent to England by land, and I was thus unable to procure specimens for this country of the Babylonian lion, which has not, I believe, been seen in Europe. The mudir, or governor of Hila, was Shabib Akha, the head of one of the principal families of the town. He claimed a kind of hereditary right to this office. He was aged and infirm, suffering from asthma, and little able to manage public affairs, which were chiefly confided to his youngest and favorite son, a boy of about 12 years old. It was with this child that, in common with the inhabitants of Hila, I transacted business. He received and paid visits with wonderful dignity and decorum. His notes and his inquiries after my health and wants were couched in the most eloquent and suitable terms. He showed a warm and affectionate interest in my welfare and in the success of my undertakings, which was quite touching. Every morning he crossed the river with a crowd of secretaries, slaves, and attendants, to ascertain by personal inspection whether I needed any help. He was a noble boy, with black sparkling eyes and a bright olive complexion. He wore the long silken robes of a town Arab, with the fringed keffiyeh, or striped handkerchief of the Bedouin falling over his shoulders. On the whole, he made as good and active a governor as I have often met with in an Eastern town, and was an instance of that precocity which is frequently seen in Eastern children. A cordial friendship was soon established between us, and during my stay at Hila, Aziz Agha, for such was his name, was my constant guest. From the principal people of Hila, as well as from Shabib Agha, the father of Aziz, I received every help. Like most towns in this part of Turkey, it is peopled by Arabs, once belonging to different tribes, but now forgetting their clanships in a sedentary life. They maintain, however, a friendly intercourse with the Bedouins and with the wild inhabitants of the marshes, being always ready to unite with them in throwing off their obedience to the Sultan, and frequently maintaining for some time their independence. At the time of my visit its inhabitants were anxiously waiting the result of an expedition of Abdeh Pasha against the rebellious tribes. Their allegiance to the Turkish governor and the consequent payment of taxes depended upon its success. If the Pasha were beaten, they would declare openly in favor of the Arabs, with whom, it was suspected, they were already in communication. The Hindia marshes are within sight of the town, and the Kazail, the tribes that dwell in them, ravaged the country to its gates. I was consequently unable to do more than visit the celebrated ruin of the Birs Nimrud. To excavate in it, in the then disturbed state of the country, was impossible. Hila may contain about 8,000 or 9,000 inhabitants. The Euphrates flows through the town, and is about 200 yards wide and 15 feet deep, a noble stream with a gentle current, admirably fitted for steam navigation. The houses, chiefly built of bricks taken from the ruins of ancient Babylon, are small and mean. Around the town, and above and below it for some miles, are groves of palm trees, forming a broad belt on both sides of the river. In the plain beyond them, a few canals bear water to plots cultivated with wheat, barley, and rice. Amongst the inhabitants of Hila, with whom I became acquainted, was one Zaid, a sheikh of the Agail, a very worthy, hospitable fellow. He lived in Hila, where his house, open to every traveller, was a place of meeting for the Arabs of the desert, from Najd to the Sinjar. To keep up this unbounded hospitality, he had a date grow and a few sheep, and cultivated a little land outside the walls of the town. He was thus supplied with nearly all that was necessary for an Arab entertainment. He usually accompanied me in my expeditions, and proved an invaluable guide. With one Ali, also a chief of the Agail, a man of wit and anecdote, though somewhat of a buffoon, and with other sheikhs, he usually spent the evening with me, relating Arab stories and describing distant regions and tribes, until the night was far spent. Having thus established relations with the principal inhabitants of the town, who could assist or interrupt me, as they were well or ill disposed, I could venture to commence excavations in the most important ruins on the site of Babylon. Half concealed among the palm trees on the eastern banks of the Euphrates above Hila are a few hamlets belonging to Arabs who till the soil. From them I was able to procure workmen, and thus to make up, with the addition of my gibors, several parties of excavators. They were placed under the superintendence of Latif Agha and an intelligent Chaldean Christian of Baghdad, who had entered my service. The ruins of Babylon have been frequently described, so that I shall here only give a general sketch of them, without entering into accurate details or measurements, and distances, at the same time referring my reader to the accompanying plan, which will enable him to understand the position of the principal mounds. The road from Baghdad to Hila crosses, near the village of Mohaville, a wide and deep canal, still carrying water to distant gardens. On the southern bank of this artificial stream is a line of earthen ramparts, which are generally believed to be the most northern remains of the ancient city of Babylon. From their summit the traveller scans a boundless plain, through which winds the Euphrates, with its dark belt of evergreen palms. Rising in the distance high above all surrounding objects is the one square mound, in form and size more like a natural hill than the work of men's hands. This is the first great ruin to the east of the river, and the Arab, as I have said, names it Babel. The traveller, before reaching this ruin, still about 4 miles distant, follows a beaten track winding amidst low mounds, and crossing the embankments of canals long since dry, or avoiding the heaps of drifted earth which cover the walls and foundations of buildings. Some have here traced the lines of the streets and the divisions between the inhabited quarters of ancient Babylon. As yet no traces whatever have been discovered of that great wall of earth rising, according to Herodotus, to the height of 200 royal cubits, and no less than 50 cubits broad, nor of the ditch that encompassed it. The mounds seem to be scattered without order, and to be gradually lost in the vast plains to the eastward. But southward of Babel, for the distance of nearly 3 miles, there is almost an uninterrupted line of mounds, the ruins of vast edifices, collected together as in the heart of a great city. They are enclosed by earthen ramparts, the remains of a line of walls, which, leaving the foot of Babel, stretched inland about 2 miles and a half from the present bed of the Euphrates, and then, turning nearly at right angles, completed the defences on the southern side of the principal buildings that mark the site of Babylon, on the eastern bank of the river. Between its most southern point and Hila, and between Mohaville and Babel, can only be traced low heaps and embankments scattered irregularly over the plain. It is evident that the space enclosed within this continuous rampart could not have contained the whole of that mighty city, whose magnificence and extent were the wonder of the ancient world. The walls of Babylon, according to Herodotus, measured 120 stadia on each side, and formed a perfect square of 480 stadia, or nearly 60 miles. Several later writers have repeated his statement. Strabo and Diodorus Siculus have, however, reduced the circuit of the city to 385 and 360 stadia, and such, according to Clitarchus, were its dimensions when it yielded to Alexander. The existing remains within the rampart agrees as little in form as in size with the descriptions of Babylon, for the city was a perfect square. Mr. Rich, in order to explain these difficulties, was the first to suggest that the vast ruin to the west of the Euphrates, called the Birs Nimrud, should be included within the limits of Babylon. There is no doubt that, by imagining a square large enough to include the smaller mounds scattered over the plains from Mohaville to below Hila on one side of the river, and the Birs Nimrud at its southwestern angle on the other, the site of a city of the dimensions attributed to Babylon might be satisfactorily determined. But then it must be assumed that neither the outer wall nor the ditch so minutely described by Herodotus ever existed. According to the united testimony of ancient authors, the city was divided by the Euphrates into 2 parts. The principal existing ruins are to the east side of the river. There are very few remains to the west, between Hila and the Birs Nimrud. Indeed, in some parts of the plain there are none at all. This fact might, to a certain extent, be explained in the following manner. To this day the Euphrates has a tendency to change its course and to lose itself in marshes to the west of its actual bed. We find that the low country on that side was subject to continual inundations from the earliest periods, and that, according to a tradition, Semiramis built embankments to restrain the river. The changes in its course to which the Euphrates was thus liable appear only to have taken place to the west of its present bed. After the most careful examination of the country, I could find no traces whatever of its having at any time flowed much further than it now does to the east, although during unusual floods it occasionally spreads over the plain on that side. The great mounds still rising on the eastern bank prove this. Supposing, therefore, the river from different causes to have advanced and receded during many centuries between the Hindia marshes and its present channel, it will easily be understood how the ruins, which may once have stood on the western bank, have gradually been washed away, and how the existing flat alluvial plain has taken their place. In this manner, the complete disappearance of the principal part of the western division of the city may, I think, be accounted for. It is more difficult to explain the total absence of all traces of the external wall and ditch so fully and minutely described by Herodotus and other ancient writers, and according to their concurrent accounts, of such enormous dimensions. If a vast line of fortifications, with its gates and equidistant towers, all of stupendous height and thickness, did once exist, it is scarcely to be believed that no part whatever of it should now remain. Darius and other conquerors, it is true, are said to have pulled down and destroyed these defences, but it is surely impossible that any human labor could have obliterated their very traces. Even supposing that the ruins around Hila do not represent the site of ancient Babylon, there are no remains elsewhere in Mesopotamia to correspond with those great ramparts. If there had been, they could not have escaped the researches of modern travellers. But Herodotus states that in the midst of each division of the city there was a circular space surrounded by a lofty wall. One contained the royal palace, the other the temple of Belus. There can be little difficulty in admitting that the mounds within the earthen rampart on the eastern bank of the river might represent the first of these fortified enclosures which we know to have been on that side of the Euphrates. It is not impossible, as Rich has suggested, that the birth Nimrud, around which, as it will be seen, there are still the traces of a regular wall, may be the remains of the second, or that the gradual changes in the course of the river just described may have completely destroyed all traces of it. It may be inferred, I think, from the descriptions of Herodotus and Diodorus Siculus, that Babylon was built on the same general plan as Nineveh. It must not be forgotten also that the outer walls of Nineveh, as well as those of Babylon, have entirely disappeared. Are we to suppose that the historians in their descriptions confounded them with those surrounding the temples and palaces, and that these exterior fortifications were mere ramparts of mud and brushwood, such as are still raised round modern eastern cities? Such defences when once neglected would soon fall to dust and leave no traces behind. I confess that I can see no other way of accounting for the entire disappearance of these exterior walls. I will now describe the results of my researches amongst the ruins near Hila. Parties of workmen were placed at once on the two most important mounds, the Babel of the Arabs, the Mujalibi of Rich, and the Mujalibi, the Kasr of the same traveller. I was compelled, as I have stated, to abandon my plan of excavating in the Birs Nimrud. This great pile of masonry is about 6 miles to the southwest of Hila. It stands on the very edge of the vast marsh formed by the waters of the Hindiyah Canal and by the periodical floods of the Euphrates. The plain between it and the town is, in times of quiet, under cultivation, and is irrigated by a canal derived from the Euphrates near the village of Anana. Shortly after my arrival at Hila, I visited the Birs Nimrud, accompanied by Zaid and a party of well-armed Agiles. This was unfortunately the only opportunity I had of examining these remarkable ruins during my presence in Babylonia. The country became daily more disturbed, and no Arabs could be induced to pitch their tents near the mounds or to work there. The Birs Nimrud, the palace of Nimrod of the Arabs, and the prison of Nebuchadnezzar of the Jews, by all travellers believed to be the very ruins of the Tower of Babel, by some again supposed to represent the temple of Belus, the wonder of the ancient world, and by others to mark the site of Borsippa, a city celebrated as the high place of the Chaldean worship, in a vast heap of bricks, slag, and broken pottery. The dry nitrous earth of the parched plain, driven before the furious south wind, has thrown over the huge mass a thin covering of soil in which no herb or green thing can find nourishment or take root. Thus, unlike the grass-clothed mounds of the more fertile districts of Assyria, the Birs Nimrud is ever a bare and yellow heap. It rises to the height of 198 feet, and has on its summit a compact mass of brickwork, 37 feet high by 28 broad, the whole being thus 235 in perpendicular height. Neither the original form or object of the edifice, of which it is the ruin, have hitherto been determined. It is too solid for the walls of a building, and its shape is not that of the remains of a tower. It is pierced by square holes, apparently made to admit air through the compact structure. On one side of it, beneath the crowning masonry, lie huge fragments torn from the pile itself. The calcined and vitreous surface of the bricks, fused into rock-like masses, show that their fall may have been caused by lightning, and as the ruin of rent is almost from top to bottom, early Christian travellers, as well as some of more recent date, have not hesitated to recognize in them proofs of that divine vengeance which, according to tradition, arrested by fire from heaven the impious attempt of the first descendants of Noah. Even the Jews, as it would appear, from Benjamin of Tudela, at one time identified the Birs Nimrud with the Tower of Babel. Whatever may have been the original edifice of which the Birs Nimrud is the ruin, or whoever its founder, it is certain that as yet no remains have been discovered there more ancient than of the time of Nebuchadnezzar. Every inscribed brick taken from it, and there are thousands and tens of thousands, bears the name of this king. It must, however, be remembered that this fact is no proof that he actually founded the building. He may have merely added to or rebuilt an earlier edifice. Thus, although it would appear by the inscriptions from Nimrud that the northwest palace was originally raised by a king who lived long before him whose name occurs on the walls of that monument, yet not one fragment has been found of the time of that earlier monarch. Such is the case in other Assyrian ruins. It is therefore not impossible that at some future time more ancient remains may be discovered at the Birs. I will now describe the ruins. It must be first observed that they are divided into two distinct parts, and doubtless the remains of two different buildings. A rampart or wall, the remains of which are marked by mounds of earth, appears to have enclosed both of them. To the west of the high mound, topped by the tower-like pile of masonry, is the second, which is larger but lower, and in shape more like the ruins on the eastern bank of the Euphrates. It is traversed by ravines and watercourses, and strewed over it are the usual fragments of stone, brick, and pottery. Upon its summit are two small Mohammedan chapels, one of which, the Arabs declare, is built over the spot where Nimrud cast the patriarch Abraham into the fiery furnace, according to the common Eastern tradition. Not having been able to excavate in this mound, I could not ascertain whether it covers the remains of any ancient building. Travellers, as far as I am aware, have hitherto failed in suggesting any satisfactory restoration of the Birs. It is generally represented, without sufficient accuracy, as a mere shapeless mass. But if examined from the summit of an adjoining mound, its outline would at once strike any one acquainted with the ruins of the west of Mosul, described in a former of this work. The similarity between them will be recognized, and it will be seen that they are all the remains of edifices built upon very nearly, if not precisely, the same plan. The best published representations of the Birs Nimrud appear to me to be those contained in a memoir of that accurate and observing traveller, the late Mr. Rich. The mound rises abruptly from the plain on one face, the western, and falls to its level by a series of gradations on the opposite. Such is precisely the case with the ruins of Mokhamur, Abu Khamira, and Tel Erma. The brickwork still visible in the lower parts of the mound, as well as in the upper, shows the sides of several distinct stages of terraces. I believe the isolated mass of masonry to be the remains of one of the highest terraces, if not the highest, and the whole edifice to have consisted, on the eastern or southeastern side, of a series of stages rising one above the other, and on the western or northwestern, of one solid perpendicular wall. The back of the building may have been painted, as according to Diodorus Siculus were the palaces of Babylon, with hunting or sacred scenes, and may have been decorated with cornices or other architectural ornaments. There were no means of ascent to it, nor was it accessible in any part unless narrow galleries were carried round it at different elevations. It is probable that the ascents from terrace to terrace consisted of broad flights of steps, or of inclined ways, carried up the center of each stage. Such we may judge from the descriptions of Diodorus was the form of some of the great buildings at Babylon. The ascents to the different terraces of the hanging gardens, he says, were like the gradines of a theatre. There are certainly traces of them in the mounds in the desert west of Mosul, if not in the Birs Nimrud. Herodotus states that the temple of Belus at Babylon consisted of a series of towers. His description is not very clear, but it may be inferred that the various parts of the structure were nearly square. The base was undoubtedly so, and so also may have been the upper stories, although generally represented as round. There is nothing in the word used by Herodotus to show that they were circular, and that they were solid masses of masonry appears to me to be evident, for upon the upper one was constructed the temple of the god. The ascent, too, was on the outside. Without, however, venturing to identify the Birs Nimrud with the ruins of this temple, it may be observed that it is highly probable one uniform system of building was adopted in the East for sacred purposes, and that these ascending and receding platforms formed the general type of the Chaldean and Assyrian temples. The edifice of which this remarkable ruin is the remains was built of kiln-burnt bricks. Fragments of stone, marble, and basalt, scattered amongst the rubbish, show that it was adorned with other materials. The cement by which the bricks were united is of so tenacious a quality that it is almost impossible to detach one from the mass entire. The ruin is a specimen of the perfection of the Babylonian masonry. I will not enter into the many disputed questions concerning with the topography of Babylon, nor will I endeavor to identify the various existing ruins with the magnificent edifices described by ancient authors. The subject was fully investigated by the late Mr. Rich, and the published controversy between him and Major Rennell has left little to be added. A theory, first I believe put forward by Colonel Rawlinson, that the ruins around Hila do not mark the site of the first Babylon, which must be sought for further to the south, as far even as Niffer, has I presume been abandoned. There cannot, however, be a doubt that Nebuchadnezzar almost entirely rebuilt the city, and perhaps not exactly on the ancient site, a conjecture, as I have shown, perfectly in accordance with Scripture and with Eastern customs. An accurate survey of the ruins is now chiefly required. Recent travelers are of opinion that the Birs Nimrud cannot be identified, as conjectured by Rich, with the Temple of Belus, but that it marks the site of the celebrated Chaldean city of Borsippa, which Rich traced 4 leagues to the south of Hila, in some mounds called Borsa by the Arabs. Until more authentic information be obtained from inscriptions and actual remains, the question cannot, I think, be considered as settled. From the summit of the Birs Nimrud I gazed over a vast marsh, for Babylon is made a possession for the bittern and pools of water. In the midst of the swamps could be faintly distinguished the Arab settlements which showed the activity of a hive of bees. Light boats were skimming to and fro over the shallow water, whilst men and women urged onwards their flocks and laden cattle. The booming of the cannons of the Turkish army, directed against the fort of Hawaina, resounded in the distance, and the inhabitants of the marsh were already hurrying with their property to safer retreats in anticipation of the fall of their stronghold. To the southwest, in the extreme distance, rose the palm trees of Kefil, casting their scanty shade over a small dome, the tomb of Ezekiel. To this spot annually flock in crowds, as their forefathers have done for centuries, the Jews of Baghdad, Hila, and other cities of Chaldea, the descendants of the captives of Jerusalem, who still linger in the land of their exile. Although tradition alone may place in the neighborhood of Babylon the tomb of the prophet, yet from a very early period the spot appears to have been sought in pilgrimage by the pious Hebrew. I visited the edifice some years ago. It is now but a plain building, despoiled of the ornaments and manuscripts which it once appears to have contained. Benjamin of Tudela gives a curious and interesting description of it, which the reader will find well worth examining. End of chapter 22, part 1. Chapter 22, part 2 of Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 22, Part 2. We galloped back from the Birs Nimrud to Hila, crossing the dreary and deserted plain, without meeting any of those marauders who were wandering over the face of the country. I remained in Hila until the 19th December, riding every day to the ruins on the eastern bank of the river, and personally superintending the excavations. The first trenches were opened in the great mound of Babel, about 5 miles from the gate of Hila, and 3/4 of a mile from the river. I sought the subterranean passage opened and described by Mr. Rich, and on removing the rubbish I soon came to the quadrangular funnel, about 13 feet square, of burnt brick and bitumen, which he had discovered. After the lapse of 40 years, it had been once more completely filled with earth. The workmen again entered the underground chamber, in which Mr. Rich found a coffin of wood containing a skeleton still well preserved. Beneath this masonry were found several entire coffins, precisely similar to that discovered by Mr. Rich. They still held skeletons more or less entire, which fell to pieces as soon as exposed to the air. No relic or ornament had been buried with the bodies. The wood of the coffins was in the last stage of decay, and could only be taken out piecemeal. A foul and unbearable stench issued from these loathsome remains, and from the passages which had become the dens of wild beasts, who had worked their way into them from above. It was almost impossible to stay for many minutes underground. Even the Arabs were compelled to leave their work after a few days. On the northern side of the mound, above these places of sepulture, are the remains of a massive wall of sun-dried brick. The masonry is not united by bituminous cement, as in the vaults, but apparently by simple mud, as in modern Arab buildings, and between each course of bricks are spread thin layers of reeds still perfectly preserved. The coffins discovered at Babel are of a comparatively recent period and are not pure Babylonian. At the very earliest they may be of the time of the Seleucidae, but I am inclined to think that they are even of a still later date. It is evident that they were buried after the destruction of the edifice covered by the mound. Numerous deep trenches opened on the surface of the mound, and several tunnels carried into its sides at different levels, led to no other discovery than that of numerous relics of a doubtful period, such as are found in large numbers, in a more or less perfect state, amongst all Babylonian ruins, especially after heavy rains have washed away the loose soil or have deepened the ravines. The most interesting were arrowheads in bronze and iron, small glass bottles, some colored, others ribbed and otherwise ornamented, and vases of earthenware of various forms and sizes, sometimes glazed with a rich blue color. These, and in general what travellers have found, may be set down as of the time of the Greek occupation, and some as late as the 6th or 7th century of the Christian era. At Babel was also found, at some depth below the surface, a curious jug, which I should have been inclined to believe altogether modern, had there not been one nearly similar in form, and of the same substance, in Mr. Rich's collection in the British Museum, and consequently, it may be presumed, obtained from the same ruins. It is of soapstone, rudely carved and ornamented, and resembles in shape the vessels still used by the Arabs for ablutions. Scattered over the mound, and at a little depth beneath the surface, were numerous bricks, bearing the usual superscription of Nebuchadnezzar. No ancient masonry was, however, discovered, from which these bricks had been detached. It was thus evident that the remains of the original edifice, if any still existed, were to be sought far beneath the surface, and I accordingly opened tunnels at the very foot of the mound nearly on a level with the plain. A few days' labour enabled me to ascertain that we had at last found the ancient building. On the eastern side the workmen soon reached solid piers and walls of brick masonry, buried under an enormous mass of loose bricks, earth, and rubbish. We uncovered 8 or 10 piers and several walls branching in various directions, but I failed to trace any plan, or to discover any remains whatever of sculptured stone or painted plaster. During the remainder of my stay in Babylonia, workmen continued to excavate in this part of the mound, uncovering a confused heap of ruins and standing masonry. The enormous accumulation of loose rubbish above them, not a hard compact mass as at Nineveh, but continually crumbling and falling in, exposed the men to a risk scarcely warranted by the results of their labours. I much doubt whether even more extensive excavations would lead to any important discoveries. It is possible, however, that detached inscriptions or sculptured slabs might be obtained. On the western and southern sides of the mound were also discovered, at the very base, remains of solid masonry. The bricks bore the usual superscription of Nebuchadnezzar, and were firmly cemented together with fine white mortar. It is thus evident that a vast edifice once stood, either on the level of the plain or raised upon enormous piers and buttresses of brickwork, and that the tombs and any traces of building that may exist on or near the present surface of the mound are of a more recent period. I will not attempt to decide whether Babel be the remains of the great palace of Nebuchadnezzar, of the celebrated Hanging Gardens, or of a temple. The only remains of building not covered by soil and sand, but still standing above ground on the site of Babylon, and part of the ancient city, are about 1 mile to the south of the mound last described. It is the Qasr, or Palace of Rich, a name by which it is now generally known to travellers, but the Arabs call it the Mujalibi, or the Overturned. It rises on the river bank, and is about 700 yards square. The principal part of this great ruin consists of loose bricks, tiles, and fragments of stone, but nearly in the centre a solid mass of masonry, still entire, and even retaining traces of architectural ornament, protrudes from the confused heap of rubbish. Piers, buttresses, and pilasters may be traced, but the work of destruction has been too complete to allow us to determine whether they belong to the interior or exterior of a palace. I sought in vain for some clue to the general plan of the edifice. Upon nearly every brick is clearly and deeply stamped the name and titles of Nebuchadnezzar, and the inscribed face is always placed downwards. This wonderful piece of masonry is so perfect, and of so fresh a pale yellow color, that it seems but the work of yesterday, although it is undoubtedly part of a building which stood in the midst of old Babylon. This ruin has for ages been the mine from which the builders of cities rising after the fall of Babylon have obtained their materials. To this day there are men who have no other trade than that of gathering bricks from this vast heap and taking them for sale to the neighboring towns and villages, and even to Baghdad. There is scarcely a house in Hila which is not almost entirely built with them, and as the traveller passes through the narrow streets, he sees in the walls of every hovel a record of the glory and power of Nebuchadnezzar. A large number of the fragments of brick found in this ruin are covered with a thick enamel or glaze. The colors have resisted the effects of time, and preserved their original brightness. Parts of figures and ornaments may still be traced on many specimens. The principal colors are a brilliant blue, red, a deep yellow, white, and black. We learn from ancient authors that the walls of the palaces of Babylon were painted with the figures of men and animals, and there can be no doubt that these enamelled bricks are from the walls of an edifice. Fragments of glass, Babylonian gems and cylinders, small bronze figures, and other relics of this nature are occasionally found on the mound by the Arabs, and are bought by the Jews of Hila, who sell them again to European travellers. The huge lion described by Rich still exists half buried in the rubbish. The animal stands over a man with outstretched arms, which has led some imaginative travellers to see in the group a representation of Daniel in the lion's den. The figures are in black basalt, either so barbarously executed as to show very little progress in art, or left unfinished by the sculptor. It would scarcely be worth removal. Near the northern edge of the ruin is the solitary tree Atheli, well known to the Arabs, and the source of various traditions. It is said to have stood in the hanging gardens of Babylon, and to have been saved by God from the general destruction which overwhelmed the impious city, that Ali might tie his horse to its trunk after the defeat of the enemies of the Prophet in the great battle of Hila. No other tree of the same kind exists, according to the same tradition, in the whole world. It is, however, I believe, a species of tamarisk, whose long feathery branches tremble in the breeze with a melancholy murmur, well suited to the desolate heap over which it may have waved for 1,000 years. It was a hopeless task to excavate in a shapeless heap of rubbish of such vast extent, which had already been explored in every direction. With the exception of the solitary pile of masonry rising in the centre, the ruin consisted of little else than of shattered brickwork. I continued, however, a few of the tunnels already opened, but the falling rubbish, which had more than once overwhelmed the seekers after bricks, soon compelled me to desist. The only relic of any interest I was fortunate enough to discover was a fragment of limestone, on which were parts of 2 figures, undoubtedly those of gods. The name of one deity is added in Babylonian characters to its sculptured image. It is probably only a small portion of a slab or frieze containing a series of similar figures, but I was unable, after a careful and prolonged search, to find any other pieces. The fragment, however, is interesting as showing that the Babylonians portrayed their divinities in the same manner as the Assyrians. They wear the same high headdress ornamented with feathers and rosettes, the long curled hair and beard, and the embroidered garments, and they hold the same staff with a ring as the gods in the rock sculptures of Babian. With the exception of a few rudely engraved gems and enamelled bricks, this was the only relic I obtained from the Mujalibi. Excavations were carried on for some days in the smaller mounds scattered over the plain between Babel and the ruin last described, but without any results, except the discovery of the remains of brick masonry, of a few earthen vases, and of some fragments of glass. The last ruin I examined was a mound of great extent, sometimes called by the Arabs Jumjuma, from a neighbouring village of that name, and sometimes, as stated by Rich, Amran ben Ali, from a Kobi, or small domed tomb of a Mohammedan saint on its summit. No masonry is here seen as in the Mujalibi. All remains of buildings, if there be any still existing, are deeply buried beneath the loose nitrous earth. It is traversed by innumerable ravines, and its form and level are equally irregular. I opened trenches in various parts, but could find no traces of an edifice of any kind. Some small objects of considerable interest were, however, discovered. Although not of the true Babylonian epoch, they are, no more than one account, highly important. The mound of Amran, as well as nearly all those in Babylonia, had been used as a place of burial for the dead long after the destruction of the great edifices whose ruins it covers. Some specimens of glass and several terracotta figures, lamps and jars, dug out of it, are evidently of the time of the Seleucidae or of the Greek occupation. With these relics were 5 cups or bowls of earthenware, and fragments of others, covered on the inner surface with letters written in a kind of ink. Similar objects had already been found in other Babylonian ruins. 2 from the collection of the late Mr. Stuart had been deposited in the British Museum, and amongst the antiquities recently purchased by the trustees from Colonel Rawlinson are 8 specimens obtained at Baghdad, where they are sometimes offered for sale by the Arabs, but it is not known from what sites they were brought. The characters upon them are in form not unlike the Hebrew, and on some they resemble the Sabaean and Syriac. These bowls had not attracted notice, nor had the inscriptions upon them been fully examined before they were placed in the hands of Mr. Thomas Ellis, of the manuscript department in the British Museum, a gentleman of great learning and ingenuity as a Hebrew scholar. Mr. E. has succeeded after much labor in deciphering the inscriptions. Little doubt can, I think, exist as to the Jewish origin of these bowls, and such being the case, there is no reason to question their having belonged to the descendants of those Jews who were carried captive by Nebuchadnezzar to Babylon and the surrounding cities. These strangers appear to have clung with a tenacity peculiar to their race to the land of their exile. We can trace them about Babylon from almost the time of their deportation down to the 12th century of the Christian era, when the Hebrew traveler Benjamin of Tudela wandered over the regions of the East and among the cities of the captivity to seek the remnant of his ancient nation. During the Persian dominion in Mesopotamia, we find them enduring tortures and persecutions rather than help to rebuild a temple dedicated to a false god. In the time of the Roman supremacy in the East, they appear to have been a turbulent race, rebelling against their rulers and waging civil war amongst themselves. They had celebrated schools in many cities of Assyria and Chaldea. As early as the 3rd century, Hebrew travelers visited Babylon, and some of them have left records of the state of their countrymen. The Babylonian Talmud compiled in the beginning of the 6th century, contains many valuable notices of the condition of the Jewish colonies in Babylonia, and enumerates more than 200 Babylonian towns, then under the Persian rule, inhabited by Jewish families. In manuscripts of the 8th and 9th centuries we have further mention of these colonies. In the 12th century, Benjamin of Tudela found no less than 20,000 Jews dwelling within 20 miles of Babylon, and worshipping in the synagogue, built according to tradition by the prophet Daniel himself. In Hila alone were 10,000 persons and 4 synagogues, and he gives the number of families and of their places of worship in every town he visited, keeping during his journey an exact daily itinerary, which concludes nearly all the stations on the modern caravan routes. Allowing for some exaggeration on the part of this traveller, it is still evident that a very considerable Jewish population lived in the cities of Babylonia. It has greatly diminished, and in some places has entirely disappeared. A few families still linger at Hila, and in Baghdad the principal native trade and money transactions are carried on by Jews, who are the bankers and brokers of the governors of the city, as they, no doubt, anciently were of the Abbasid caliphs. According to their own tradition, these Hebrew families were descended from the Jews of the Captivity. They still preserved their pedigrees, and traced their lineage to the princes and prophets of Judah. Their chief resided at Baghdad, and his title was Lord Prince of the Captivity. He was lineally descended, according to his people, from King David himself. Even Mohammedans acknowledged his claim to this noble birth, and called him our Lord, the Son of David. His authority extended over the centuries of the East, as far as Thibet and Hindostan. He was treated on all occasions with the greatest honor and respect, and when he appeared in public he wore robes of embroidered silk, and a white turban encircled by a diadem of gold. We may safely conclude that these earthen bowls belonged to Jews of Babylonia and Chaldea. Similar relics have been found, as I have stated, in many ruins near Babylon. I discovered an entire bowl, as well as many fragments, at Niffer. Nearly at the same time, several were dug out of a mound about halfway between Baghdad and Hila, but they were unfortunately dispersed or destroyed before I could obtain possession of them. On all these sites, during the first centuries of the Christian era, dwelt Jewish families. As no date whatever is found in the inscriptions, it is difficult to determine the exact time when they were written. We must endeavor to form some opinion upon such internal evidence as they may afford. Mr. Ellis remarks that, as this is the first time anything of the kind has been examined in Europe, he can only hazard a conjecture from the forms of the letters, which are certainly the most ancient known specimens of the Chaldean, and appear to have been invented for the purpose of writing the cuneiform character in a more cursive and expeditious manner. In support of this conjecture, he cites the language of the Assyrian inscriptions as closely resembling that on the bowls. The relics, however, are evidently of different dates. The most ancient might be referred to the 2nd or 3rd century before Christ, but may be of a later period. Others are undoubtedly of a more recent date, and might even have been written as late as the 5th century of our era. The Syriac characters on the latter bowl appear to have marks of Sabaean or Mendean origin, and on a bowl from Mr. Stewart's collection there is an inscription, unfortunately almost destroyed and no longer decipherable, in that peculiar character still used by the Sabaeans of Susiana. In the forms of expression and in the names of the angels, these inscriptions bear a striking analogy to the apocryphal book of Enoch, which is supposed to have been written by a Jew of the Captivity shortly before the Christian era. That singular rhapsody also mentions the sorceries, incantations, and dividing of roots and trees, which appear to have been practised by the Jews at that period, and to be alluded to on the boughs. As to the original use of these vessels, it is not improbable, as conjectured by Mr. Ellis, that the writing was to be dissolved in water, to be drank as a cure against disease, or a precaution against the arts of witchcraft and magic. Similar remedies are still resorted to in the East in cases of obstinate illness, and there are mullahs who make the preparation of such charms their peculiar profession. The modern inscriptions generally consist of sentences from the Koran, interspersed with various mystic signs and letters. But if such was their object, it is evident that they could not have been used for that purpose, as the writing upon them is perfectly fresh, and it is essential that it should be entirely washed into the water to make the remedy efficacious. As they were found at a considerable depth beneath the surface, in mounds which had undoubtedly been used as places of sepulture, I am rather inclined to believe that they were charms buried with the dead, or employed for some purpose at funeral ceremonies, and afterwards placed in the grave. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the north-east of the island of Ireland. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Henry Layard. Chapter 23. State of the Ruins of Babylon, Cause of the Disappearance of Buildings, Nature of Original Edifices, Babylonian Bricks, the History of Babylon, its Fall, its Remarkable Position, Commerce, Canals and Roads, Skill of Babylonians in the Arts, Engraved Gems, Corruption of Manners, and Consequent Fall of the City, the Mecca Pilgrimage, Sheikh Ibn Rashid, the Jebel Shamar, the Mounds of El Hamer, of Anana. Such, then, were the discoveries amongst the ruins of ancient Babylon. They were far less numerous and important than I could have anticipated, nor did they tend to prove that there were remains beneath the heaps of earth and rubbish which would reward more extensive excavations. It was not even possible to trace the general plan of any one edifice. Only shapeless piles of masonry and isolated walls and piers were brought to light, giving no clue whatever to the original form of the buildings to which they belonged. If the tradition be true that Xerxes, to punish the Babylonians and humiliate their priests, ordered them utterly to destroy their temples and other great public edifices, and that Alexander the Great employed 10,000 men in vain to clear away the rubbish from the temple of Belus alone, it is not surprising that with a small band of Arabs little progress should have been made in uncovering any part of the ancient buildings. No sculptures or inscribed slabs, the panelling of the walls of palaces, have been discovered amongst the ruins of Babylon as in those of Nineveh. Scarcely a detached figure in stone or a solitary tablet has been dug out of the vast heaps of rubbish. Babylon is fallen, and all the graven images of her gods he hath broken unto the ground. The complete absence of such remains is to be explained by the nature of the materials used in the erection of even the most costly edifices. In the immediate vicinity of Babylon there were no quarries of alabaster or of limestone such as existed near Nineveh. The city was built in the midst of an alluvial country far removed from the hills. Consequently, stone for building purposes could only be obtained from a distance. The black basalt, a favourite material amongst the Babylonians for carving detached figures and for architectural ornaments, as appears from numerous fragments found amongst the ruins, came from the Kurdish mountains, or from the north of Mesopotamia. It was probably floated down the Euphrates and Tigris on rafts from those districts. The Assyrian alabaster could have been brought from Nineveh, and the water communication by the rivers and canals offered great facilities for transport. Yet enormous labour and expense would have been required to supply such materials in sufficient quantities to construct an entire edifice, or even to panel the walls of its chambers. The Babylonians were therefore content to avail themselves of the building materials which they found on the spot, with the tenacious mud of their alluvial plains. Mixed with chopped straw they made bricks, whilst bitumen and other substances collected from the immediate neighbourhood furnished them with an excellent cement. A knowledge of the art of manufacturing glaze, and of compounding colours, enabled them to cover their bricks with a rich enamel, thereby rendering them equally ornamental for the exterior and interior of their edifices. The walls of their palaces and temples were also coated, as we learn from several passages in the Bible, with mortar and plaster, which, judging from their cement, must have been of very fine quality. The fingers of the man's hand wrote the words of condemnation of the Babylonian Empire upon the plaster of the wall of the king's palace. Upon those walls were painted historical and religious subjects and various ornaments, and, according to Diodorus Siculus, the bricks were enamelled with the figures of men and animals. Images of stone were no doubt introduced into the buildings. We learn from the Bible that figures of the gods in this material, as well as in metal, were kept in the Babylonian temples. But such sculptures were not common, otherwise more remains of them must have been discovered in the ruins. On one of the most important Babylonian relics brought to this country we have some highly curious notices of the architecture of the Babylonians. They are contained in tablets inscribed upon a black stone and divided into 10 columns. The inscription commences, according to Dr. Hinks, with the name and titles of Nebuchadnezzar the Great, whose reign began, it may be inferred, from Ptolemy's canon, BC 604. He is called Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, son of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. We may infer that his grandfather was not a king from the omission of his name. The subsequent part of the inscription contains no notice of any foreign conquests, but speaks of the building of various temples and palaces, in addition to the walls of Babylon and Borsippa. If the tablets could be completely deciphered, and the meaning of many doubtful words accurately ascertained, much information would be obtained relating to Babylonian architecture. The walls were built of burned brick and bitumen, lined with gypsum and other materials. Some seem to have been wainscoted. Over these walls was woodwork, and on the top an awning sustained by poles like the white, green and blue hangings fastened with cords of fine linen and purple to silver rings and pillars of marble. In Ahasuerus's palace at Shushan, some of the woodwork is said to have been gilt, other parts silvered, and a large portion of it was brought from Lebanon. Marduk appears in this inscription as the principal deity of Babylon, holding the place that Ashur does on the monuments of Nineveh. He is called the Great Lord, Lord of Lords, Elder of the Gods, etc. Nebu seems to hold the second rank. The king offers him thanksgiving for what he has already done, and prays for his blessing on himself and his house. It may be conjectured that in their general plan the Babylonian palaces and temples resembled those of Assyria. We know that the arts, the religion, the customs, and the laws of the two kindred people were nearly identical. They spoke also the same language, and used very nearly the same written characters. One appears to have borrowed from the other, and without attempting to decide the question of priority of independent existence as a nation and of civilization, it can be admitted that they had to a certain extent a common origin, and that they maintained for many centuries an intimate connection. We find no remains of columns at Babylon, as none have been found at Nineveh. If such architectural ornaments were used, they must have been either of wood or of brick. The massy pillars with Egyptian-like capitals, usually chosen by artists for the restoration of Belshazzar's palaces and temples, are the mere creations of fancy, and are not warranted by any existing remains whatever. The Babylonian column more probably resembled in form and proportions that of Nineveh and Persepolis. It may have been a modification of the Assyrian, which afterwards gave birth to the Persian, for it was through Babylon that the arts appear to have penetrated partly, if not entirely, into Persia. Although the building materials thus used in the great edifices of Babylon may seem extremely mean when compared to those employed in the stupendous palace temples of Egypt, and even in the less massive edifices of Assyria, yet the Babylonians appear to have raised, with them alone, structures which excited the wonder and admiration of the most famous travellers of antiquity. The profuse use of colour, and the taste displayed in its combination and in the ornamental designs, together with the solidity and vastness of the immense substructure, upon which the buildings partly stood, may have chiefly contributed to produce this effect upon the minds of strangers. The palaces and temples, like those of Nineveh, were erected upon lofty platforms of brickwork. The origin of Assyrian architecture, which I have elsewhere described, was especially that of Babylon. The bricks, as in Assyria, were either simply baked in the sun or were burnt in the kiln. The latter are of more than one shape and quality. Some are square, others are oblong. Those from the Burj Nimrud are generally of a dark red colour, whilst those from the Mujallibe are mostly of a light yellow. Specimens have been frequently brought to this country and are to be found in many public and private collections. The Babylonian inscribed bricks long excited the curiosity of the learned, and gave rise to a variety of ingenious speculations as to their use and meaning. But by some they were believed to be public documents, others saw in the writing dedications to the gods or registers of gifts to temples. The question has now been entirely set at rest by the discovery made by Dr. Hinks that almost every brick hitherto obtained from the ruins of Babylon bears the same inscription, with the exception of one or two unimportant words, and that they record the building of the city of Nebuchadnezzar, the son of Nebuchadnezzar. A few inscribed tablets of stone and baked clay, figures in bronze and terracotta, metal objects of various kinds, and engraved cylinders and gems, have been almost the only undoubted Babylonian antiquities hitherto brought to Europe. Such relics are preserved in many cabinets. The small original collection in the British Museum belonged partly to Sir Robert Kerr Porter and partly to Mr. Rich. It may not be out of place to add a few remarks upon the history of Babylon. The time of the foundation of this celebrated city is still a question which does not admit of a satisfactory determination, and into which I will not enter. Some believe it to have taken place at a comparatively recent date, but if, as Egyptian scholars assert, the name of Babylon is found on monuments of the 18th Egyptian dynasty, we have positive evidence of its existence at least in the 15th century before Christ. After the rise of the Assyrian Empire, it appears to have been at one time under the direct rule of the kings of Nineveh, and at another to have been governed by its own independent chiefs. Expeditions against Babylonia are recorded in the earliest inscriptions yet discovered in Assyria, and, as it has been seen, even in the time of Sennacherib and his immediate predecessors, large armies were still frequently sent against its rebellious inhabitants. The Babylonian kingdom was, however, almost absorbed in that of Assyria, the dominant power of the East. When this great empire began to decline, Babylon rose for the last time. Media and Persia were equally ready to throw off the Assyrian yoke, and at length the allied armies of Sennacherib and the father of Nebuchadnezzar captured and destroyed the capital of the eastern world. Babylon now rapidly succeeded to that proud position so long held by Nineveh. Under Nebuchadnezzar she acquired the power forfeited by her rival. The bounds of the city were extended. Buildings of extraordinary size and magnificence were erected. Her victorious armies conquered Syria and Palestine, and penetrated into Egypt. Her commerce, too, had now spread far and wide, from the east to the west, and she became a land of traffic and a city of merchant. But her greatness as an independent nation was short-lived. The neighbouring kingdoms of Media and Persia, united under one monarch, had profited, no less than Babylon, by the ruin of the Assyrian Empire, and were ready to dispute with her the dominion of Asia. Scarcely half a century had elapsed from the fall of Nineveh, when Belshazzar, the king of the Chaldeans, was slain, and Darius the Median took the kingdom. From that time Babylonia sank into a mere province of Persia. After the defeat of Darius and the overthrow of the Persian supremacy, Babylon opened its gates to Alexander, who deemed the city not unworthy to become the capital of his mighty empire. On his return from India, he wished to rebuild the temple of Belus, which had fallen into ruins, and in that great work he had intended to employ his army, now no longer needed for war. The priests, however, who had appropriated the venues of this sacred shrine, and feared lest they would have again to apply them to their rightful purposes, appear to have prevented him from carrying out his design. The last blow to the prosperity and even existence of Babylon was given by Seleucus when he laid the foundation of his new capital on the banks of the Tigris, BC 322. Already Patroclus, his general, had compelled a large number of the inhabitants to abandon their homes and to take refuge in the desert, and in the province of Siciliana, the city, exhausted by the neighbourhood of Seleucia, returned to its ancient solitude. According to some authors, neither the walls nor the temple of Belus existed any longer, and only a few Chaldeans continued to dwell around the ruins of their sacred edifices. Still, however, a part of the population appears to have returned to their former seats, for in the early part of the 2nd century of the Christian era we find that the Parthian king Evemerus sending numerous families from Babylon into Media to be sold as slaves, and burning many great and beautiful edifices still standing in the city. In the time of Augustus, the city is said to have been entirely deserted, except by a few Jews who still lingered amongst the ruins. St. Cyril of Alexandria declares that, in his day, about the beginning of the 5th century, in consequence of the choking up of the great canals derived from the Euphrates, Babylon had become a vast marsh, and 50 years later the river is described as having changed its course, leaving only a small channel to mark its ancient bed. Then were verified the prophecies of Isaiah and Jeremiah that the mighty Babylon should be but pools of water, that the sea should come upon her, and that she should be covered with the multitude of the waves thereof. In the beginning of the 7th century, at the time of the Arab invasion, the ancient cities of Babylonia were a desolation, a dry land, and a wilderness. Amidst the heaps that marked the site of Babylon herself, there rose the small town of Hila. Long before Babylon had overcome her rival, Nineveh, she was famous for the extent and importance of her commerce. No position could have then been more favourable than hers for carrying on a trade with all the regions of the known world. Even only moderate skill and enterprise could scarcely fail to make Babylon not only the emporium of the Eastern world, but the main link of commercial intercourse between the East and the West. The inhabitants did not neglect the advantages bestowed upon them by nature. A system of navigable canals that may excite the admiration of even the modern engineer connected together the Euphrates and Tigris, those great arteries of her commerce, with a skill showing no common knowledge of the art of surveying and of the principles of hydraulics. The Babylonians took advantage of the different levels of the plains and of the periodical rises in the two rivers to complete the water communication between all parts of the province, and to fertilize by artificial irrigation an otherwise barren and unproductive soil. Alexander, after he had transferred the seat of his empire to the east, so fully understood the importance of these great works that he ordered them to be cleansed and repaired, and superintended the work in person, steering his boat with his own hand through the canals. High roads and causeways across the desert united Syria and Palestine with Babylonia. Fortified stations protected the merchant from the wandering tribes of Arabia. Walled cities served as resting places and storehouses, and wells at regular intervals gave an abundant supply of water during the hottest season of the year. One of those highways was carried through the centre of Mesopotamia, and crossing the Euphrates near the town of Anthemusia, led into central Syria. A second appears to have left Babylon by the western quarter of the city and entered Idumea after passing through the country of the Nabateans. Others branched off to Tadmor and to cities which were built in the midst of the desert almost solely for purposes of trade. To the east of Babylonia was the celebrated military and commercial road described by Herodotus. It led from Sardis to Susa in 90 days' journey, and was furnished at intervals of about 15 miles with stations and public hostelries, probably resembling the modern caravanserais of Persia. Merchandise and travellers descended the rivers upon rafts of skins, as well as in boats built of reeds coated with bitumen, or of more solid materials. The land trade was no doubt principally carried on, as at the present day, by caravans of merchants, who loaded their goods on the backs of camels, horses, and asses. It is difficult to determine how far the Babylonians may have navigated in vessels the Indian Ocean. The various articles of merchandise stored in Babylon, the produce of the islands and shores of the Persian Gulf, and even of India, formed no inconsiderable part. Pearls from the fisheries of Bahrain, which still supply Arabia, Persia, and Turkey, and perhaps even from Ceylon, cotton, spices, frankincense, precious stones, ivory, ebony, silks, and dyes were amongst the objects of trade brought to her markets. They could only have been obtained from the southern coasts of Arabia, and directly or indirectly from the Indian peninsula. We learn from the Kuyunjik inscriptions that the people inhabiting the country at the mouths of the united waters of the Tigris and Euphrates possessed vessels in which, when defeated by the Assyrians, they took refuge on the sea. The prophet Isaiah also alludes to the ships of the Chaldeans. Timber for shipbuilding could have been floated with ease from the mountains of Armenia to the very quays of Babylon, or to her ports at the head of the Persian Gulf. A race of dogs, much prized by the Babylonians, was brought from India. A satrap of Babylon is declared to have devoted the revenues of 4 cities to the support of a number of these animals. On a small terracotta tablet in the British Museum from Colonel Rawlinson's collection, obtained I believe at Baghdad, but probably found in some ancient ruin in the neighbourhood, is the figure of a man leading a large and powerful dog, which has been identified with a species still existing in Tibet. Tin, cedar wood, and various articles were brought from Phoenicia and other parts of Syria, which were in return supplied with the produce of India and the Persian Gulf through Babylon. Whilst the Babylonians thus imported the produce of the East and West, they also supplied foreign countries with many valuable articles of trade. Corn, which, according to tradition, first grew wild in Mesopotamia and was there first eaten by man, was cultivated to a great extent and was sent to distant provinces. The Babylonian carpets, silks, and woolen fabrics, woven or embroidered with figures of mythic animals and with exquisite designs, were not less famous for the beauty of their texture and workmanship than for the richness and variety of their colours. The much prized sindonais, or flowing garments, were the work of the looms of Babylon even long after she had ceased to be a city. The engraved gems and cylinders discovered in the ruins bear ample witness to the skill of the Babylonian lapidaries. Many of these relics exist in European collections, and during my residence at Hila I was able to obtain several interesting specimens from the Arabs, who usually pick them up on the mounds after rain. The most remarkable of them is a cylinder of spotted syenite, upon which are incised 7 figures and a few Babylonian characters. The letters of the inscription are rudely formed and have not yet been deciphered. Another interesting gem obtained by me at Babylon is an agate cone, upon the base of which is engraved a winged priest or deity standing in an attitude of prayer before a cock on an altar. Above this group is the crescent moon. The Hebrew commentators conjecture that Nergal, the idol of the men of Cuth, had the form of a cock. The vast trade that rendered Babylon the gathering place of men from all parts of the known world, and supplied her with luxuries from the remotest climes, had at the same time the effect of corrupting the manners of her people, and producing that general profligacy and those effeminate customs which mainly contributed to her fall. The description given by Herodotus of the state of the population of the city when under the dominion of the Persian kings is fully sufficient to explain the cause of her speedy decay and ultimate ruin. The account of the Greek historian fully tallies with the denunciations of the Hebrew prophets against the sin and wickedness of Babylon. Her inhabitants had gradually lost their warlike character. When the Persians broke into the city they were revelling in debauchery and lust, and when the Macedonian conqueror appeared at their gates they received with indifference the yoke of a new master. It is not difficult to account for the rapid decay of the country around Babylon as the inhabitants deserted the city. The canals were neglected. When once those great sources of fertility were choked up, the plains became a wilderness. Upon the waters conveyed by their channels to the innermost parts of Mesopotamia depended not only the harvests, the gardens, and the palm groves, but the very existence of the numerous towns and villages far removed from the river banks. They soon turned to mere heaps of earth and rubbish. Vegetation ceased, and the plains, parched by the burning heat of the sun, were ere long once again a vast arid waste. Such has been the history of Babylon. Her career was equally short and splendid, and although she had thus perished from the face of the earth, her ruins are still classic, indeed sacred, ground. The traveller visits with no common emotion those shapeless heaps, the scene of so many great and solemn events, In this plain, according to tradition, the primitive families of our race first found a resting place. Here Nebuchadnezzar boasted of the glories of his city, and was punished for his pride. To these deserted halls were brought the captives of Judea. In them Daniel, undazzled by the glories around him, remained steadfast to his faith, rose to be a governor amongst his rulers, and prophesied the downfall of the kingdom. There was held Belshazzar's feast, and was seen the writing upon the wall. Between those crumbling mounds Cyrus entered the neglected gates. Those massive ruins cover the spot where Alexander died. Soon after my arrival at Hila, the caravan of the Hajj, or annual pilgrimage to Mecca, passed through the town on its way to Baghdad. The holy places had this year been visited by the cholera, and of the many who had crossed the desert, few had survived. In the crowd that had assembled on the high road were mingled scenes of grief and joy. The mournful wail of the women was heard above the merry laugh of those who had again found their friends. The wild Bedouins of Najd, who had guided and protected the pilgrims during their arduous journey, passed through the throng on their weary dromedaries. After a lapse of some years, the annual Hajj from the south of Turkey and Persia had been able to follow the direct road to Mecca across the desert of Najd and the interior of Arabia. Since Ibn Rashid, a chief of the Jebel Shamar, has by his courage and abilities acquired the whole of that district, and has rendered himself sufficiently powerful to hold in check the various tribes which surround it, pilgrims under his protection could, therefore, again venture to take the shortest road to Mecca. He undertook to furnish them with camels, and to answer for their safety from Hila to the holy cities and back. The chief punctually fulfilled his engagement, and the caravan I have described was the first that had crossed the desert for many years without accident or molestation. It was under the charge of Abdurrahman, a relation of Ibn Rashid. I frequently saw this sheikh during his short residence at Hila, and he urged me to return with him to the Jebel Shamar. Zaid and several other Agals offered to accompany me, and it was with great regret that I felt unable, on various accounts, to undertake a journey into a country so little known and so interesting as Central Arabia. A better opportunity could scarcely have occurred for entering Najd. Sheikh Abdurrahman described the Jebel Shamar as abounding in fertile valleys, where the Arabs have villages and cultivated lands. The inhabitants are of the same great tribe of Shamar, and those who wander over the plains of Mesopotamia. Sutton told me that his family still possessed their gardens in the hills, and although from long absence their produce had been gathered by strangers, yet that he could by law at any time return and claim them. Ibn Rashid was described to me as a powerful and for an Arab an enlightened chief, who had restored security to the country, and who desired to encourage trade and the passage of caravans through his territories. His mares and horses, collected from the tribes of Central Arabia, were declared to exile all those of the desert in beauty and in blood. Hawking and hunting are his favourite amusements, and game abounds in the hills and plains. Amongst the wild animals are lions, leopards, deer, and a kind of ox or large antelope, I could not learn exactly which, called Wotaya, said to have long spiral horns, and to be exceedingly fierce and dangerous. I was assured that in the Jebel Shamar there are ruins of large cities, attributed by the Arabs to the Jews. Inscriptions in an unknown character are also said to exist on slabs of stone and on rocks. They may be that class called himyari, found in other parts of the Arabian Peninsula. About 2 hours and a half or 8 miles to the northeast of Hila, a mound, scarcely inferior in size to those of Babylon, rises in the plain. It is called El Haimer, meaning, according to the Arabs, the red, from its colour. The ruin has assumed a pyramidal form, but it is evidently the remains of a solid square structure consisting, like the Burj Nimrud, of a series of terraces or platforms. It may be conjectured, therefore, that it was a sacred edifice built upon the same general plan as all the temples of Babylonia and Syria. The basement or substructure appears to have been of sun-dried brick, the upper part, and probably the casing of the lower, of bricks burnt in the kiln. Many of the latter are inscribed with the name and titles of Nebuchadnezzar. Although the masonry is solid and firmly bound together, it is not united by a white cement like that of the Mujalibe. The same tenacious mud that was used for making the bricks has been daubed, as far as I could ascertain. between each layer. The ruin is traversed, like the piers, by square holes to admit air. Around the centre structure are scattered smaller mounds and heaps of rubbish, covered with the usual fragments of pottery, glass, and bricks. Opposite to the Mujalibe or Kasir, on the western bank of the Euphrates, is a village called Anana, and near it a quadrangle of earthen ramparts, like the remains of a fortified enclosure. A large mass of brick masonry is still seen in the river bed when the stream is low. The inhabitants of the village brought me a fragment of black stone with a rosette ornament upon it, very Assyrian in character. With the exception of these remains and the biers Nimrud, there are scarcely any ruins of ancient buildings on the Arabian side of the Euphrates. On the eastern bank, low mounds covered with broken pottery and glass are found in almost every direction. One resembles another, and there is nothing either in their appearance or in their contents, as far as they have hitherto been ascertained, deserving of particular description. They only prove how vast and thriving the population of this part of Mesopotamia must at one time have been, and how complete is the destruction that has fallen upon this devoted land. End of chapter 23. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the north east of the island of Ireland.
Chapter 24, Part 1 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 24, Part 1. A list of topics discussed. Ruins in southern Mesopotamia, departure from Hila, sandhills, villages in the Jazira, Sheikh Karbul, ruins, first view of Nefer, the marshes, Arab boats, arrive at Souk el-Afaj, Sheikh Agab, town of the Afaj, description of the ruins of Nefer, excavation in the mounds, discovery of coffins, of various relics, Mr. Loftus's discoveries at Wurka, the Arab tribes, wild beasts, lions, customs of the Afaj, leave the marshes, return to Baghdad, a mirage. The south of Mesopotamia abounds in extensive and important ruins, of which little is known. The country around them is inhabited by Arabs of the tribe of Rubia and Al-Maidan, notorious for their lawlessness, and scarcely more intelligent or human than the buffaloes which they tend. One or two travelers have passed these remains of ancient civilization when journeying through the Jazira, or having received descriptions of them from natives of the country. Mr. Loftus was the first to explore the most important. Being attached, as geologist, to the mission for the settlement of the boundaries between Persia and Turkey, he went by land from Baghdad to Busra to join its other members. As he was accompanied by an escort of troops, he was able to visit the principal ruins on the way without risk. He found the tribes well disposed towards Europeans, though very hostile to the Turks. Taking advantage of his favorable feeling, and relying upon the protection of the Arab sheikhs, Mr. Loftus returned a second time alone, and was able to excavate in some of the larger mounds. He obtained, during this expedition, the highly interesting collection of antiquities from Wurka, now in the British Museum. All these ruins are best reached from Hila. The sheikhs of the Arab tribes living near them are usually in friendly communication with the principal people of that town. Owing, however, to the present disturbed state of the country, I was compelled to ask for safe conduct from Agab, the sheikh of the Afaj. The Aphaids dwell in the midst of extensive marshes formed by the Euphrates about 50 miles below Hila. On the eastern border of the swamps rise the great ruins of Nefer, which I was first desirous of examining. After some discussion, it was finally settled that we were to go by land, keeping as much as possible in the center of Mesopotamia, and thus avoiding the neighborhood of the Euphrates, as the Arabs were now congregated along the banks of the river. Zaid, with Agail of his acquaintance, agreed to accompany me. My own jabours were, of course, of the party. Having hired mules and laid in a proper stock of provisions, tools, and packing cases to hold any antiquities that might be discovered, we began our journey on Wednesday, the 15th of January. The weather was bright and intensely cold. The sky was cloudless, but a biting north wind swept across the plain. It was the middle of the Babylonian winter, and a hard frost daily whitened the ground. We left Hila by the Baghdad gate. The Bir Akhdar was with me, with the rest of my Mosul servants. My huntsman, old Sayyid Yazim, wrapped up in his thick Arab cloak, bore his favorite hawk on his wrist. He was followed, as usual, by the greyhounds. The jabours went partly on foot, riding by turns on the baggage horses. Mr. Hormuzd Rassam was wanting to complete our party. He had been kept in Baghdad by severe illness almost since our arrival, and for the first time during my wanderings in Mesopotamia he was not with me. We followed a track leading toward the center of the Mesopotamian desert. Our course was nearly due east. About 6 miles from the town, we found ourselves amidst moving sand hills extending far and wide on all sides. The fine sand shifts with every breeze, and the wrinkled heaps are like the rippled surface of a lake. When the furious southerly wind sweeps over them, it raises a dense, suffocating dust, blinding the wayfaring Arab, and leaving him to perish in the trackless labyrinth. After 4 hours' ride, we left the sand heaps and again came in sight of the black belt of palm trees. After stopping to drink water, we proceeded to a small hamlet called Alak, and took up our quarters for the night at the museum of its sheikh, who, notwithstanding his poverty, received us very hospitably. He related to me how from the numerous artificial mounds in the surrounding plains were frequently taken, after rain had washed away the soil, earthen jars and coffins containing ornaments of gold and silver. As we continued our journey during the following day, still keeping in the desert, we passed 1 or 2 small encampments of the Zobaida tribe. The Arabs, alarmed at the approach of so large a party, and believing us to be horsemen on a foray, sallied forth to meet us at some distance from their tents, flourishing their weapons and chanting their wild war cry. The plain, although now without any stationary population, was once thickly inhabited. The lion, the hyena, the wolf, and the jackal, the wild boar, the fox, and the porcupine now alone break the solitude of a wilderness once the seat of the most luxurious and civilized nation in the East. It would be needless to describe the few deserted villages we passed during our day's journey. Their mud walls, once a protection against the wandering Arab, were unable to resist the encroaching sand, which has already overwhelmed the empty dwellings. In this region, the habitations of men are turned almost in a day to mere heaps of earth. The district is called Shomali. After a ride of 6 hours, we reached an ancient mound of considerable size called Harun. On its summit was a ruined Imam Zayda Mussulman oratory. It was a sacred place to the Arab, and on this account had been used as a burying place. The grave of the wandering Arab is rarely far beneath the surface of the soil, and the wild beasts of the desert soon scrape away the scanty earth. Human skulls and remains, scarcely yet bleached by the sun, were scattered over the ruins, mingled with bricks, pottery, broken glass, and other relics of ancient population. We had scarcely passed Haroun when a party of Arabs on horseback and on foot suddenly came forth from behind the lofty banks of a dry canal. They had seen our caravan from afar and had waylaid us. After they had followed us for some distance, they turned back to their tribe, deeming it prudent not to venture an attack, as we were fully prepared for them. Shortly after their departure, a gazelle rose from a thicket and bounded across the plain. Said Jasmine unloosed his hawk, and I pursued with the dogs. The sight of horsemen galloping to and fro alarmed an Arab settlement gathered round a small mud fort belonging to a chief called Kabul. The men armed themselves and came out against us. Our Afaj guides, however, soon made themselves known to them, and they then escorted our caravan to their tents, dancing a wild dance, shouting their war cries, singing war songs, and firing their matchlocks. Most of them had no other clothing than the shirt taken off their shoulders and tied around their loins. Their countenances were singularly ferocious, their bright eyes and white teeth making them even more hideous. Long black matted hair was scattered over their heads in horrid confusion, and their bodies were tanned by the burning sun to the color and substance of old leather. Their sheikh, Kabul, was scarcely less savage in his appearance, though somewhat better clothed. However ill-disposed he might have been towards Europeans or travelers in general, he acknowledged the protection that had been extended to us by the Afaj chief, and led me with words of welcome to his spacious tent. His followers, excited by the late alarm, and now full of warlike enthusiasm, were not, however, to be dismissed until they had satisfied themselves by performing various warlike dances. They did so in circles before the tent, raising a few tattered flags, and deafening me by their shouts and barbarous songs. These wild beings, little better than mere beasts, lived in hovels made of mats and brushwood. They fed large herds of buffalo, but the greater part of their sheep and cattle had been driven away by the Bedouins. Their tribe was the Shabaneh, a branch of the Al-Ukra. The next morning, Kabul sent his son and a party of horsemen to escort us for some distance on our road. We had to make a considerable circuit to the east to encompass the marsh, which is now spread over the lower part of the Mesopotamian plain. We passed numerous artificial mounds covered with fragments of bricks, pottery, glazed tiles, richly colored glass, and other relics that mark the site of Babylonian ruins. Canals, too, no longer fed by the Euphrates, everywhere crossed our path and limited our view. The parched soil outside the swamp has become fine sand, amidst which small tufts of the hardy tamarisk form the only vegetation. After 2 hours' ride, we emerged from the labyrinth of dry canals, and, ascending a heap of rubbish covering some ancient ruin, we beheld, looming on the horizon like a distant mountain, the principal object of my journey, the mounds of Nineveh. They were still nearly 10 miles from us. Magnified as they were by the mirage, they appeared far to exceed in size and height any artificial elevation that I had hitherto seen. To the east of us rose another great ruin called Zibliya, a lofty square mass Apparently of sun-dried brick, it resembled in form and was scarcely less in size than the well-known remains of Akerkuf near Baghdad. Between us and Nefer were still many mounds of ancient canals. The largest of the former, covered with bricks and pottery, was called by our Arab guides El Hamra, the Red. The principal canal, whose waters had once been confined between two enormous embankments, ran in a direct line toward the ruins. It is now dry, but appears to have once supplied the city. After a journey of 5 hours, we reached the ruins of Nefer. They differ in general form from the great mounds of Assyria, with which my descriptions may have familiarized the reader. Although at their northeast corner is a cone similar to those of Nimrud and Kala Shirgat, yet in their broken outline, in their division into several distinct parts, they have more the appearance of the remains of different buildings than of one regular platform surrounded by walls. In this respect, they are not unlike the Mujalibe Kasar and the Amran of Babylon. The mounds cover altogether a very considerable area of ground, and stand on the edge of the marsh, which is gradually encroaching upon them, and which occasionally, during the high floods of the Euphrates, completely surrounds them. They are strewed with the usual fragments of brick, glazed and unglazed pottery, and glass. A loose, nitrous soil, into which the feet sink above the ankles, forms a coating about a yard deep over a harder and more compact soil. In the ravines, large earthen jars and portions of brick masonry are occasionally uncovered by the rains. Commencing my search after antiquities as soon as we had reached the summit of the principal mound, it was not long before I discovered in one of these newly formed ruts a perfect vase about 5 feet high, containing human remains. Other objects of the same kind were found by the Arabs who were with me, but I left more careful researches to the time when I could commence excavations below the surface. Leaving, therefore, the ruins, I hastened to the place where my tents were pitched, about 2 miles beyond the ruins, in the margin of the marsh. In front of the encampment was a small lake or pond, from which the reeds seemed to have been carefully cleared. We had sent one of our Afaj guides to inform Sheikh Agab of our approach. I had not been long seated in my tent, when suddenly a number of black boats, each bearing a party of Arabs, darted from the reeds and approached the shore. They were of various sizes. In the bottom of some, 8 or 10 persons sat crouched on their hams; in others, only 1 or 2. Men standing at the head and stern, with long bamboo poles of great lightness, guided and impelled them. The largest were built of teak wood, but the others consisted simply of a very narrow framework of rushes covered with bitumen, resembling probably the vessels of bulrushes mentioned by Isaiah. They skimmed over the surface of the water with great rapidity. The tiradas, for so these boats were called by the Arab, drew up along the bank in the open basin before our tents. The largest evidently contained 3 chiefs, who landed and advanced toward me. They were the sons of the Sheikh of the Afaj. Their father had sent them to welcome me to his territories. They brought with them provisions for my caravan, as their village, they said, was still far distant, and it would be impossible to transport our baggage and lead our horses thither before nightfall. The young men were handsome, well-dressed, and well-armed, and very courteous. The complexion of these marsh Arabs, from constant exposure to the intense heat of the sun, is almost black, with the usual contrast of eyes of extraordinary brilliancy and teeth of the whiteness of pearls. They wear their hair in long, well-greased plaits. The young sheikhs had been ordered by their father to remain with me during the night and to place a proper guard around the tents, as the outskirts of the marsh were infested, we were assured, by roving Bedouins and midnight thieves. I gained, as other travelers had done before me, some credit for wisdom and superhuman knowledge by predicting, through the aid of an almanac, a partial eclipse of the moon. It duly took place, to the great dismay of our guests, who well nigh knocked out the bottoms of all my kitchen utensils in their endeavor to frighten away the jinns who had thus laid hold of the planet. Soon after sunrise, the sheikh's own tirada issued from the reeds into the open space. It had been spread with carpets and silk cushions for my reception. The baggage was placed in other boats, but the unfortunate horses, under the guidance of a party of naked Arabs, had to swim the stream and to struggle through the swamp as best they could. The armed men entered their various vessels, and we all left the shore together. The tirada in which I sat was skillfully managed by 2 Arabs with long bamboo poles. It skimmed rapidly over the small lake, and then turned into a broad street cut through green reeds rising 14 or 15 feet on both sides of us. The current, where the vegetation had thus been cleared away, ran at the rate of about 2 miles an hour, and as we were going toward the Euphrates, was against us. We passed the entrances to many lanes, branching off to the right and to the left. From them came black boats filled with Arab men and women carrying the produce of their buffalo herds to the souk or market. Herds of buffaloes here and there struggled and splashed amongst the rushes, their unwieldy bodies completely concealed under water, and their hideous heads just visible on the surface. Occasionally a small plot of ground, scarcely an inch above the level of the marsh, and itself half a swamp, was covered with huts built of reeds, canes, and bright yellow mats. These were the dwellings of the Afaij, and, as we passed by, troops of half-naked men and women and children issued from them, and stood on the bank to gaze at the strangers. The lanes now became more crowded with tiradas. The boatmen, however, darted by the heavier vessels, turned the sharp corners, and managed their frail barks with great skill and ease. The openings in the reeds began to be more numerous, and it required a perfect knowledge of the various windings and streets to follow the right way. This singular scene recalled vividly to my mind the sculptures of Kuyunjik, representing the Assyrian wars in marshes of the same nature, and probably formed by the waters of the same river. The streets through the reeds and the tiradas, or boats of rushes smeared with bitumen, are faithfully delineated in the bas-reliefs, showing how little the barbarous inhabitants of these great swamps have changed after the lapse of nearly 3,000 years. If we may judge, however, from the spoil of furniture and vessels of metal, probably of gold and silver, carried away from them by the conquerors, the ancient tribes appear to have been more wealthy and more ingenious than their descendants. Soon after entering a narrow canal, we stopped near some larger and better built huts than any we had yet seen. Before them, at the water's edge, and waiting to receive us, were drawn up a number of armed men, at the head of whom stood a tall, handsome Arab. He was attired in a long robe of scarlet silk of Damascus, over which he wore one of those cloaks richly embroidered in gold thread down the back and one arm, peculiar to Baghdad. This was Agab, Sheikh of the Afaij. As I stepped out of the tirada, he threw his arms round my neck and gave me the usual embrace of welcome. The chief led us at once to the museum. The guest house was built of the same materials as the smaller cabins, but they were far more tastefully put together. It resembled in shape the boiler of some enormous steam engine. Reeds bound together were bent into arches at regular intervals and formed a series of ribs, upon which were stretched the choicest mats. About 50 persons could conveniently sit in this hut. In the center was the usual array of bright pots and tiny cups ranged in circular trays round a smoldering fire. A hideous black slave, crouching upon his haunches, was roasting coffee and pounding the fragrant beans in an iron mortar. Down both sides were spread carpets and mats. Soft cushions of figured silk were specially prepared for the European guest. The Museif stood at a short distance from the other huts, and in a corner formed by 2 water streets branching off at right angles. In front of it was the harem of the sheikh. It consisted of several cabins and an enclosure formed entirely by walls of reeds and mats. Beyond was a great collection of huts, and in the middle of them the bazaars, consisting of double rows of shops, all of the same frail materials, so that this Arab town was built entirely of mats and reeds. Agab received me in the most friendly manner, and entered at once into my plans for excavating, describing the ruins existing in the neighborhood. He ordered his people to raise a hut for my servants and the Jabur workmen, and to pitch my tents in the open space opposite the Museif. Building was not a lengthy or difficult process, for the materials were so simple. Within an hour the mats had been dragged from the harem, the bundles of reeds turned into graceful arches, and the cabin duly covered in. As a dwelling place, however, the small island on which the sheikh had thought fit to erect his movable capital was not perhaps the most desirable in the world. Had the Euphrates risen by any sudden flood, we would have been completely under water. My proposition to encamp on the mounds of Nifer was negatived by Agab on account of the dangers from the Bedouins, evil spirits, beasts of prey, and the like. So I made up my mind to remain at the souk. The sheikh, believing I was in search of gold, was always my attendant with his followers. He knew so many authentic instances of enormous wealth having been dug up at Nifer that it was useless to argue with him upon the subject. He related to me in the usual expressive manner of the Arabs the following story. In the time of Hatab, the uncle of Wadi, sheikh of the Zubaydah and Camelier of the tribe, chanced to be in Damascus with his camels. As he was walking one day in the bazaar, an aged man accosted him. "O sheikh of the caravan," said he, "I know that thou art from the southern Jazira, and from the land of the Zubaydah. God be praised for sending thee to me. Now there is in that country a great mound that marks the site of an ancient city of the unbelievers called Nifer. Go, dig in the dry bed of the Shatt el-Nil in the midst of the ruins, and thou wilt find a stone white as milk. Bring it to me, and thou shalt have a reward double the usual hire for thy camels, both there and back." The cameleer was at a loss to guess how the old man knew of the stone, but he did as he had been asked, and in the place described to him he found the white stone, which was just a camel's burden. He took it to Damascus and gave it to the sheikh, who first paid him his just reward, and then broke the stone into pieces before him. It was, of course, full of gold, and the philosopher had learned where it was to be found in the books of the infidels. End of chapter 24, part 1.
Chapter 24, Part 2 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Dan. Discoveries among the ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 24, Part 2. Being thus compelled to remain at the souk, I fitted up my tent and cabins as well as I was able. The weather was intensely cold, and it was the middle of the rainy season. By the help of mats we were able to keep out the water to a certain extent. The excavations were carried on until the 3rd of February, and I will describe at once their general results. Nineveh, as I have already observed, consists rather of a collection of mounds of unequal height and irregular form than of one compact platform like the principal ruins of Assyria. They may be divided into 4 distinct groups, each surrounded and separated from the others by deep ravines, which have the appearance of ancient streets. The high cone at the northeast corner is probably the remains of a square tower, constructed entirely of large sun-dried bricks. Beneath the cone, masonry of sun-dried and kiln-burnt bricks protrudes from the sides of the ravines. The bricks are generally smaller in dimension than those from Babylon, and long and narrow in shape. Many of them are stamped with inscriptions in the Babylonian character, containing the name of a king and of the city. My workmen were divided into gangs, or karkanas, as they are called by the Arabs, and were placed in different parts of the ruins. On the first day, some cells or recesses containing human remains were discovered. During the 2 subsequent days we found many vases and jars of earthenware, some glazed and others plain. With these relics was a bowl, unfortunately much broken, covered with ancient Hebrew characters similar to those discovered at Babylon. Fragments of similar vessels were afterwards dug out of the ruins. On the mound of Nineveh, as on other ruins of the same period in this part of Mesopotamia, are found numerous fragments of highly glazed pottery of a rich blue colour, but very coarse and fragile in texture. I was at a loss to conjecture the nature of the objects of which they had originally formed a part, until on the 4th day of the excavations a party of workmen uncovered a coffin or sarcophagus of precisely the same material. Within it were human remains, which crumbled to dust almost soon as exposed to the air. The earthenware was so ill burnt, and had suffered so much from age, that I was unable to remove this coffin entire. It fell to pieces as soon as I endeavoured to detach it from the soil by which it was surrounded. But beneath it was found a second, and subsequently scarcely a day elapsed without the discovery of 4 or 5 similar coffins. The largest were about 6 feet long. Some, containing the remains of children, scarcely exceeded 3. They were all of nearly the same shape, an oval about 2 feet wide for the head and shoulders of the corpse, joined to a narrow box for the legs and feet. The oval was closed by a detached flat lid. The rest of the coffin was covered, and there was a small hole at the very end. The body must consequently have been forced into the sarcophagus from the top or open part. All of these coffins were covered with bright greenish-blue glaze, coloured with copper like that on pottery and bricks from the ruins of Babylon. Some were ornamented with scroll work and other designs, others with rude figures of men and animals in relief. They were all of the same fragile material. The clay, moreover, having been only partially burnt, had been exposed to the action of the nitre so abundant in the soil. Without considerable care it was impossible to remove any entire, although the surrounding earth was easily detached from them. Human remains, more or less perfect, were found in all these sarcophagi. Sometimes, as the lid was carefully removed, I could almost distinguish the body, wrapped in its grave clothes and still lying in its narrow resting place. But no sooner did the outer air reach the empty crust of humanity than it fell away into dust, leaving only the skull and great bones of the arms and legs to show what these now empty cases had once contained. 1 or 2 small cups or vases in the same glazed pottery, and a few beads and engraved gems were occasionally gathered from the crumbling remains, but no ornaments of gold or silver were discovered at Nineveh, though it appears that the Arabs frequently find them in similar coffins from other ruins in southern Mesopotamia. It is remarkable, however, that there were no ornaments whatever in metal in nearly 100 coffins which I opened at Nineveh. It is impossible to estimate the number of these earthen coffins. The upper parts of the mound in some places appeared to consist almost entirely of them. They generally rested one upon the other, but in some cases were separated by a layer of flat bricks or tiles. As fast as the fragments of one were removed, a second appeared beneath it, and notwithstanding the number thus taken away, I did not penetrate many feet beneath the surface. In the lower part of Mesopotamia are many ruins in which similar remains are equally abundant. Fragments of glazed pottery, broken from them, are seen on every ancient site to the south of Babylon. According to Mr. Loftus, the vast mound of Worka is built almost entirely of such coffins, piled one above the other, and consequently many thousands, or rather hundreds of thousands, must exist in it alone. It is difficult to arrive at a very satisfactory conclusion as to the precise date of these remains. My own impression is that they are comparatively modern, that is, that they are to be attributed to a period subsequent to the fall of the Babylonian Empire, extending from the 2nd or 1st century before the Christian era to even the time of the Arab invasion. Colonel Rawlinson entertains, I believe, a different opinion, and would attribute them to a much earlier period. If the great mounds of Nineveh be the remains of a Babylonian city, as they probably are, it is evident that that city must have been completely destroyed, and its ruins covered with earth long before a people, afterwards inhabiting the country, could have buried their dead above them. In one part of the mound, in a kind of recess or small chamber of brick masonry, was discovered a heap of pottery of a yellow colour, very thin and fragile, much resembling that still made at Baghdad to hold water in hot weather. Many vases and cups were still entire. With them were fragments of glass bottles, jars, and other vessels, and several highly glazed or enamelled dishes. These relics appeared to be of the same period as the sarcophagi. A large number of coarse jars or urns, some nearly 6 feet high, were dug out of various parts of the mound. They contained bones of men and animals, and their mouths had been carefully closed by a tile or brick plastered with bitumen. Although many deep trenches were opened in the ruins, and in the conical mound at the northeast corner, no other remains or relics were discovered. With the exception of a few massive foundations and the bricks bearing a cuneiform superscription, I much doubt whether anything found at Nineveh was of the true Babylonian period. The Arabs have a story that a great black stone exists somewhere in the ruins. I had once conjectured that it might be the identical obelisk said to have been brought by Semiramis from Armenia to Babylon. After I had searched in vain for it, I was assured that it was near some mounds several miles to the east of Nineveh. I sent a party of workmen to the spot, but with no better success. On the whole, I am much inclined to question whether extensive excavations carried on at Nineveh would produce any very important or interesting results. In the Afaj Bazaar I was able to purchase a few relics from the Arabs. They consisted chiefly of cylinders and engraved gems. But even such remains were far more scarce than I had anticipated. A ram in baked clay with 3 holes for holding colours or ointments, apparently Babylonian, and a pebble of white marble on which are rudely engraved 2 goats before the sacred tree, and a few cuneiform characters, were brought to me from some neighbouring ruin. Such were all the antiquities I obtained during my visit to Nineveh. With the pottery collected at the mound, they are now in the British Museum. One of my principal objects in journeying into these wild tracts in southern Mesopotamia was to visit and explore the great mound of Worka. These remains had already been partly examined, as I have stated, by Mr. Loftus. A highly interesting collection of relics, comprising inscribed clay tablets, glazed pottery, ornaments in metal, and engraved gems, had been obtained by that gentleman during his short residence among the ruins. They are now in the British Museum. Amongst them, and deserving particular notice, are the fragments of a shell on which are engraved the heads of 2 horses, apparently part of a subject representing a warrior in his chariot. The outline upon them is not without spirit, but they are principally remarkable for being almost identical with a similar engraved shell found in an Etruscan tomb and now in the British Museum. This is not the only instance, as it has been seen, of relics from Assyria and Etruria being of the same character, showing a close connection between the 2 countries, either direct or by mutual intercourse with some intermediate nation. Unfortunately, the state of the country to the south of the marshes was such that I was unable even to make an attempt to reach the remarkable ruins of Worka. The great Arab tribe of Montefic, dwelling on the banks of the lower Euphrates and exercising a certain control over all the smaller tribes inhabiting the southern part of Mesopotamia, was split into opposite factions on account of the rival pretensions of 2 chiefs. Much blood had already been spilt, and the war was now extending to the Afaj. The surrounding tribes, taking advantage of the general confusion and of the unsuccessful attempt of the Pasha to subdue the Maidan Arabs, had openly rebelled against the government and were laying waste the province and plundering each other. It was indeed scarcely possible even to leave the Afaj territory, and Agab, who, like all the other Arab sheiks, was not without his rival, began to fear an outbreak among his own people. He had already been summoned to take part in the war between the 2 Montefic chiefs, and he was anxious that I should be on safe ground before his troubles commenced. He therefore seriously urged me to return to Baghdad. The sheikh, with some other chiefs of his tribe, was accustomed to pass the evening in my tent. He would on these occasions describe the unsettled and dangerous state of the country, and lament the insecurity caused by the misrule of the Turkish authorities. At the same time he would entertain me with accounts of the districts to the south of the Afaj, their productions, and the manners of the curious populations inhabiting those vast marshes. The greater part of the country below ancient Babylon has now been for centuries one great swamp. It is indeed what the prophet foretold it should be, a desert of the sea. The embankments of the rivers, utterly neglected, have broken away, and the waters have spread over the face of the land. The best known of these marshes are the Nimrud, formed by the Euphrates above its confluence with the Tigris at Korna. But they now only form a part of those which are yearly increasing and threaten to cover the whole of southern Mesopotamia. The Arab tribes inhabiting them are, as I have already observed, among the most wild and ignorant that can be found in this part of Asia. The relations between them and the Porta have generally consisted of little more than a trial of treachery and deceit, and while the Turk looks upon these Arabs as mere wild beasts, they in return have lost all confidence in the faith and honour of the Ottoman government. But it is not so with respect to the English, who have always treated them honourably and kindly, and whom consequently they have allowed to pass to and fro without harm. This respect for the British name is mainly to be attributed to the admirable conduct and management of Captain Jones during the time he has commanded the steamer on the Tigris. These Arabs are of the Shia sect of Mussulmans and belong to the great tribes of Rubi'a and Al-Maidan. Each tribe has innumerable subdivisions with distinct names and separate and independent sheikhs. They live in mat huts and in small black tents. Their chief wealth consists in vast herds of buffaloes, and they are on the whole, notwithstanding the wretched appearance of their dwellings and the scanty clothing of both men and women, richer than most Arab tribes. This is to be attributed to their having hitherto been able, in their almost inaccessible retreats, to defy the Turkish authorities. Their buffaloes supply them with large quantities of butter and milk. The former is exported, and is a considerable article of trade. These hideous animals appear to thrive in the marshy lands, and some districts actually swarm with them. They are generally inoffensive and easily managed. These tribes have also flocks of sheep and goats, but the animals are small and their wool thin, and generally too coarse to form an article of commerce. They raise very little corn and barley. Rice of an inferior quality forms their principal food. The marshes and the jungles near the rivers are the retreats of many kinds of wild animals. Lions abound. I have seen them frequently, and during the excavations at Nineveh we found fresh traces of their footsteps almost daily among the ruins. The Maidan Arabs boast of capturing them in the following manner, and trustworthy persons have assured me that they have seen the feat performed. A man, having bound his right arm with strips of tamarisk, and holding in his hand a strong piece of the same wood, about a foot or more in length, hardened in the fire and sharpened at both ends, will advance boldly into the animal's lair. When the lion springs upon him, he forces the wood into the animal's extended jaws, which will then be held open whilst he can dispatch the astonished beast at his leisure with the pistol that he holds in his left hand. In the jungles are also found leopards, lynxes, wild cats, wolves, hyenas, jackals, deer, porcupines, boars in vast numbers, and other animals. Wild fowl, cranes, and bustards abound, and that beautiful game bird, the francolin, or black partridge, swarms in the low brushwood. The Arabs shoot them with ball. The marshes are full of fish, which attain a considerable size. They are chiefly, I believe, a kind of barbel. Their flesh is coarse and full of bones, but they afford the Arabs a constant supply of food. They are generally taken by the spear. Although the inhabitants of the marshes recognize some of the laws of the Bedouins, they are wanting in many of the virtues of the Arabs of the desert. They have, however, several customs relating to the duties of hospitality which are rigidly adhered to. To say of a Maidan that he has sold bread is to offer him the greatest of insults. To part with a loaf for money is accounted an act bringing disgrace not only upon the perpetrator but upon his whole family. I found this peculiar custom exceedingly inconvenient during my residence among the Afaj. Sheikh Agab insisted upon giving daily to my large party their supplies of bread, and it was impossible to obtain it in any other manner. Even its sale in the public market was forbidden. I was, at length, compelled to send to a considerable distance for flour, and then to employ my own workmen in baking it. The same scruples do not exist with regard to other articles of food. They are sold in the bazaar, as in all eastern towns. In the souk or bazaar of the Afaj tribe were exposed for sale a few common Manchester prints, those worldwide evidences of the extent of British trade, English stuffs printed and dyed at Baghdad called tanjebs, keffis, Damascus silks, striped dabbas, dates, rice, coffee, spices, powder and arms, the usual stores of an eastern market. A few Christian jewellers fashion gold and silver ornaments for the women, and an occasional pedlar from Hila or Baghdad excites the admiration of the Arabs by the display of a stock of coarse knives and common European hardware. The dampness of the soil upon which my tent was pitched, and the unwholesome air of the surrounding marshes, brought on a severe attack of pleurisy and fever. I was soon unable to move from my bed, and was reduced at length to a state of extreme weakness. Fortunately, it occurred to me to use a blistering fluid given to me for an injured horse, or I should probably not have left the Afaj swamps. Notwithstanding the severity of the remedy, it gave me immediate relief, and when Hormuzd joined me on the 28th of January, I resolved to make an attempt without further delay to reach Baghdad, where I could obtain medical aid. To add to our misfortunes, the rain fell in unceasing torrents for 4 days, and of course soon made its way through our tents. The waters of the marsh began to rise perceptibly, and the Afaj were preparing to abandon their mat huts and to seek in their light taradas a safer retreat. Some days elapsed, however, before I could rise from my carpet. The state of affairs was daily getting worse. Abd Pasha had been suddenly deprived of his government by the Porta on account of the failure of his expedition against the Khazai Arabs, and his fall had increased the general anarchy. It was only by joining a large party of horsemen on their way to the seat of war in the south that Hormuzd had been able to reach Nineveh. I found that it was quite impossible to penetrate further into Mesopotamia, and that by remaining much longer among the Afaj we ran the risk of being cut off from Baghdad altogether. I determined therefore to strike once more into the desert, where we were less likely to meet with hostile Arabs than in the beaten tracks, and to make a forced march to some village in the neighbourhood of Hila. Fortunately I had my own riding horse with me, and his easy paces enabled me to undertake the journey, although in a state of complete exhaustion. On the 2nd of February I took leave of Agab and pitched my tents for the night beneath the mounds of Nineveh. Before dawn on the following morning we were urging our horses over the desert plains of the centre of Mesopotamia. 2 armed adherents of the sheikh were with us, rather to act as guides than to protect us from enemies. We travelled without any cause for alarm as far as the great ruin of Zibliya. A large body of horsemen then suddenly appeared in the distance. We ascended the mound and prepared to defend ourselves from this elevated position. But either the Arabs did not perceive us, or were bent upon some warlike expedition which did not admit of delay, for they passed onwards and left us to continue our journey. Zibliya closely resembles the celebrated ruin of Akakaf near Baghdad. It rises from a heap of rubbish in the centre of the desert, and consists of a solid mass of large, crumbling, sun-dried bricks, between the courses of which, at certain intervals, are layers of reeds, as in many of the Babylonian buildings. We saw no human habitation until long after nightfall, when we reached the small Arab hamlet of Pasha. It was surrounded for defence by a low mud wall, and some time was spent in a parley and explanation before the timid inhabitants would open their gates to so large a company of strangers. I could hardly remain in my saddle until their fears were set at rest, and we were admitted within the enclosure. At length I tottered into a hovel thick with smoke, and sank down exhausted, after a ride of 14 hours and a fortnight's complete abstinence from food. My poor Jabur workmen, being on foot, had been unable to keep up with the caravan during our forced march. They did not reach the village until daybreak, and then in a very sorry plight, for they were stripped to the skin. They had approached, in search of water, the tents of some Arabs, and falling in with a plundering party had been robbed of everything and left naked in the desert. Next morning I had scarcely strength to mount my horse. Ormuzd turned off to Hila to put a stop to the excavations at Babylon. With the caravan I made another forced march in the beaten track to Baghdad, and reached the Khan of Iskandariya. We were now within a few hours of the end of our journey, and leaving the servants and baggage to follow at leisure, I quitted the Khan with the Bayraktar before dawn to canter into Baghdad. As the sun rose from the sea-like plain, the great ruin of Ctesiphon appeared above the eastern horizon. This ruin, with a few mounds and heaps of rubbish scattered about it, is all that now remains of the capital of the Parthian Empire. On the opposite banks of the Tigris, long lines of earthen ramparts, forming a quadrangle and enclosing the usual signs of former habitations, mark the site of the city built by Seleucus after the last fall of Babylon. The victorious Arabs under Sa'd, the general of the Caliph Omar, pillaged Ctesiphon after they had overthrown the Persian armies in the decisive battle of Qadisiyah in the 16th year of the Hegira. They found in the palace the throne, the crown, and the standard of the Persian kings, together with a carpet which covered the floor of the great hall, and was of such extraordinary beauty and value that it excited the wonder of the conquerors, and was considered among the most precious spoil taken from their enemies. Ctesiphon and Seleucia received from the Arabs the name of Al-Madain, or the Twin Cities. When Baghdad was founded on the Tigris, a few miles above them, the Caliph al-Mansur wished to pull down the palace of Khosrows for materials to build his own capital. His vizier, who had recently turned from the Magian religion, endeavoured to dissuade him. The Caliph upbraided him for being but an insincere convert to Islam, and for sympathizing with those who still professed his former faith, and whose monuments he therefore wished to preserve. The attempt to destroy the vast edifice was fruitless, but when it was about to be abandoned, the vizier urged his master to persevere, exclaiming that if he now ceased to pull down the palace, history would say that Al-Mansur with all his power was unable to overthrow that which another prince had built. I did not visit Ctesiphon on this occasion. The river separated me from the ruins, and I only mention them in this place to describe a remarkable effect of mirage which I witnessed as I rode towards Baghdad. As the quivering sun rose in unclouded splendour, the palace was transformed into a vast arcade of enormous arches resting upon columns and masses of masonry. Gradually this arcade was, as it were, compressed like the slides of a telescope, but the building gained in height what it lost in length, and one arch slowly appeared above the other, until the ruin assumed the shape of a tower reaching to the sky, and pierced from the base to the summit by innumerable arches. In a few minutes this strange edifice began to melt away into the air, and I saw a magnified though perfect image of the palace, but upon it was its exact counterpart upside down. Other equally singular changes succeeded until the sun was high in the heavens, and the ruins at length disappeared in the distance. The small bushes of camel thorn scattered over the desert were during this time turned into forest trees, and a transparent lake imaged for a fleeting hour in its counterfeit waters the varying forms of the insubstantial edifice. Although I have seen many extraordinary effects of mirage during my wanderings in the East, I scarcely remember to have witnessed one more striking or more beautiful than that near the ruins of Ctesiphon. I had just strength left me to reach the gates of Baghdad. Once in the city, under the friendly care of Dr. Hislop, I soon recovered my health, and was ready to start on fresh adventures. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25, Part 1 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wilma Magastino. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 25, Part 1. There was no hope of improvement in the state of the country round Baghdad. The Pasha had left the dam of the Hindia, which shortly after again gave way and afforded fresh retreats to the Arabs. Under these circumstances, and for other reasons, I deem it prudent to give up for the time the excavations in the ruins of Babylonia, when tranquillity had been to some extent restored in the Pasha Lake. An expedition might be undertaken either by myself or by some other traveller, with better prospects of success. The Shamar Bedouins were now moving northwards, towards their spring and summer pastures. I had been in continual communication with the sons of Rishwan. Satam, whose wife's imperious temper still kept him apart from his family, had encamped during the winter with another branch of the tribe in the neighborhood of Tikrit. It was suspected that he had been privy to more than one successful attack on the Turkish post, and on certain treasure convoys belonging to the government. The roads between Baghdad and Mosul were completely closed by bands of Bedouins, who plundered every caravan that came within their reach. Sahiman and Mishwil had accompanied their father to the plains of southern Babylonia. The latter had been severely wounded in some affray. As Sahiman was journeying northwards with the rest of his tribe, I thought this a good opportunity of following under his protection the direct track to Mosul through the desert and along the western bank of the Tigris. He at once consented to escort me, only stipulating that I should obtain permission from the Pasha for his camels and flocks to pass through the suburbs of Baghdad, instead of following the longer and more difficult road through the marshes, like those of the rest of the tribe. The request was granted, and a guarantee was given to me by the governor and the commander-in-chief of the troops that my Bedouin friend, with his family and property, should cross the city in safety. They had no sooner, however, entered the gates than they were fallen upon by inhabitants of the quarter, aided by a body of irregular troops and Agalis. Abandoning nearly 800 camels, Sahiman and his brother Arabs fled into the desert. Warmly supported by Captain Campbell, I remonstrated indignantly against this act of treachery. The Turkish authorities declared that it was an accident beyond their control, and at length adopted means to recover the stolen camels. It was, however, with some difficulty that I was able to find Sahiman, and then to induce him to return to Baghdad. Eventually the greater part of his property was restored to him. It is thus that the Bedouins are encouraged in continual enmity to the Porte, and that their reliance to the good faith of the Turks and of the inhabitants of towns has been completely destroyed. This untimely occurrence, as well as repeated attacks of fever, delayed my departure for some days, and it was not until the 27th of February that, bidding adieu to my good friends of Baghdad, I crossed the Tigris by the crazy bridge of boats and took the crowded road to Khatime. There I passed the night beneath the hospitable roof of the Nawab of Oud. At daybreak on the following morning, under the guidance of Sahiman and accompanied by Hormuz, the Jebus, and my servants, I left the sacred suburb and followed the beaten track leading to the desert. In order to avoid the windings of the river, we struck across the barren plain. The low houses of Akmain soon disappeared from our sight, but for some miles we watched the gilded domes and minarets of the tombs of the imams, rising above the dark-belled palms and glittering in the rays of the morning sun. At last they too vanished, and I had looked for the last time upon Baghdad. We were now in as complete a wilderness as if we had been wandering in the midst of Arabia, and not within a few miles of a great city. Not a living creature broke the solitude. Here and there we saw the sites of former encampments, but the Arabs had long since left them, either to move further into the desert or to seek security from an enemy amongst the date groves in the banks of the river. We traveled with speed over the plain, and after a ride of 9 hours we found ourselves in the midst of the palm trees of a village called Sumaika, formerly a town of some importance, and still watered by the Dujal, a wide and deep canal of the time of the caliphs, derived from the Tigris. The inhabitants, seeing horsemen in the distance, mistook us for enemies, but finding that we were travelers and friends, they escorted us to the house of the sheikh, Hashem, who immediately slew a sheep and made other hospitable preparations for our entertainment. This chief, although now ruling over a stationary tribe who till the soil, is of Shamar descent, and is married to a Bedouin lady. As his wife, however, will not condescend to live within 4 walls, he is obliged to compromise matters by passing 1/2 of the year under her tent, and the other in his hovel amongst his own people. As we expected to fall in with her tribe during our journey northwards, he entrusted me with a bundle of embroidered cloaks and colored kerchiefs as presents to her and her kin. His missive was crowded with Bedouins, for amongst the Arabs the hospitality of Hashem had become a proverb. Sumaika, too, being on the edge of the desert, is convenient for hearing news from the town, and as a place of meeting before or after plundering expeditions. Although a Turkish mudir, with a garrison of dozen half-starved Albanians, resides within the walls of his ruined city. The plain on all sides is intersected by the remains of innumerable canals and watercourses, derived from the Tigris and the Dujal. Their lofty banks narrowed the view, and it was only as we passed over them, after quitting Sumaika, that we saw the distant palm groves of the large village of Belid. We left the village to the right, and passed through the ruins of an Arab town of the time of the caliphs. Beyond it we crossed the Dujal by a falling bridge of 4 large arches, with a small arc between each. The beauty of the masonry, the ornamental inscriptions, and rich tracery of this ruin showed that it was of the best period of Arab architecture. To the north of the Dujal we found through a perfect maze of ancient canals now dry. It required the practised eye of the Bedouin to follow the sand-covered track. About 8 miles beyond the bridge, the embankment suddenly ceased. A high rampart of earth then stretched as far as the eye could see, to the right and to the left. At certain distances were mounds, forming square enclosures like ruined outworks. A few hundred yards in advance was a second rampart, much lower and narrower than the first. We had reached what some believed to be the famous Median Wall, one of the many wonders of Babylonia, built by the Babylonians from river to river across Mesopotamia, to guard their wealthy city and thickly peopled provinces against invasion from the north. Captain Jones, however, who has examined these remains with more care and for a greater distance than any other traveler, or than I could do during a hasty journey, is of opinion that they are not those of a wall of defense, but merely of an embankment, stretching for miles inland, and originally raised to protect the lower country from inundations, and to regulate its irrigation. I confess that my own impression, even after this explanation, was in favor of the rampart. At any rate, if this be not the Median Wall, no traces of which have been as yet found in any other part of Mesopotamia, it appeared to me to be a regular line of fortification. It is called by the Arabs, at the place we crossed it, Faria, elsewhere the Cedar al-Nimrud, or the Rampart of Nimrud. Beyond the Median Wall we entered upon undulating gravelly downs, furrowed by deep ravines, and occasional rising into low hills. With the rich alluvial soil of Babylonia we had left the boundaries of the ancient province. The banks of the Tigris are here, in general, too high, and the face of the country too unequal, to admit of artificial irrigation being carried far inland by watercourses derived from the river. The spiral tower, the dome, and the minarets of Samarra at length appeared above the eastern horizon, and we rode towards them. After 9 hours and a half's journey, we encamped for the night on the Tigris opposite to the town. As the sun went down, we watched the women who, on the other side of the river, came to fetch their evening supplies of water, and gracefully bearing their pitchers on their heads, returned to the gates. But on our bank, the solitude was only broken by a lonely hyena coming to drink at the stream, and the hungry jackals that prowled round our tents. The ruins of an early Arab town called the Sheikh stood on a hill in the distance, and near our camping place were the deserted walls of a more recent settlement. On the third day of our journey, another ride of 9 hours and a half, along the banks of the Tigris, brought us to Tikrit. The Arabs were keeping the small town of Tikrit in a state of siege, and its supplies having been cut off, we had some difficulty in getting provisions for ourselves and our horses. We were not sorry to leave Tikrit, whose inhabitants did not belie a notorious bad character. Next morning we struck inland, in order to avoid the precipitous hills of Makul, at whose very feet sweeps the Tigris. They form part of a long isolated limestone range, which commences with the Sinjar, runs through the center of Mesopotamia, crosses the river near Khan Karnaini, then takes the name of Amrin, and approaching the mountains of Luristan, continues parallel with them to the Persian province of Fars. In the Makul hills are several ruins, some falling walls, and towers hanging over the Tigris, and once probably the stronghold of a freebooter, who levied blackmail on the travellers, are called by the Arabs the Castle of the Giants, and are said to be the dwelling place of jinns, and various other supernatural beings. Our track led through a perfect wilderness. We found no water, nor saw any moving thing. When, after a long ride of about 11 hours, we reached some brackish springs called Bas-Reliefs, the complete solitude lulled us into a feeling of security, and we all slept without keeping the accustomed watch. I was awoke in the middle of the night by an unusual noise close to my tent. I immediately gave the alarm, but it was too late. 2 of our horses had been stolen, and in the darkness we could not pursue the thieves. Sahiman broke out in reproaches of himself as the cause of our mishap, and wandered about until dawn in search of some clue to the authors of the theft. At length he tracked them, declared unhesitatingly that they were of the Shamar, pointed out from marks almost imperceptible to any eye, but to that of a Bedouin, that they were 4 in number, had left their delows at some distance from our tents, and had already journeyed far before they had been drawn by our fires to the encampment. These indications were enough. He swore an oath that he would follow and bring back our stolen horses, wherever they might be, for it was a shame upon him and his tribe that, whilst under his protection in the desert, we had lost anything belonging to us, and he religiously kept his oath. When we parted at the end of our journey, he began at once to trace the animals. After 6 weeks' search, during which he went as far as Ano on the Euphrates, where one had been sold to an Arab of the town, he brought them to Mosul. I was away at the time, but he left them with Mr. Rassam, and returned to the desert without asking a reward for performing an act of duty imperative on a Bedouin. Such instances of honesty and good faith are not uncommon amongst the wandering Arabs, as I can bear witness from personal experience. Mr. Rassam frequently sent Sodom across the desert with as much as 500 or 600 pounds in money, and always with the most complete confidence. His only reward was an occasional silk dress, or 1 or 2 camel loads of corn for his family, the whole of the value of a few shillings. Of late years, the wool of the Bedouin sheep has been in considerable demand in the European markets, and a large trade in this article has already been opened with the Shamar. Money is generally advanced some months before the sheep are sheared, to enable the Arabs to buy their winter stock of provisions. Mr. Rassam has thus paid beforehand several £1,000 without any written or other guarantee whatever. The tribes leave the neighborhood of the town, and are not again heard of until their long strings of camels are seen bringing the promised wool. I remember a Bedouin coming all the way, alone from the neighborhood of Baghdad, to pay Mr. Rassam a trifling sum, I think between 3 and 4 shillings, the balance of a wool account between them. A youth of the great tribe of Aneza, having quarrelled with his parents, ran away and came to Mosul, when he entered as a student in a college. He became a mullah, and had almost forgotten his early friends, when the tribe, driven by a famine from the Syrian desert, crossed the Euphrates, and encamped near the town to buy corn. Ibn Geshish, their sheikh, hearing by chance that the fugitive was still alive, and now a member of the priesthood, sent a messenger to him to say that since he had quitted his tents, his father had died, and had left a certain number of camels, which had been divided according to the law amongst his family. Those allotted to him had been in the safe keeping of the tribe, and had increased yearly. The chief was now ready to do with them as the rightful owner might direct. Mr. Rassam had, at my request, sent a party of Jebus to renew the excavations at Kalashurjat, which had been very imperfectly examined. The springs of Bas-Reliefs are separated from the shoulder of the Jebel Makul, which overhangs the ruins, by a wild rocky valley called Wadi Jahannam, the Valley of Hell. We crossed it and the hills in about 3 hours and a half, and came suddenly upon the workmen, who, of course, took us for Bedouin plunderers, and prepared to defend themselves. They had opened trenches in various parts of the great mound, but had made no discoveries of any importance, and I am inclined to doubt whether an edifice containing any number of sculptures or inscriptions ever existed on the platform. Fragments of a winged bull in the alabaster of the Nineveh palaces, part of a statue in black stone with a few cuneiform characters, and pieces of a large inscribed slab of copper were found in the ruins. I collected also the fragments of a large inscribed cylinder in baked clay, and a copper cup, a few vases in common pottery, and some beads. We encamped in the jungle to the north of the ruins, and were visited by 15 men of the Albu Muhammad, who frankly confessed that they were thieves, out on their vocation. As the tribe does not bear a very good character for honesty, and as it might have struck our guests that they had no need of going further to fulfill the object of their journey, we violated the duties of hospitality, and put some of them in irons for the night as a guarantee for the good conduct of the rest. I ordered the Jebus to leave Kalashurgat, and to return with us to Mosul, which we reached the following day. Mr. Bell, who had been sent to Assyria by the trustees of the British Museum to succeed Mr. Cooper as artist to the expedition, had arrived in the town 2 days before. I rode with him without delay to Koyunjik, to examine the excavations made during my absence. I will now describe the sculptures uncovered whilst I was at Baghdad, and after my return to Mosul, previous to my departure for England. To the north of the great centre hall, 4 new chambers had been discovered. The first was 96 feet by 23. On its walls were represented the return of an Assyrian army from war, with their spoil of captives and cattle. The prisoners were distinguished by a cap turned back at the top, not unlike the Phrygian bonnet reversed, short tunics, and a broad belt. The women had long curls falling over their shoulders, and were clothed in fringed robes. The fighting men of the conquered tribe wore a simple fillet round their short hair, a tunic falling in front to the knee, and behind, to the calf of the leg, a wavy girdle, and a cross belt round their breast, ending in 2 large tassels. A kneeling camel, receiving its load, was designed with considerable truth and spirit, the legs bent under, the tail raised, the foot of the man on the neck of the animal, to keep it from rising, whilst a second adjusts the burden from behind, form a group seen every day in the desert and in an eastern town. The camel saddle, too, nearly resembled that still used by the Arabs. This chamber opened at one end into a small room, 23 feet by 13. On its walls were represented a captive tribe, dressed in short tunics, a skin falling from their shoulders, boots laced up in front, and cross bands round their legs. They had short bushy hair and beards. In the outer chamber 2 doorways opposite the grand entrances into the great hall led into a parallel apartment, 62 feet by 16 feet. On its walls was represented the conquest of the same people, wearing the reverse Phrygian bonnet. There were long lines of prisoners, some in carts, others on foot. The fighting men, armed with bows and quivers, were made to bear part of the spoil. In the costumes of the warriors and captives, and in the forms of the wagons and war carts, these bas-reliefs bore a striking resemblance to the sculptures of the son of Esarhaddon, described in a previous chapter. It may therefore be inferred that the conquest of the same nation was celebrated in both, and that on these walls we have recorded the successful wars of Sennacherib in the country of Sushana or Elam. This chamber, like the one parallel to it, led at one end into a small room, 17 feet square. On its walls, the campaign recorded in the adjoining chamber had been continued. These rooms completed the discoveries on the southern side of the palace. On the northern side of the same edifice, and on the river face of the platform, one wall of a 3rd great hall had been uncovered. The other walls had not been excavated at the time of my departure from Mosul. From the very ruinous state of this part of the building, and from the small accumulation of earth above the level of the foundations, it is doubtful whether any sculpture still exists in it. The standing wall had 3 entrances, the center formed by winged lions, and the others by fish gods. Of the bas-reliefs only fragments now remained. In one set was depictured the conquest of another tribe, dwelling in the marshes of southern Mesopotamia. The Assyrians pursued their enemies in wicker boats, such as I have described in my account of the fight of Arabs, on the islands formed by the small streams flowing through the morass were Assyrian warriors on horseback. On the same side of the hall was represented the conquest of a second nation, whose men were clothed in long garments, and whose women wore turbans with veils falling to their feet. The Assyrians had plundered their temples, and were seen carrying away their idols. Of a truth, Lord, the kings of Assyria have laid waste all the nations and their countries, and have cast their gods into the fire, for they were no gods, but the work of men's hands, wood and stone, therefore they have destroyed them. Unfortunately, the bas-reliefs were so much injured that the nature of these images could not be satisfactorily ascertained. The figures appeared to be beardless, with the exception of one, which is that of a man raising his right arm and bearing a mace. The 3 entrances led into one chamber, 86 feet by 24. On its calcined walls were only the faint traces of bas-reliefs. I could distinguish a line of chariots in a ravine between mountains, warriors throwing logs on a great burning pile of wood, castles on the tops of hills, Assyrians carrying away spoil, amongst which was a royal umbrella, and the king on his throne receiving his army on their return from battle with the captives and booty. Opposite to, and corresponding with the 3 entrances, from the hall were 3 other doorways, leading into a parallel chamber of somewhat smaller dimensions. Parts of 4 slabs were the only sculptures sufficiently well preserved to be drawn. They represented the siege of a great city, whose many towered walls were defended by slingers, archers, and spearmen. The king himself in his chariot was present at the attack. Around him were his warriors and his led horses. 3 more chambers were discovered in this part of the building. They were on the very edge of the river face of the mound. The walls of the outer room had been almost entirely destroyed. An entrance, formed by colossal winged figures, led from it into a second chamber, about 24 feet square, in which the sculptures were still partly preserved. Among the bas-reliefs was another battle in a marsh. The Assyrian warriors were seen fighting in boats, and bringing their captives to the shore, one of the vessels being towed by a man swimming on an inflated skin. Sennacherib himself, in his chariot, in the midst of a grove of palm trees, received the prisoners and the heads of the slain. Above him was a short epigraph, which appears to read, Sennacherib, king of the country of Assyria, the spoil of the river Agami, from the city of Sakrina, the last line not interpreted. Although the name of this city has not yet been found, as far as I know, in the records on the bulls and on other monuments of the same king, yet the mention of the river enables us to recognize in the bas-reliefs a representation of part of the campaign undertaken by Sennacherib in the 4th year of his reign against Sisabira the Chaldean, whose capital was Bethel, on the same stream. Although the river itself has not as yet been identified, it is evidently either a part of the Tigris or Euphrates, or one of their confluents near the Persian Gulf. We have no difficulty, indeed, in determining the site of the country whose conquest is depictured. The marshes and palm trees show that it must have been in southern Mesopotamia, or in the districts watered by the Shatt el-Arab. A great retinue of charioteers and horsemen appear to have followed Sennacherib to this war. Large circular shields were fixed to the sides of the chariots represented in the sculptures. The third chamber, entered from that last described through a doorway guarded by colossal eagle-footed figures, contained the sculptured records of the conquest of part of Babylonia, or of some other district to the south of it. Long lines of chariots, horsemen, and warriors, divided into companies according to their arms and their costume, accompanied the king. The Assyrians, having taken the principal city of the invaded country, cut down the palm trees within and without its walls. Men beating drums, such as are still seen in the same country, and women clapping their hands in cadence to their song, came out to greet the conquerors. Beneath the walls was represented a great cauldron, which appears to have been supported upon metal images of oxen, perhaps a vessel resembling the brazen sea of the Temple of Solomon. Such were the discoveries in the ruined palace of Sennacherib at the time of my departure for Europe. In this magnificent edifice I had opened no less than 71 holes, chambers, and passages, whose walls, almost without an exception, had been panelled with slabs of sculptured alabaster, recording the wars, the triumphs, and the great deeds of the Assyrian king. By a rough calculation, about 9,880 feet, or nearly 2 miles, of bas-reliefs with 27 portals, formed by colossal winged bulls and lion sphinxes, were uncovered in that part alone of the building explored during my researches. The greatest length of the excavations was about 720 feet, the greatest breadth about 600 feet. The pavement of the chambers was from 20 to 35 feet below the surface of the mound. Only a part, however, of the palace has been explored, and much still remains underground of this enormous structure. Since my return to Europe, other rooms and sculptures have been discovered. End of chapter 25, part 1. Recording by Wilma Magastino. Chapter 25, part 2 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wilma Magastino. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 25, Part 2. The excavations were not limited to the corner of Koyunjik containing the palace. Deep trenches and tunnels were opened, and experimental shafts sunk in various parts of the mound. Enormous walls and foundations of brick masonry, fragments of sculptured and unsculptured alabaster, inscribed bricks, numerous small objects, and various other remains were discovered. To the north of the ruins, in the same level, and resting upon a pavement of limestone slabs, were found 4 circular pedestals. They appeared to form a part of a double line of similar objects, extending from the edge of the platform to an entrance to the palace, and may have supported the wooden columns of a covered way, or have served as bases to an avenue of statues. The earth not having been sufficiently cleared away around them, I was unable to ascertain whether there was more than a double row. They were amongst the very few architectural remains dug out at Nineveh. The ornament upon them is not inelegant, and is somewhat Saracenic in its character. I will now describe some of the most interesting small objects discovered in the earth and rubbish during the excavations at Koyunjik. It must be borne in mind that the mound within which was the buried palace was used more than once, and by more than one distinct people, for the site of a castle, if not of a town. We know that Nineveh was utterly destroyed by the united armies of the Medes and Babylonians, yet we find Mihardaites taking the castle of Ninus, and the same place is mentioned by several later authors. Coins of more than one Roman emperor were, according to the superscription, struck at Nineveh. One bears the head of Trajan, and on the reverse the legend Augustus Felini Club, round an eagle with expanded wings between two military standards. Another has, on one side, the head of Emperor Maximinus, and on the reverse a naked figure, holding an object resembling a bull's head in one hand, with the legend Colonel Nineveh Club. It would appear from these coins that Claudius, who established many colonies in the East, was the founder of one called after him, Nineveh Claudiopolis. As buildings thus appear to have been erected at various times on the mound, we accordingly find in the rubbish remains of various periods. Amongst the relics occasionally brought to me by the workmen were a few fragments of pottery, and coins, and ill-cut gems with inscriptions in the Pahlavi character of the time of the Sasanian kings of Persia, that is, from the first half of the 3rd to the 7th century after Christ. Of the Roman period, we have terracotta figures and lamps, and a hoard of 89 silver denarii of the emperors Vespasian, Titus, Domitian, Trajan, Antoninus Pius, Marcus Aurelius, Lucius Verus, Commodus, and Septimius Severus, according to the dates on the coins themselves, from AD 74 to AD 201. Mr. R. Stuart Poole of the British Museum, to whom I am indebted for a list and description of these coins, conjectures with much probability that they were buried by a Roman soldier during the second expedition undertaken by Severus against the Arabs of Mesopotamia in AD 202, or during the Parthian War, carried on by the same emperor. The number of coins of Commodus, and the fact that there are none of any emperor after Severus, led to the belief that the hoard was buried about this time. It is worthy of remark, too, that the latest have few, if any, marks of having been in circulation. Unfortunately, there are no coins amongst them actually struck at Nineveh, although they mostly belong to eastern cities. Of the time of the Seleucidae and of the Greek occupation of Assyrian Babylonia, we have several relics, amongst them a small head of Hercules, with the eyes inlaid in ivory, 1 or 2 figures in terracotta, some copper and glass vessels, and various objects in pottery and bronze. To this period I am now inclined to attribute the earthen sarcophagi, the great jars, and other sepulchral remains found at Nimrud, Kalashargat, Koyunjik, and in other Assyrian mounds, which, when my former work was written, I believed to belong to a much earlier epoch. Since my return to England, Mr. Vice-Consul Rassam has discovered at Koyunjik several tombs built of slabs of stone, and apparently of even a later date, for in one of them I understand was found a gold coin of the Emperor Maximinus. They contain, however, very interesting relics in the same precious metal and in glass. It is remarkable that, notwithstanding the most careful search, in all parts of the country around Mosul, I have been unable to find one undoubted Assyrian tomb, nor can I conjecture how or where the people of Nineveh buried their dead. The sepulchral chambers in the hills, so frequently described in these pages, are unquestionably of a comparatively late period. The rocky gulls outside and between the enclosure walls of Koyunjik have been examined over and over again with the greatest care for traces of tombs, but in vain. In the numerous isolated conical mounds scattered over the face of the country, I have detected nothing to show that they were places of sepulture. It must, however, be confessed that they have not yet been fully excavated. Further experiments should be made in them, and tunnels opened into their very foundations. The only Assyrian sepulchre hitherto discovered is probably the vaulted chamber in the high mound of Nimrud, which may have once contained the remains of the royal builder of the Northwest Palace. Did the Assyrians, like the fire worshippers of Persia, expose their dead until naught remained but the bleached bones, or did they burn them and then scatter their ashes to the winds? Not a clue is given to their customs in this matter by any bas-relief or monument hitherto discovered. The Assyrians appear to have avoided all allusions to their dead and to their funeral rites, unlike the Egyptians, who portrayed the ceremonies observed after death, and even the events of a future state, upon the walls of almost every temple and tomb. The only relics found at Koyunjik, which I can refer to the Achaemenian Persian period, are the remains of several dishes and vases in serpentine and marble. One fragment of this nature is inscribed with Egyptian hieroglyphics characteristic, according to Mr. Birch, of the time of the Ptolemies. Of Assyrian relics obtained from the ruins, the most interesting are a colossal beardless head in limestone, remarkable for the boldness of the style. It is probably part of a lion sphinx, handles in the form of the heads of lions, and other fragments of vases and dishes. A fragment of striped marble, carved with figures in relief, and bearing an inscription with the genealogy and titles of Esar-Haddon. A gold earring, adorned with pearls, resembling those still in common use amongst Arab women. A rude circular vessel in limestone, ornamented on the outside with figures in relief of the Assyrian Hercules struggling with the lion, molds for casting earrings and other ornaments in gold and silver. The forms upon them are all purely Assyrian, as the lion-headed deity, the cone, the bull's head, and the sacred signs seen in the Nimrud sculptures round the neck of the king. The largest mold is in limestone, the others in serpentine. They are precisely such as are used to this day by Arab goldsmiths. Various copper instruments, one in the shape of a sickle, a key, a comb, and other objects such as the heads of spears and arrows in iron, glass bottles, pottery, fragments of terracotta, and marble with inscriptions, and many other relics, all of which, with those above enumerated, are now in the British Museum. I had long been desirous of making some experiments in the mound on which stands the so-called tomb of the prophet Jonah. It forms part of the great group of ruins opposite Mosul, and is, like Koyunjik, in the line of the enclosure walls. Some have believed it to represent the real site of ancient Nineveh, Koyunjik being the remains of a palace added to the city at a later period. It was important, therefore, to ascertain the nature and probable date of the edifice covered by the mound. The sanctity of the place prevented any attempt to excavate openly, and it was necessary to carry on my researches without exciting the suspicion of the Mussulman inhabitants of the neighborhood. A village has arisen round the moss containing the tomb. The rest of the mound is occupied by a burying ground thickly set with Mussulman gravestones. True believers from the surrounding country bring their dead to this sacred spot, and to disturb a grave on Nebi Yunus would cause a tumult which might lead to no agreeable results. The pretended tomb itself is in a dark inner room. None but Mussulmans should be admitted within the holy precincts. But I have more than once visited the shrine, with the sanction of my good friend, Mullah Sultan, a guardian of the mosque. A square plaster or wooden sarcophagus, entirely concealed by a green cloth, embroidered with sentences from the Koran, stands in the center of an apartment spread with a common European carpet. A few ostrich eggs and colored tassels, such as are seen in similar Mohammedan buildings, hang from the ceiling. A small grated window looks into the hall where the true believers assemble for prayer. A staircase leads into the holy chamber. It is needless to repeat that the tradition which places the tomb on this spot is a mere fable. The village of Nebi Yunus is inhabited by Turkoman families. Some of their dwellings occupy a considerable space. Hearing that the owner of one of the largest wished to make serdabs, or underground apartments, for summer, I offered through my agent, Thomas Shishman, to dig them for him, on condition that I should have all the relics and sculptures discovered during the excavations. By these means, I was able to examine a small part of the mound. After a few days' labor, the workmen came to the walls of a chamber. They were paneled with inscribed but unsculptured alabaster slabs. The inscriptions merely contained the name, titles, and genealogy of Esarhaddon, such as were found on the bulls and sphinxes of the southwest palace at Nimrud. Several bricks and fragments of stone were also obtained from the ruins, but they all bore the same inscription. No remains whatever of more ancient building, and no relics of an earlier period were discovered during my residence at Mosul, in the mound of the prophet Jonah. Since my return to England, an inhabitant of the village, whilst digging the foundation of his house, uncovered a pair of colossal human-headed bulls, and 2 figures of the Assyrian Hercules slaying the lion, similar to those in the Louvre. He communicated his discovery at once to the English vice-consul, who informed Mr. Hodder, the artist sent out by the trustees of the British Museum. Through some neglect, these interesting specimens were not visited and secured before others became acquainted with their existence and endeavored to obtain possession of them. The Turkish authorities, of course, settled the claims of the rival antiquaries by seizing the sculptures for themselves. On several grounds this is much to be regretted. These remains will, however, probably prove to be of the time of Esarhaddon. 3 miles to the north of the enclosure of Koyunjik, and on the bank of the Tigris, is a village called Sharif Khan. Near it are several mounds. The largest, though much inferior in size to the great ruins of Assyria, is distinguished, like those of Nimrud and Khorsabad, by a conical heap at one corner. For some time excavations were carried on in this mound under my superintendence, and discoveries of interest were made in it. At a small depth, beneath the surface of the soil, are the remains of a building. The walls of the chambers are of sun-dried bricks, but several slabs of alabaster, and painted and inscribed bricks were found in the ruins. A broad flight of alabaster steps appeared to connect an upper with the lower part of the edifice. The inscriptions upon the bricks contain the names of Sargon and Sennacherib. Those of the former king read, Sargon, king of Assyria. The city or place of the mound of the fort of Sargon I called it a temple of the sun. Near it I built. Other bricks mention a temple dedicated to Mars or some other Assyrian deity. There are several smaller mounds in the neighborhood which have not been explored. At Nimrud, the excavations had been almost suspended. A few Arabs, still working in the center of the mound, had found the remains of sculptured walls forming part of the edifice previously discovered there. The lower half of several colossal figures, amongst them winged men struggling with lions and mythic animals, had been preserved. A few small objects of interest were discovered in different parts of the ruins, and some additional rooms were explored in the northwest and southeast palaces. In none of them, however, were there sculptures or even inscriptions, except such as were impressed on bricks. The bricks found amongst its ruins prove that it was built by the grandson of Esarhaddon, who must consequently have been one of the last of the Assyrian kings. Several tombs containing vases, beads, and ornaments were discovered above the center palace. A few large earthen jars from different parts of the mound, a number of small cups of peculiar shape from the ruins of the upper chambers, other pottery of various kinds, and some rude figures in baked clay were the principal relics found during the excavations at Nimrud. In the northwest palace was also discovered a duck with its head turned upon its back, in green stone similar to that in white marble engraved in the first series of the monuments of Nineveh. These two objects are of considerable interest, as we learn from short inscriptions upon them, deciphered by Dr. Hinds, that they are weights of 30 mana, or half a Babylonian talent. They have been examined at the mint, and are found to weigh 40 pounds, 4 ounce, 4 deadweight ton, 4 grams, and 39 pounds, 1 ounce, 1 deadweight ton, and 6 grams. The difference between them is owing to the head of one having been broken off. It may be inferred that two similar figures in bay clay, inscribed with Assyrian numerals, frame the same ruins, and others of small size in agate, onyx, and other hard materials are likewise weights, probably parts of the talent or of the mana. It is also highly probable that the curious series of bronze lions, discovered at Nimrud during my first researches, were used for a like purpose. Since the coating of grain rust has been removed from them, they are found in several instances to bear two short inscriptions, one in cuneiform characters with the name of Sennacherib, the other in Phoenician or cursive Semitic letters, accompanied by parallel lines or notches cut in the bronze. Dr. Lepsius has recently published a bas-relief from an Egyptian tomb representing a man weighing rings of gold or silver, with weights in the form of a bull's head, and of a seated lion with a ring on its back, precisely similar to those from Nineveh, now in the British Museum. The engraved cylinders or gems, of which a large collection was brought by me to England, form an important as well as an interesting class of Assyrian and Babylonian antiquities. They vary in size from about 2 inches to 1/4 of an inch, and are either circular or barrel shaped, or slightly curved inwards. They are usually of lapis lazuli, rock crystal, cornelian, amethyst, chalcedony, agate, onyx, jasper, quartz, serpentine, cyanide, oriental alabaster, grain feldspar, and hematite. The workmanship varies in different specimens, that of some being of considerable sharpness and delicacy, and that of others so coarse as scarcely to enable us to recognize the objects engraved upon them. The subjects are generally either religious or historical, usually the former, and on many are short inscriptions in the cuneiform character. These cylinders belong to several distinct periods. The most ancient with which I am acquainted are those of the time of the kings, who built the oldest edifices hitherto discovered at Nineveh. The subjects are usually the king in his chariot, discharging his arrows against a lion or wild bull, warriors in battle, the monarch or priest in adoration before the emblem of the deity, the eagle-headed god, winged bulls and lions, and other mythical animals accompanied by the common Assyrian symbols, the sun, the moon, the 7 stars, the winged globe, the sakar tree, and the wedge or conitic element. The next in order of date are those of the time of Sargon and his successors. To this period belong the cylinder with the fish god, and that which I believe to be the signet of Sennacherib himself, described in a previous part of this work. A very fine specimen, cut in agate, represents an Assyrian goddess, perhaps Astarte, or the moon, surrounded by 10 stars, with a dog seated before her. In front of her is the moon's crescent, and a priest in an attitude of adoration. A tree and a rampant goat, both common Assyrian symbols, complete the group. On others of the same age, we find the gods represented under various forms, the king and priests worshipping before them, altars in various signs peculiar to the period, and the usual mythic emblems. The pure Babylonian cylinders are mostly commonly found in European collections than the Assyrian. They are usually engraved with sacred figures, accompanied by a short inscription in the Babylonian cuneiform character, containing the names of the owner of the seal and of the divinity, under whose particular protection he had probably placed himself. They are usually cut in a red iron ore or hematite, which appears to have been a favorite material for such objects. Many specimens, however, are in agate, jasper, and other hard substances. A class of cylinders of very rude workmanship, and usually in hematite, are probably of the latest Babylonian period. Upon them are usually found the figures of various deities, especially of Venus, sometimes represented with the waters of life flowing from her breast. A few cylinders and gems, Syrian in character, are inscribed with Semitic letters resembling the Phoenician and cursive Babylonian. They are rare, and have chiefly been found, I believe, in ruins on the banks of the Euphrates to the north of Babylon, near Hit and Anna. I would attribute them, therefore, to the Semitic population which inhabited the districts on the eastern borders of the Syrian desert. They appear to belong to various periods, from the time of the Lower Assyrian dynasty, of which 3 fine specimens are in possession of Captain Jones of Baghdad, to that of the Persian occupation of Babylonia. Persian cylinders frequently bear an inscription in the cuneiform character peculiar to the monuments of the Achaemenid dynasty. The most interesting specimen of this class is the well-known gem of green chalcedony in the British Museum, on which is engraved King Darius in his chariot with his name and that of his father. This was probably a royal signet. Another in the same collection bears the name of one Arsaces, who appears to have been a chamberlain or to have held some other office in the Persian court. A very fine cylinder in rock crystal, brought by me to this country, and now also in the British Museum, has the god Ormuz represented as at Persepolis, raised by 2 winged bulls with human heads, above an oval containing the image of a king. The engraving on this gem is remarkable for its delicacy and minuteness. Persian cylinders are recognized at once by the draperies of the figures gathered up into folds, as in the sculptures of the Achaemenid dynasty, a peculiarity never found on pure Assyrian or Babylonian monuments, by the crown of the king, by the form of the supreme deity, or Ormuz, and by the monstrous animals resembling the sculptures on the walls of Persepolis. It has been conjectured that these cylinders were amulets, engraved with a kind of horoscope of the owner, or with the figures of the deities who were supposed to preside over his nativity and fortunes, but it is evident from the specimens above described that they were seals or signets to be impressed on clay and other materials on which public and private documents were written. Herodotus states that the Babylonians were accustomed to have their signets constantly with them, as a modern Eastern always carries his seal. The seal was evidently rolled on the moist clay at the same time as the letters were impressed. The tablet was then placed in the furnace and baked. All these cylinders have been pierced, and one specimen, found by my workmen in a mound in the desert near the Sinjar, still retained its copper setting. They revolve upon a metal axis like a garden rolling stone. Such then were the objects of sculpture and the smaller relics found at Nimrud and Koyunjik. I will now endeavor to convey to the reader in conclusion a general idea of the results of the excavations, as far as they may tend to increase our acquaintance with the history of Syria, and to illustrate the religion, the arts, and the manners of her inhabitants. End of Chapter 25, Part 2. Recording by Wilma Magastino. Chapter 26, Part 1 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wilma Magastino. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 26, Part 1. Although 10 years have barely elapsed since the first discovery of ruins on the site of the great city of Nineveh, a mass of information, scarcely to be overrated for its importance and interest, has already been added to our previous knowledge of the early history and comparative geography of the East. When in 1849 I published the narrative of my first researches in Assyria, the numerous inscriptions recovered from the remains of the buried palaces were still almost a sealed book. For although an interpretation of some had been hazarded, it was rather upon mere conjecture than upon any well-established philological basis. I then, however, expressed my belief that ere long their contents would be known with almost certainty, and that they would be found to furnish a history previously almost unknown. of one of the earliest and most powerful empires of the ancient world. Since that time the labors of English scholars, and especially of Colonel Rawlinson and Dr. Hinks, and of M. de Saulcy and other eminent investigators on the continent, have nearly led to the fulfillment of those anticipations, and my present work would be incomplete were I not to give a general sketch of the results of their investigations as well as of my own researches. I will not detain the reader by any account of the various processes adopted in deciphering, and of the steps gradually made in the investigation. Nor will I recapitulate the curious corroborative evidence which has led in many instances to the verification of the interpretations. Such details, philologically of the highest interest, and very creditable to the sagacity and learning of those pursuing this difficult inquiry, will be found in the several treatises published by the investigators themselves. The results, however, are still very incomplete. It is indeed a matter of astonishment that, considering the time which has elapsed since the discovery of the monuments, so much progress has been already made. But there is every prospect of our being able ere long to ascertain the general contents of almost every Assyrian record. The Babylonian column of the Besoton inscription, that invaluable key to the various branches of cuneiform writing, has at length been published by Colonel Rawlinson, and will enable others to carry on the investigation upon sure grounds. I will proceed, therefore, to give a slight sketch of the contents of the inscriptions as far as they have been examined. The earliest king of whose reign we have any detailed account was the builder of the Northwest Palace at Nimrud, the most ancient edifice hitherto discovered in Assyria. His records, however, with other inscriptions, furnish the names of 5, if not 7, of his predecessors, some of whom, there is reason to believe, erected palaces at Nineveh, and originally founded those which were only rebuilt by subsequent monarchs. It is consequently important to ascertain the period of the accession of this early Assyrian king, and we apparently have the means of fixing it with sufficient accuracy. His son, we know, built the Center Palace at Nimrud, and raised the obelisk now in the British Museum, inscribing upon it the principal events of his reign. He was a great conqueror, and subdued many distant nations. The names of the subject kings who paid him tribute are duly recorded on the obelisk, in some instances with sculptured representations of the various objects sent. Amongst those kings was one whose name reads Jehu, the son of Cumri or Omri, and who has been identified by Dr. Hinks and Colonel Rawlinson with Jehu, king of Israel. This monarch was certainly not the son, although one of the successors of Omri, but the term son of appears to have been used throughout the East in those days, as it still is, to denote connection generally, either by descent or by succession. Thus we find in Scripture the same person called the son of Nimshi, and the son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi, an identification connected with this word Cumri or Omri as one of the most interesting instances of corroborative evidence that can be adduced of the accuracy of the interpretations of the cuneiform character. It was observed that the name of a city resembling Samaria was connected, and that in inscriptions containing very different texts, with one reading Bet Cumri or Romri. This fact was unexplained until Colonel Rawlinson perceived that the names were, in fact, applied to the same place, or one to the district, and the other to the town. Samaria having been built by Umri, nothing is more probable than that, in accordance with the common Eastern custom, it should have been called, after its founder, Beth Cumri, or the House of Omri. As a further proof of the identity of the Jehu mentioned on the obelisk with the king of Israel, Dr. Hinks, to whom we owe this important discovery, has found on the same monument the name of Hazael, whom Elijah was ordered by the Almighty to anoint king of Syria. Supposing, therefore, these names to be correctly identified, and our Assyrian chronology for this period rests as yet, it must be admitted, almost entirely upon this supposition, we can fix an approximate date for the reign of the obelisk king. Jehu ascended the throne about 885 B.C. The accession of the Assyrian monarch must, consequently, be placed somewhere between the time and the commencement of the 9th century B.C. and that of his father in the latter part of the 10th. In his records, the builder of the Northwest Palace mentions, amongst his predecessors, a king whose name is identical with the one from whom, according to the inscriptions at Babian, were taken certain idols of Assyria. 418 years before the first or second year of the reign of Sennacherib. According to Dr. Hinks, Sennacherib ascended the throne in 703 B.C. We have therefore 1121 B.C. for the date of the reign of this early king. There are still 2 kings mentioned by name in the inscriptions from the Northwest Palace at Nimrud, as ancestors of its builder, who have not yet been satisfactorily placed. It is probable that the earliest reigned somewhere about the middle of the 12th century B.C. Colonel Rawlinson calls him the founder of Nineveh, but there is no proof whatever, as far as I am aware, in support of this conjecture. It is possible, however, that he may have been the first of a dynasty which extended the bounds of the Assyrian Empire, and was founded, according to Herodotus, about 5 centuries before the Median invasion, or in the 12th century B.C. But there appears to be evidence to show that a city bearing the name of Nineveh stood on the banks of the Tigris long before that period. The second king, whose name is unplaced, appears to be mentioned in descriptions as the original founder of the Northwest Palace at Nimrud. According to the views just expressed, he must have reigned about the end of the 12th century B.C. The father and grandfather of the builder of the Northwest Palace are mentioned in nearly every inscription from that edifice. Their names, according to Colonel Rawlinson, are Adramelech and Anachomerodach. They must have reigned in the middle of the 10th century B.C. We have no records of either of them. The first king, of whom we have any connected historical chronicle, was the builder of the well-known edifice at Nimrud, from which were obtained the most perfect and interesting bas-reliefs brought to this country. In my former work, I stated that Colonel Rawlinson believed his name to be Ninus, and had identified him with that ancient king, according to Greek history, the founder of the Assyrian Empire. He has since given up this reading, and has suggested that of Ashurbanipal, agreeing with the historic Sardanapalus. Dr. Hinks, however, assigning a different value to the middle character, the name being usually written with 3, reads Ashurbanipal. It is certain that the first monogram stands both for the name of the country of Assyria and for that of its protecting deity. We might consequently assume, even were other proof wanting, that it should be read Assur or Ashur. I have elsewhere given a description of the various great monumental records of this king, with extracts from their contents. He appears to have carried his arms to the west of Nineveh, across Syria to the Mediterranean Sea, to the south into Chaldea, probably beyond Babylon. The name of this city does not, however, as far as I am aware, occur in the inscriptions, and to the north into Asia Minor and Armenia. Of his son, whose name Colonel Rawlinson reads Temenbar and Devanovara, and Dr. Hinks Devanobar, we have full and important historical annals, including the principal events of 31 years of his reign. They are engraved upon the black obelisk and upon the backs of the bulls in the center of the mound of Nimrud. This king, like his father, was a great conqueror, who waged war, either in person or by his generals, in Syria, Armenia, Babylonia, Chaldea, Media, and Persia. The 2 royal names next in order occur on the pavement slabs of the upper chambers, on the west face of the mound of Nimrud. They may belong to the son and grandson and immediate successors of the obelisk king. The 2 names, however, have not been satisfactorily deciphered. Colonel Rawlinson reads them Shamasadar and Adramelech II. Dr. Hinks only ventures to suggest Shamsiab for the first. On the Assyrian tablet from the Tunnel of Nigob are apparently 2 royal names, which may be placed next in order. They are merely mentioned as those of ancestors or predecessors of the king who caused the record to be engraved. Dr. Hinks reads them Baldasi and Ashurkish. As the inscription is much mutilated, some doubt may exist as to the correctness of its interpretation. The next king of whom we have any actual records appears to have rebuilt or added to the palace in the center of the mound of Nimrud. The edifice was destroyed by a subsequent monarch who carried away its sculptures to decorate a palace of his own. All the remains found amongst its ruins, with the exemption of the great bulls and the obelisk, belong to a king whose name occurs on a pavement slab discovered in the southwest palace. The walls and chambers of this building were, it will be remembered, decorated with bas-reliefs brought from elsewhere. By comparing the inscriptions upon them, and upon a pavement slab of the same period, with the sculptures in the ruins of the center palace, we find that they all belong to the same king, and we are able to identify him through a most important discovery, for which we are also indebted to Dr. Hinks. In an inscription on a bas-relief representing part of a line of war chariots, he has detected that the name of Menahem, the king of Israel, amongst those of other monarchs, paying tribute to the king of Assyria in the 8th year of his reign. This Assyrian king must consequently have been either the immediate predecessor of Pul himself, or Tiglath-Pileser, the name on the pavement slab not having yet been deciphered. The bas-reliefs adorning his palace, like those at Khorsabad, appear to have been accompanied by a complete series of his annals. Unfortunately, only fragments of them remain. His first campaign seems to have been in Chaldea, and during his reign he carried his arms into the remotest parts of Armenia, and across the Euphrates into Syria, as far as Tyre in Sidon. There is a passage in one of his inscriptions, still unpublished, which reads, "as far as the river Okharish," that might lead us to believe that his conquests were even extended to the central provinces of Asia and to the Oxus. His annals contain very ample lists of conquered towns and tribes. Amongst the former are Haran and Ur. He rebuilt many cities, and placed his subjects to dwell in them. The next monarch, whose name is found on Assyrian monuments, was the builder of the palace of Khorsabad, now so well known from Menbota's excavations, and the engravings of its sculptures, published by the French government. His name, though read with slight variations by different interpreters, is admitted by all to be that of Sargon, the Assyrian king mentioned by Isaiah. The names of his father and grandfather are said to have been found on a clay tablet discovered at Koyunjik, but they do not appear to have been monarchs of Assyria. The ruins of Khorsabad furnish us with the most detailed and ample annals of his reign. Unfortunately, an inscription containing an account of a campaign against Samaria in his 1st or 2nd year has been almost entirely destroyed, but in one still preserved, 27,280 Israelites are described as having been carried into captivity by him from Samaria and the several districts or provincial towns dependent upon that city. Sargon, like his predecessors, was a great warrior. He even extended his conquests beyond Syria to the islands of the Mediterranean Sea, and a tablet set up by him has been found in Cyprus. He warred also in Babylonia, Susiana, Armenia, and Media, and apparently received tribute from the kings of Egypt. Colonel Rawlinson believed that the names Tiglath-Pileser and Shalmaneser were found on the monuments of Khorsabad as epithets of Sargon, and that they were applied in the Old Testament to the same king. He has now changed his opinion with regard to the first, and Dr. Hinks contends that the second is not a name of this king, but of his predecessor. of whom, however, it must be observed, we have hitherto been unable to trace any mention on the monuments, unless, as that scholar suggests, he has alluded to in an inscription of Sargon from Khorsabad. From the reign of Sargon we have a complete list of kings, to the fall of the empire, or to a period not far distant from that event. He was succeeded by Sennacherib, whose annals have been given in a former part of this volume. His name was identified, as I have before stated, by Dr. Hinks, and this great discovery furnished the first satisfactory starting point, from which the various events recorded in the inscriptions have been linked with the scripture history. Colonel Wallinson places the accession of Sennacherib to the throne in 716, Dr. Hinks in 703, which appears to be more in accordance with the canon of Ptolemy. The events of his reign, as recorded in the inscriptions on the walls of his palace, are mostly related or alluded to in sacred and profane history. I have already described in Wars in Judea, and have compared his own account with that contained in Holy Writ. His second campaign in Babylonia is mentioned in a fragment of Polyhistor preserved by Eusebius, in which the name given to Sennacherib's son, and the general history of the war, appear to be nearly the same as those on the monuments. The fragment is highly interesting as corroborating the accuracy of the interpretation of the inscriptions. I was not aware of its existence when the translation given in the 6th chapter of this volume was printed. After the reign of the brother of Sennacherib, Asisis reigned over the Babylonians, and when he had governed for the space of 30 days, he was slain by Merodach-Baladan, who held the empire by force during 6 months, and he was slain and succeeded by a person named Elibas Belib. But in the 3rd year of his Elibas reigned Sennacherib, king of the Assyrians, levied an army against the Babylonians, and in a battle in which they were engaged, routed and took him prisoner with his adherents, and commanded them to be carried into the land of the Assyrians. Having taken upon himself the government of the Babylonians, he appointed his son Asardanius their king, and he himself retired again into Assyria. This son, however, was not Esarhaddon, his successor on the throne of Assyria. The two names are distinguished by a distinct orthography in the cuneiform inscriptions. Sennacherib raised monuments and caused tablets recording his victories to be carved in many countries which he visited and subdued. His image and inscriptions at the mouth of the Narel Kelb in Syria are well known. During my journey to Europe, I found one of his tablets near the village of Hassana, or Hassan Aga, chiefly remarkable from being at the foot of Gebel Judi, the mountain upon which, according to a widespread Eastern tradition, the Ark of Noah rested after the deluge. Esarhaddon, his son, was his successor. As we know from the Bible, he built the southwest palace at Nimrud, and an edifice whose ruins are now covered by the mound of the tomb of Jonah opposite Mosul. Like his father, he was a great warrior, and he styles himself in his inscriptions King of Egypt, Conqueror of Ethiopia. It was probably this king who carried Manasseh, king of Jerusalem, captive to Babylon. The name of the son and successor of Esarhaddon was the same as that of the builder of the northwest palace at Nimrud. His father had erected a dwelling for him in the suburbs or on the outskirts of Nineveh. His principal campaign appears to have been in Susiana, or Elam, as the great number of the inscribed tablets found in the ruins of the palace of Sennacherib at Koyunjik are of his time, many of them bearing his name. We may hope to obtain some record of the principal events of his reign. His son built the southeast palace on the mound of Nimrud, probably over the remains of an earlier edifice. Bricks from its ruins give his name, which has not yet been deciphered, in those of his father and grandfather. We know nothing of his history from contemporaneous records. He was one of the last, if not the last, king of the second dynasty, and may indeed, as I have already suggested, have been that monarch, Sardanapalus, or Syracuse, who was conquered by the combined armies of the Medes and Babylonians. under Cyaxares in BC 606, and who made of his palace, his wealth, and his wives one great funeral pile. For convenience of reference, I give a table of the royal names, according to the version of Dr. Hinks and Colonel Rawlinson, the principal monuments on which they are found, and the approximate date of the reigns of the several kings. In a second table will be found the most important proper and geographical names in the Assyrian inscriptions which have been identified with those in the Bible. A third table contains the names of the 13 great gods of Assyria, according to the version of Dr. Hinks. Table 1. Names of Assyrian kings in the inscriptions from Nineveh. First, conjectural reading. Second, where found. Third, approximate. Date of reign. Number 1. Dersito by Rawlinson. Divanaresh by Hicks. Pavement Love, BM Series, page 70, 125. Approximate date of reign 1250 BC. Number 2. Divanuka by Rawlinson. Standard inscription Nimrud and c. 1200 BC. Number 3. Anakbar Bithila by Rawlinson. Shimishbal Bitkira by Hinks. Slabs from temples in north of Mound of Nimrud. Bavian tablets 1130 BC. Mardukempad by Rawlinson, and Mesisi-Moldakos by Rawlinson, a cylinder from Sharif Khan. Number 4. Adramelech I by Rawlinson. Standard inscription, breaks in C, from Northwest Palace, Nimrud, 1000 BC. Number 5. Anak Merodach by Rawlinson. Shimishbar by Hinks, son of preceding. Idem 960 BC. Number 6. Sardanapalus I by Rawlinson. Ashurbanipal by Hinks, son of preceding. Standard inscription, breaks in C, from Northwest Palace, Nimrud, Abu Maria and C. 930 BC. Number 7. Divanabara by Rawlinson. Divanabar by Hinks, son of preceding. Center Palace, Nimrud, obelisk, breaks Kalashargat, Bashika, 900 BC. Number 8. Shamas Adar by Rawlinson. Shamsiyah by Hinks. Pavement slab, upper chambers, Nimrud, 870 BC. Number 9. Adramelech II by Rawlinson. Idem, 840 BC. Number 10. Baltasi, Hinks, slab from the tunnel of Negev. Number 11. Ashur-Kish, Hinks, Idem. Number 12. Pul or Tiglath-Pileser, pavement slab, and slabs built into the southwest palace, Nimrud, 750 BC. Number 13. Sargon, Khorsabad Nimrud Karamles in C, 722 BC. Number 14. Sennacherib, son of preceding, Kayonjik in C, 703 BC. Number 15. Esarhaddon, son of preceding, Southwest Palace, Nimrud, Nebi Yunus Sharif Khan, 690 BC. Number 16. Sardanapalus III by Rawlinson. Ashurbanipal by Hinks, son of preceding, Kayonjik Sharif Khan. Number 17. Son of preceding, Ezi edifice Nimrud. Number 18. Shamishakdon by Hinks, black stone in possession of Lord Aberdeen. Table 2. Names of kings, countries, cities, and sea mentioned in the Old Testament, which occur in the inscriptions: Jehu, Omri, Menahem, Hezekiah, Hazael, Merodach-Baladan, Pharaoh, Sargon, Sennacherib, Esarhaddon, Dagon, Nabo, Judea, Jerusalem, Samaria, Ashdod, Lachish, Damascus, Hamath, Hittites, Tyre, Sidon, Gaza, Ekron, Ashkelon, Arad, Gubal, the people of Lebanon, Egypt, Euphrates, Carchemish, Hebar or Kebar River, Haran, Gozan, the people of Mesopotamia, children of Eden, Tigris, Nineveh, Babylon, Elam, Shushan, Media, Persia, Yavan, Ararat, Havarenes, Nabateans, Arameans, Chaldeans, Meshech, Tubal, Assyria, Assyrians, Pethar, Telassar. Table 3. Names of 13 great gods of Assyria, as they occur on the upright tablet of the king, discovered at Nimrud. Number 1. Ashur, the king of the circle of the great gods. Number 2. Anu, the lord of the mountains, or of foreign countries. Number 3. Not yet deciphered. Number 4. Sun. Number 5. Merodach, Mars. Number 6. Yai, Jupiter. Number 7. Bar. Number 8. Nebo, Mercury. Number 9. Milit, or Gula, called the consort of Bel and the mother of the great gods, or Venus. Number 10. Dagon. Number 11. Baal, Saturn, father of the gods. Number 12. Shamash, the sun. Number 13. Ishtar, the moon. Although no mention appears to be made in the Assyrian inscriptions of kings who reigned before the 12th century BC, this is by no means a proof that the empire and its capital Nineveh did not exist long before that time. I cannot agree with those who would limit the foundation of both to that period. The supposition seems to me quite at variance with the testimony of sacred and profane history. The existence of the name of Nineveh on monuments of the 18th Egyptian dynasty is still considered almost certain by Egyptian scholars. I have in my former work quoted an instance of it on a tablet of the time of Thutmose III, or of the beginning of the 14th century B.C. Mr. Birch has since pointed out to me 3 interesting catalogues, copied by Dr. Lepsius in Egypt, which completely remove any doubt as to the name of Assyria, having been also known as early as the 18th dynasty. They occur at the foot of one of the columns of Celeb, and are of the age of Amenophes III, or about the middle of the 14th century before Christ. The 3 figures, with their arms bound behind, represent Asiatic captives, as is proved by their peculiar features and head-dress, a knotted fillet round the temples, corresponding with that seen in the Nineveh sculptures. Each character contains the name of the country from which the prisoner was brought. The first is Patana, or Padanaram, the second is written Assuru, or Assyria, and the third Karukamishi, or Karchemish. On another column are Sinkar, Shinar, or Sinjar, Naharaina, or Mesopotamia, and Dakita, or Hittite. The mention in succession of these Asiatic nations, contiguous one to the other, proves the correctness of the reading of the word Assyria, which might have been doubted had the name of that country stood alone. Mr. Birch has detected a still earlier notice of Assyria in the statistical tablet of Ranach. The king of that country is there stated to have sent to Thutmose III in his 40th year a tribute of 50 pounds 9 ounces of some article called chessbit, supposed to be a stone for coloring blue. It would appear, therefore, that in the 15th century a kingdom, known by the name of Assyria, with Nineveh for its capital, had been established on the borders of the Tigris. Supposing the date now assigned by Colonel Rawlinson to the monuments at Nimrud to be correct, no sculptures or relics have yet been found, which we can safely attribute to that period. Future researches and a more complete examination of the ancient signs may, however, hereafter lead to the discovery of earlier remains. As I have thus given a general sketch of the contents of the inscriptions, it may not be out of place to make a few observations upon the nature of the Assyrian records, and their importance to the study of scripture and profane history. In the first place, the care with which the events of each king's reign were chronicled is worthy of remark. They were usually written in the form of regular annals, and in some cases, as on the great monoliths at Nimrud, the royal progress during a campaign appears to have been described almost day by day. We are thus furnished with an interesting illustration of the historical books of the Jews. There is, however, this marked difference between them, that whilst the Assyrian records are nothing but a dry narrative, or rather register, of military campaigns, spoliations, and cruelties, events of little importance but to those immediately concerned in them, the historical books of the Old Testament, apart from the deeds of war and blood which they chronicle, contain the most interesting of private episodes, and the most sublime of moral lessons. It need scarcely be added that this distinction is precisely what we might have expected to find between them, and that the Christian will not fail to give to it a due weight. The monuments of Nineveh, as well as the testimony of history, tend to prove that the Assyrian monarch was a thorough Eastern despot, unchecked by popular opinion, and having complete power over the lives and property of his subjects, rather adored as a god than feared as a man, and yet himself claiming that authority and general obedience and virtue of his reverence for the national deities and the national religion. It was only when the gods themselves seemed to interpose that any check was placed upon the royal pride and lust, and it is probable that when Jonah entered Nineveh crying to the people to repent, the king, believing him to be a special minister from the supreme deity of the nation, arose from his throne, and laid his robe from him, and covered him with sackcloth, and sat in ashes. The Hebrew state, on the contrary, was to a certain extent a limited monarchy. The Jewish kings were amenable to, and even guided by the opinion of their subjects. The prophets boldly upbraided and threatened them. Their warnings and menaces were usually received with respect and fear. "Good is the word of the Lord which thou hast spoken," exclaimed Hezekiah to Isaiah, when the prophet reproved him for his pride, and foretold the captivity of his sons and the destruction of his kingdom, a prophecy which none would have dared utter in the presence of the Assyrian king, except, as it would appear by the story of Jonah, he were a stranger. It can scarcely, therefore, be expected that any history other than bare chronicles of the victories and triumphs of the kings, omitting all allusion to the reverses and defeats, could be found in Assyria, even were portable rolls or books still to exist, as in Egypt, beneath the ruins. It is remarkable that the Assyrian records should, on the whole, be so free from the exaggerated forms of expression and the magniloquent royal titles which are found in Egyptian documents of the same nature, and even in those of modern Eastern sovereigns. I have already pointed out the internal evidence of their truthfulness so far as they go. We are further led to place confidence in the statements contained in the inscriptions by the very minuteness with which they even give the amount of the spoil. The two registrars, the scribes of the host, as they are called in the Bible, being seen in almost every bas-relief, writing down the various objects brought to them by the victorious warriors, the heads of the slain, the prisoners, the cattle, the sheep, the furniture, and the vessels of metal. The next reflection, arising from an examination of the Assyrian records, relates to the political condition and constitution of the empire, which appear to have been of a very peculiar nature. The king, we may infer, exercised but little direct authority beyond the immediate districts around Nineveh. The Assyrian dominions, as far as we can yet learn from the inscriptions, did not extend much further than the central provinces of Asia Minor and Armenia to the north, not reaching to the Black Sea, though probably to the Caspian. To the east they included the western provinces of Persia, to the south Susiana, Babylonia, and the northern part of Arabia. To the west the Assyrians may have penetrated into Lycia, and perhaps Lydia, and Syria was considered within the territories of the Bright King. Egypt and Meroe, or Ethiopia, were the farthest limits reached by the Assyrian armies. According to Greek history, however, a much greater extent must be assigned to Assyrian influence, if not to the actual Assyrian Empire, and we may hereafter find that such was in fact the case. I am here merely referring to the evidence afforded by actual records, as far as they have been deciphered. The empire appears to have been at all times a kind of confederation, formed by many tributary states, whose kings were so far independent that they were only bound to furnish troops to the supreme lord in time of war, and to pay him yearly a certain tribute. Hence we find successive Assyrian kings fighting with exactly the same nations and tribes, some of which were scarcely more than 4 or 5 days' march from the gates of Nineveh. The Jewish tribes, as it had long been suspected by biblical scholars, can now be proved to have held their dependent position upon the Assyrian king, from a very early period indeed, long before the time inferred by any passage in Scripture. Whenever an expedition against the kings of Judah or Israel is mentioned in the Assyrian records, it is stated to have been undertaken on the ground that they had not paid their customary tribute. The political state of the Jewish kingdom under Solomon appears to have been very nearly the same as that of the Assyrian Empire. The inscriptions in this instance again furnish us with an interesting illustration of the Bible. The scriptural account of the power of the Hebrew king resembles, almost word for word, some of the paragraphs in the great inscriptions at Nimrud. Solomon reigned over the kingdoms, from the river unto the land of the Philistines, and unto the border of Egypt. They brought presents, and served Solomon all the days of his life. He had dominion over all the region on this side the river, from Tisza even unto the Yaza, over all the kings on this side the river. In the custom, frequently alluded to in the inscriptions, of removing the inhabitants of conquered cities and districts to distant parts of the empire, and of replacing them by colonies from Nineveh or from other subdued countries, we have another interesting illustration of scripture history. It has generally been inferred that there was but one carrying away, or at the most 2, of the people of Samaria, although 3 at least appear to be distinctively alluded to in the Bible, the first by Pul, the second by Tilgath-Pileser, and the third by Shalmaneser. It was not until the time of the last king that Samaria was destroyed as an independent kingdom. On former occasions, only the inhabitants of the surrounding towns and villages seem to have been taken as captives. Such we find to have been the case with many other nations who were subdued or punished for rebellion by the Assyrians. The conquerors, too, as we also learn from the inscriptions, established the worship of their own gods in the conquered cities, raising altars and temples, and appointing priests for their service. So after all the fall of Samaria, the strangers who were placed in its cities made gods of their own, and put them in the houses of the high places which the Samaritans had made. The vast number of families that sent to dwell in distant countries must have wrought great changes in the physical condition, language, and religion of the people with which they were intermixed. When the Assyrian records are with more certainty interpreted, we may perhaps be able to explain many of the anomalies of ancient Eastern philology and comparative geography. End of chapter 26, part 1. Recording by Wilma Magistino. Chapter 26, part 2 of Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wilma Magistino. Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 26, Part 2. We further gather from the records of the campaigns of the Assyrian kings that the country, both in Mesopotamia and to the west of the Euphrates, now included in the general term of the desert, was at that remote period teeming with a dense population, both sedentary and nomad, that cities, towns, and villages arose on all sides, and that, consequently, the soil brought forth produce for the support of this great congregation of human beings. All those settlements depended almost exclusively upon artificial irrigation, hence the dry beds of enormous canals and countless watercourses, which are spread like a network over the face of the country. Even the traveler, accustomed to the triumphs of modern science and civilization, gazes with wonder and awe upon these gigantic works, and reflects with admiration upon the industry, the skill, and the power of those who made them. And may not the waters be again turned into the empty channels, and may not life be again
spread over those parched and arid wastes. Upon them no other curse has alighted than that of a false religion and a listless race. Of the information as to the religious system of the Assyrians, which may be derived from the inscriptions, I am still unwilling to treat in the present state of our knowledge of their contents. A far more intimate acquaintance with the character than we yet possess is required before the translation of such documents can be fully relied on. All we can now venture to infer is, that the Assyrians worship one supreme god as the great national deity under whose immediate and special protection they live, and their empire existed. The name of this god appears to have been Ashur, as nearly as can be determined at present from the inscriptions. It was identified with that of the empire itself, always called the country of Ashur. It entered into those of both kings and private persons, and was also applied to particular cities, with Ashur, but apparently far inferior to him in the celestial hierarchy. Although called the great gods, were associated 12 other deities, whose names I have given in table number 3. Some of them may possibly be identified with the divinities of the Greek pantheon, although it is scarcely wise to hazard conjectures, which must ere long been again abandoned. These 12 gods may also have presided over the 12 months of the year, and the vast number of still inferior gods. In one inscription, I believe, stated to be no less than 4,000 over the days of the year. Various phenomena and productions of nature and the celestial bodies. It is difficult to understand such a system of polytheism, unless we suppose that whilst there was but one supreme god, represented sometimes under a triune form, all the so-called inferior gods were originally mere names for events and outward things, or symbols and myths, although at one time generally accepted as such even by the common people. Their true meaning was only known in a corrupted age to the priests, by whom they were turned into a mystery and a trade. It may indeed be inferred from many passages in the Scriptures that a system of theology not far differing from the Assyrian prevailed at times amongst the Jews themselves. Ashur is generally, if not always, typified by the winged figure in the circle. The question as to the space occupied by the city of Nineveh at the time of its greatest prosperity is still far from being set at rest. Colonel Rawlinson, founding his opinion upon the names on bricks from the several sites, believes the enclosures of Nimrud, Koyanjik, and Khorsabad, and the small mounds of Sharif Khan, scarcely 3 miles from Koyanjik, as well as others in the immediate neighborhood, to be the remains of distinct cities. He would even separate the mound of Nebi Yunus from Koyanjik, identifying the former with Nineveh, and making the latter a mere suburb. A glance at the plan of the ruins will show this conjecture to be quite untenable. Discoveries in both mounds prove that they belong to nearly the same period, and that Nebi Yunus is the more recent of the two. The supposition that any of these groups of mounds represent alone the city of Nineveh can in no way be reconciled with the accounts in Scripture and the Greek authors, which so remarkably coincide as to its extent, a difficulty which leads Colonel Rawlinson to say that all these ruins form one of that group of cities which, in the time of the prophet Jonah, were known by the common name of Nineveh. It is indeed true that on bricks from different mounds distinct names appear to be given to each locality, and that those from Koyanjik are inscribed with the name of Nineveh, whilst those from Nimrud and Khorsabad bear others which have not yet been satisfactorily deciphered. These names are preceded by a determinative monogram assumed to signify a city, but which, undoubtedly, also applies to a fort or fortified palace. Nahum describes Nineveh as a city of many strongholds and gates, and such I believe it to have been, each fort or stronghold having a different name. The most important, as it was the best defended, may at one time have been the palace at Koyanjik, which being especially called Nineveh, gave its name to the whole city. By no other supposition can we reconcile the united testimony of ancient writers as to the great size of Nineveh with the present remains. It is very doubtful whether these fortified enclosures contained many buildings beside the royal palaces, and such temples and public edifices as were attached to them. At Nimrud, excavations were made in various parts of the enclosed space, and it was carefully examined with a view to ascertain whether any foundations or remains of houses still existed. None were discovered except at the southeastern corner, where the height of the earth above the usual level at once showed the existence of ruins. In most parts of the enclosure, the natural soil seems never to have been disturbed, and in some places the conglomerate rock is almost denuded of earth. Such is also the case opposite Mosul. The remains of one or two buildings appear to exist within the enclosure, but in the greater part there are no indications whatever of ancient edifices, and the conglomerate rock is, as at Nimrud, on a level with the surrounding soil. At Khorsabad, the greater part of the enclosed space is so much below the surrounding country that it is covered with a marsh formed by the small river Kasr, which flows near the ruins. Within the walls, which are scarcely more than a mile square, can only be traced the remains of one or two buildings, and of a propylum, standing below the platform, and about 200 yards from the ascent to the palace, but they are at once perceived by well-defined inequalities in the soil. If the walls forming the enclosures of Khorsabad and other Assyrian ruins were the outer defences of a city, abruptly facing the open country, it is difficult to account for the fact of the palace having been built in the same line, and actually forming part of them. All access to it must have been strongly fortified, and even the view over the surrounding country, the chief object of such a position, must have been shut out. After several careful excavations of the ruins and of the spaces enclosed by the ramparts of earth, I am still inclined to the opinion that they were royal dwellings with their dependent buildings, and parks or paradises, fortified like the palace temples of Egypt, capable of standing a prolonged siege, and a place of refuge for the inhabitants in case of invasion. They may have been called by different names, but they were all included within the area of that great city, known to the Jews and to the Greeks as Nineveh. I will not pretend to say that the whole of this vast space was strictly inhabited or built upon. As I have elsewhere observed, we must not judge of Eastern cities by those of Europe. In Asia, gardens and orchards, containing suburbs and even distinct villages, collected round a walled city, are all included by the natives under one general name. Such is the case with Isfahan and Damascus, and such I believe it to have been with ancient Nineveh. A few remarks are necessary on the additional information afforded by recent discoveries as to the architecture and architectural decorations, external and internal, of the Assyrian palaces. The inscriptions on their walls, especially in those of Kuyunjik and Khorsabad, appear to contain important and even minute details not only as to their general plan and mode of construction, but even as to the materials employed for their different parts, and for the objects of sculpture and ornaments placed in them. This fact furnishes another remarkable analogy between the records of the Jewish and the Assyrian kings to the history of their monarchs and of their nation. The Hebrew chroniclers have added a full account of the building and adornments of the temple and palaces of Solomon. In both cases, from the use of technical words, we can scarcely hope to understand, with any degree of certainty, all the details. It is impossible to comprehend, by the help of the descriptions alone, the plan or appearance of the Temple of Solomon. This arises not only from our being unacquainted with the exact meaning of various Hebrew architectural terms, but also from the difficulty experienced even in ordinary cases of restoring from mere description an edifice of any kind. In the Assyrian inscriptions we labor, of course, under still greater disadvantages. The language in which they are written is as yet but very imperfectly known, and although we may be able to explain with some confidence the general meaning of the historical paragraphs, yet when we come to technical words relating to architecture, even with a very intimate acquaintance with the Assyrian tongue, we could scarcely hope to ascertain their precise signification. On the other hand, the materials and the general plan of the Assyrian palaces are still preserved, whilst of the great edifices of the Jews not a fragment of masonry nor the smallest remains are left to guide us. The architecture of the one people, however, may be illustrated by that of the other, with the help of the sacred books, and of the ruins of the palaces of Nineveh, together with that of contemporary and later remains, as well as from customs still existing in these, we may, to a certain extent, restore the principal buildings of both nations. Before suggesting a general restoration of the royal edifices of Nineveh, I shall endeavor to point out the analogies which appear to exist between their actual remains and what is recorded of the temple and palaces of Solomon. In the first place, as Sennacherib in his inscriptions declares himself to have done, the Jewish king sent the bearers of burdens and the hewers into the mountains to bring great stones, costly stones, and hewed stones, to lay the foundations, which were probably artificial platforms, resembling the Assyrian mounds, though constructed of more solid materials. We have the remains of such a terrace, or stage of stone masonry, perhaps built by King Solomon himself at Baalbek. The enormous size of some of the hewn stones existing in that structure, and of those still seen in the quarries, some being more than 60 feet long, has excited the wonder of modern travelers. The dimensions of the Temple of Jerusalem, 60 cubits long, 20 broad and 30 high, were much smaller than those of the great edifices explored in Assyria. Solomon's own palace, however, appears to have been considerably larger, and to have more nearly approached in its proportions those of the kings of Nineveh, for it was 100 cubits long, 50 broad, and 30 high. The porch before the temple, 20 cubits by 10, may have been a propylem, such as was discovered at Kharsabad, in front of the palace. The chambers, with the exception of the oracle, were exceedingly small, the largest being only 7 cubits broad, for without, in the wall of the house, he made numerous rests round about, that the beams should not be fastened in the walls of the house. The words in italics are inserted in our version to make good the sense, and may consequently not convey the exact meaning, which may be that these chambers were thus narrow that the beams might be supported without the use of pillars. A reason already suggested for the narrowness of the greater number of chambers in the Assyrian palaces. These smaller rooms appear to have been built round a large central chamber, called the oracle, the whole arrangement thus corresponding with the halls and surrounding rooms at Nimrud, Kharsabad, and Koyunjik. The oracle itself was 20 cubits square, smaller far in dimensions than the Nineveh halls, but it was 20 cubits high, an important fact, illustrative of Assyrian architecture, for as the building was 30 cubits in height, the oracle must not only have been much loftier than the adjoining chambers, but must have had an upper structure of 10 cubits. Within it were the 2 cherubim of olive wood 10 cubits high, with wings each 5 cubits long, and he carved all the house around with carved figures of cherubim and palm trees, and open flowers within and without. The cherubim have been described by biblical commentators as mythic figures, uniting the human head with the body of a lion or an ox, and the wings of an eagle. If for the palm trees we substitute the sacred tree of the Nineveh sculptures, and for the open flowers the Assyrian tulip-shaped ornament, objects most probably very nearly resembling each other, we find that the oracle of the temple was almost identical, in general form and in its ornaments, with some of the chambers of Nimrud and Khorsabad. In the Assyrian halls, too, the winged human-headed bulls were on the side of the wall, and their wings, like those of the cherubim, touched one another in the midst of the house. The dimensions of these figures were in some cases nearly the same, namely 15 feet square. The doors were also carved with cherubim, and palm trees, and open flowers, and thus, with the other parts of the building, corresponded with those of the Assyrian palaces. On the walls at Nineveh, the only addition appears to have been the introduction of the human form in the image of the king, which were an abomination to the Jews. The pomegranates and lilies of Solomon's temple must have been nearly identical with the usual Assyrian ornament, in which, and particularly at Khorsabad, the pomegranate frequently takes the place of the tulip and the cone. But the description given by Josephus of the interior of one of Solomon's houses, already quoted by Mr. Ferguson in support of his ingenious arguments, even more completely corresponds with and illustrates the chambers in the palaces of Nineveh. Solomon built some of these houses with stones, and wainscoted the walls with other stones that were sawed and were of great value, such as were dug out of the bowels of the earth, for ornaments of temples and sea. The arrangement of the curious workmanship of these stones was in 3 rows, but the 4th was preeminent for the beauty of its sculpture, for on it were represented trees in all sorts of plants, with the shadows caused by their branches, and the leaves that hung down from them. These trees and plants covered the stone that was beneath them, and their leaves were wrought so wonderfully thin and subtile that they appeared almost in motion, but the rest of the wall up to the roof was plastered over, as it were, wrought over with various colors and pictures. To complete the analogy between the 2 edifices, it would appear that Solomon was 7 years building a temple, and Sennacherib about the same time building his great palace at Koyunjik. The ceiling, roof, and beams of the temple were of cedar wood. The discoveries in the ruins at Nimrud show that the same precious wood was used in the Assyrian edifices, and the king of Nineveh, as we learn from the inscriptions, employed men, precisely as Solomon had done, to cut it in Mount Lebanon. Fire was also employed in the Jewish buildings, and probably in those of Assyria. In the proposed restoration of the palace at Koyunjik from the existing remains, the building does not face the cardinal points of the compass. I will, however, assume, for convenience sake, that it stands due north and south. To the west, therefore, it immediately overlooked the Tigris, and on that side was one of its principal facades. The edifice must have risen on the very edge of the platform, the foot of which was at that time washed by the river. If, therefore, there were any access to the palace on the river front, it must necessarily have been by a flight of steps, or an inclined way leading down to the water's edge, and there might have been great stairs parallel to the basement walls at Persepolis, although from the fact of there having been a grand entrance to the palace on this side, it is highly probable that some such approach once existed. No remains whatever of it have been discovered. The western facade, like the eastern, was formed by 5 pairs of human-headed bulls, and numerous colossal figures, forming 3 distinct gateways. The principal approach to the palace appears, however, to have been on the eastern side, where the great bulls bearing the annals of Sennacherib still stand. In the frontispiece I have been able, by the assistance of Mr. Ferguson, to give a restoration of this magnificent facade. An entrance, inclined ways, or broad flights of steps, appear to have led up to it from the foot of the platform, and the remains of them, consisting of huge squared stones, are still seen in the ravines, which are but the ancient ascents deepened by the winter rains of centuries. From this grand entrance direct access could be had to all the principal halls and chambers in the palace, that on the western face, as appears from the ruins, only opened into a set of 8 rooms. The chambers hitherto explored appear to have been grouped round 3 great halls. It must be borne in mind, however, that the palace extended considerably to the northeast of the grand entrance, and that there may have been another hall, and similar dependent chambers in that part of the edifice. Only a part of the palace has been hitherto excavated, and we are not in possession of a perfect ground plan of it. The general arrangement of the chambers at Koyunjik is similar to that of Khorsabad, though the extent of the building is very much greater. It is also to be remarked that the Khorsabad mound falls gradually to the level of the plain, apparently showing the remains of a succession of broad terraces, and that parts of the palace, such as the propylae, were actually beneath the platform, and removed some distance from it in the midst of the walled enclosure. At Koyunjik, however, the whole of the royal edifice, with its dependent buildings, appears to have stood on the summit of the artificial basement, whose lofty perpendicular sides could only have been accessible by steps or inclined ways. No propylae or other edifices connected with the palace have as yet been discovered below the platform. The inscriptions appear to refer to 4 distinct parts of the palace, 3 of which, inhabited by the women, seem subsequently to have been reduced to 1. It is not clear whether they were all on the ground floor, or whether they formed different stories. Mr. Ferguson, in his ingenious work on the restoration of the palaces of Nineveh, in which he has, with great learning and research, fully examined the subject of the architecture of the Assyrians and ancient Persians, availing himself of the facts then furnished by the discoveries, endeavors to divide the Khorsabad palace, after the manner of modern Mussulman houses, into the salamlik, or apartments of the men, and the harem, or those of the women. The division he suggests must of course depend upon conjecture, but it may, I think, be considered as highly probable until fuller and more accurate translations of the inscriptions than can yet be made may furnish us with some positive data on the subject. In the ruins of Koyunjik there is nothing, as far as I am aware, to mark the distinction between the male and female apartments. Of a temple no remains have as yet been found at Koyunjik, nor is there any high conical mound as at Nimrud and Khorsabad. In all the Assyrian edifices hitherto explored, we have the same general interior plan. On the 4 sides of the great halls are 2 or 3 narrow parallel chambers, opening one into the other. Most of them have doorways at each end leading into smaller rooms, which have no other outlet. It seems highly probable that this uniform plan was adopted with reference to the peculiar architectural arrangements required by the building, and I agree with Mr. Ferguson in attributing it to the mode resorted to for lighting the apartments. In my former work, I expressed a belief that the chambers receive light through an opening in the roof. Although this may have been the case in some instances, yet recent discoveries now prove that the Assyrian palaces had more than 1 story. Such being the fact, it is evident that other means must have been adopted to admit daylight to the inner rooms on the ground floor. Mr. Ferguson's suggestion that the upper part of the halls and principal chambers was formed by a row of pillars supporting the ceiling and admitting a free circulation of light and air appears to me to meet, to a certain extent, the difficulty. It has moreover been borne out by subsequent discoveries and by the representation of a large building, apparently a palace, on one of the bas-reliefs discovered at Koyunjik. In the restoration of the exterior of the Koyunjik palace, forming a frontispiece to this volume, a somewhat similar capital has been adopted in preference to that taken by Mr. Ferguson from Persepolis, which, although undoubtedly, like the other architectural details of those celebrated ruins, Assyrian in character, are not authorized by any known Assyrian remains. A row of pillars, or of alternate pillars and masonry, would answer the purpose intended if they opened into a well-lighted hall. Yet inner chambers, such as are found in the ruins of Kayonjik, must have remained in almost entire darkness, and it is not improbable that such was the case, to judge from modern Eastern houses, in which the absence of light is considered essential to secure a cool temperature. The sculptures and decorations in them could then only be seen by torchlight. The great halls were probably, in some cases, entirely open to the air, like the courtyards of the modern houses of Mosul, whose walls are still adorned with sculptured alabaster. When they were covered in, the roof was borne by enormous pillars of wood or brickwork, and rose so far above the surrounding part of the building that light was admitted by columns and buttresses immediately beneath the ceiling. It is most probable that there were 2 or 3 stories of chambers opening into them, either by columns or by windows. Such appears to have been the case in Solomon's temple, for Josephus tells us that the great inner sanctuary was surrounded by small rooms. Over these rooms were other rooms, and others above them, equal both in their measure and numbers, and that these reached to a height to equal to the lower part of the house, for the upper had no buildings about it. We have also an illustration of this arrangement of chambers in the modern houses of some parts of Persia, in which a great central hall, called an Iwan, rises to the top of the building, and has small rooms in 2 or 3 separate stories, opening by windows into it, whilst the inner chambers, having no windows at all, have no more light than that which reaches them through the door. Sometimes these side chambers open into a center court, as I have suggested may have been the case in the Nineveh palaces. Then a projecting roof of woodwork protects the carved and painted walls from injury by the weather. Curtains and awnings were also suspended above the windows and entrances to ward off the rays of the sun. End of chapter 26, part 2. Recording by Wilma Magastino.
Chapter 26, Part 3 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 26, Part 3. Although no remains or even traces of pillars have hitherto been discovered in the Assyrian ruins, I now think it highly probable, as suggested by Mr. Ferguson, that they were used to support the roof. It is curious, however, that no stone pedestals, upon which wooden columns may have rested, have been found in the ruins, nor are there marks of them on the pavement. I can scarcely account for the entire absence of all such traces. However, unless some support of this kind were resorted to, it is impossible that even the large chambers at Kuyunjik, without including the central halls, could have been covered in. The great hall, or house as it is rendered in the Bible, of the forest of Lebanon was 30 cubits high, upon 4 rows of cedar pillars with cedar beams upon the pillars. The Assyrian kings, we have seen, cut wood in the same forest as King Solomon, and probably used it for the same purposes, namely for pillars, beams, and ceilings. The dimensions of this hall, 100 cubits, about 150 feet, by 50 cubits, 75 feet, very much resembled those of the center halls of the palaces of Nineveh. The porch of pillars was 50 cubits in length, equal therefore to the breadth of the hall, of which I presume it to have been an enclosed space at the upper end, whilst the porch for the throne where he might judge, even the porch of judgment, covered with cedar wood from one side of the floor to the other, was probably a raised place beneath it corresponding with a similar platform where the host and guests of honor are seated in a modern Eastern house. Supposing the 3 parts of the building to have been arranged as I have suggested, we should have an exact counterpart of them in the hall of the audience of the Persian palaces. The upper part of the room, which I have frequently seen the governor of Isfahan, was divided from the rest of the magnificent hall by columns, and his throne was a raised place of carved woodwork adorned with rich stuffs, ivory, and other precious materials. Suppliants and attendants stood outside the line of pillars, and the officers of the court within. Such also may have been the interior arrangement of the great halls in the Assyrian edifices. That the Ninevite palaces had more than one story, at least in some parts if not in all, can now no longer be doubted. The inscriptions appear to describe distinctly the upper rooms, and at Kuyunjik, as it has been seen, an inclined way was discovered leading to them. Without there had been an upper structure, it would be impossible to account for the enormous accumulation of rubbish, consisting chiefly of remains of buildings, over the ruins of Kuyunjik and Khorsabad. These upper rooms were probably built of sun-dried bricks and wood, but principally of the latter material, and may have been connected with the lower by winding staircases, as in the Temple of Solomon, as well as by inclined ways. The roofs were flat, as those of all Eastern houses are to this day, and, as suggested by Mr. Ferguson, they may have been crowned by a wooden tilar, or platform, and altars upon which sacrifices were offered. The houses upon whose roofs they have burned incense unto all the host of heaven, and have poured out drink offerings to other gods. I have already described the internal decorations of the Assyrian palaces, and have little more to add upon the subject. The walls of Kuyunjik were more elaborately decorated than those of Nimrud and Khorsabad. Almost every chamber explored, and they amount to above 70, was panelled with alabaster slabs carved with numerous figures and with the minutest details. Each room appears to have been dedicated to some particular event, and in each, apparently, was the image of the king himself. In fact, the walls recorded in sculpture what the inscriptions did in writing, the whole history of Sennacherib's reign, his great deeds in peace as well as in war. It will be remarked that whilst in other Assyrian edifices the king is frequently represented taking an active part in the war, slaying his enemies, and fighting beneath a besieged city, he is never represented at Kuyunjik otherwise than in an attitude of triumph, in his chariot or on his throne, receiving the captives and the spoil. Nor is he ever seen torturing his prisoners or putting them to death with his own hand. There were chambers, however, in the palace of Sennacherib, as well as in those of Nimrud and Khorsabad, whose walls were simply coated with plaster, like the walls of Belshazzar's palace at Babylon. They may have been richly ornamented in color with figures of men and animals, as well as with elegant designs, or they may have been panelled with cedar wainscoting, as the chambers in the temple and palaces of Solomon, and in the great edifices of Babylon. Gilding, too, appears to have been extensively used in decoration, and some of the great sphinxes may have been overlaid with gold, like the cherubim in Solomon's temple. At Kuyunjik, the pavement slabs were not inscribed as at Nimrud, but those between the winged bowls at some of the entrances were carved with an elaborate and very elegant pattern. The doors were probably of wood, gilt and adorned with precious materials, like the gates of the Temple of Jerusalem, and they appear to have turned in stone sockets, for amongst the ruins were found many black stones hollowed in the centre, and bearing an inscription in these words: Sennacherib the great king, king of Assyria, brought this stone from the distant mountains, and used it for the sockets of the pillars of the doors of his palace. To ward off the glare of an eastern sun, hangings or curtains of gay colours and of rich materials were probably suspended to the pillars supporting the ceiling, or to wooden poles raised for the purpose, as in the palaces of Babylon and Shushan. Such hangings, as we have seen, appear to be described in the tablets of King Nebuchadnezzar. The frontispiece to this volume will enable the reader to understand how they were used. This engraving from a beautiful watercolour drawing, made by Mr. Baines under the superintendence of Mr. Ferguson, represents the eastern facade and the great entrance to the palace of Sennacherib, as they are supposed originally to have been. The lower part of the building actually exists, and is drawn to scale. The upper part, of course, is mainly funded upon conjecture, but the preceding remarks may show that we are not altogether without materials to authorize some such restoration. The edifice represented in the bas-relief discovered at Kuyunjik has furnished some of the architectural details. The battlemented finish to the walls is still seen at Kuyunjik and Nimrud, and the various decorations introduced in other places are all taken from Assyrian monuments. The two poles with streamers in the foreground are from a bas-relief at Khorsabad. The sculptures at the sides of the steps are those from the descending passage at Kuyunjik. The stone facing of the platform is that of the basement of the tower at Nimrud. The lions, Assyrian in character, are placed on the steps conjecturally, and the steps themselves are restored. The design upon the pavement is found on slabs at the entrances at Kuyunjik. The excavations carried on at Nimrud during the last expedition have enabled me to restore, to a certain extent, the several buildings on the platform, and to obtain some idea of their original appearance. On the artificial platform, built of regular layers of sun-dried bricks in some parts, and entirely of rubbish in others, but cased on all sides with solid stone masonry, stood at one time at least 9 distinct buildings. Between each was a terrace paved with stone, or with large kiln-burnt bricks from 1½ to 2 feet square. At the northwestern corner rose the great tower, the tomb of the founder of the principal palace. Its basement was encased with massive masonry of stone, relieved by recesses and other architectural ornaments. The upper part, built of brick, was most probably painted, like the palaces of Babylon, with figures and mythic emblems. Its summit I conjecture to have consisted of several receding gradines like the top of the black obelisk, and I would venture to crown it with an altar on which may have burnt the eternal fire. Adjoining this tower were 2 small temples dedicated to Assyrian gods. One actually abutted on it, although there was no communication whatever, as far as I could discover, between the interior of the 2 buildings. The other was about 100 feet to the east. They were both adorned with sculptures, and had evidently been more than 1 story high, and their beams and ceilings were of cedar wood. They contained statues of the gods, and the fullest records of the reign of the king their founder, engraved on immense monoliths. Between them was a way up to the platform from the north. Between the small temples in the northwest palace were 2 great flights of steps, or inclined ways, leading up from the margin of the river. Their sites are still marked by deep ravines. They opened upon a broad paved terrace. The northwest palace having been so fully described in my former work, I need only add that I have now been able to ascertain the position of its principal facade and entrance. It was to the north, facing the tower, and nearly resembled the grand approaches to Kuyunjik and Khorsabad. The 2 gateways formed by the sphinxes with the human form to the waist appear to have flanked a grand centre portal, to which they were united on both sides, as in Sennacherib's palace, by colossal figures of human-headed bulls and lions and winged priests. The remains of no other great entrance to the palace have yet been discovered, but I have little doubt from several indications in the ruins that there was a similar facade on the riverside, and that a terrace, ascended by broad flights of steps, overlooked the Tigris. To the south of the northwest palace was a 3rd ascent to the summit of the platform, also marked by a ravine in the side of the mound. Beyond it were the upper chambers, built by the 4th king in succession from Sardanapalus, probably over the remains of an earlier edifice. Excavations made in different parts of the small mound covering the ruins show that they consisted of 3 distinct groups built round a solid central mass of sun-dried bricks. The great accumulation of earth above them proves that this building must have had more than 1 story. The upper chambers were separated from the palace of Esarhaddon, the most southern on this side of the platform, by a 4th grand approach to the terraces. Remains of great blocks of stone, of winged bulls, and of colossal figures in yellow limestone were found in the ravine. Esarhaddon's palace was raised some feet above the northwest and center edifices. It has been so entirely destroyed by fire, and by the removal of the slabs from its walls, that a complete ground plan of it cannot be restored. In the arrangement of its chambers, as far as we are able to judge from the ruins, it differed from other Assyrian buildings with which we are acquainted. The hall, above 220 feet long, and 100 broad, opening at the northern end by a gateway of winged bulls on a terrace, which overlooked the grand approach and the principal palaces, and at the opposite end having a triple portal guarded by 3 pairs of colossal sphinxes, which commanded the open country and the Tigris winding through the plain, must have been a truly magnificent feature in this palace. It occupied the corner of the platform, and an approach of which considerable remains still exist led up from the plain to its southern face. Around the grand hall appear to have been built a number of small chambers, and this Assyrian building probably answers in its general plan, more than any other yet discovered, to the descriptions in the Bible of the Palace of Solomon, especially if we assume that the antechamber, divided into two parts, corresponds with the portico of the Jewish structures. The palace of Esarhaddon was considerably below the level of that of his grandson, and was separated from it what by appears from a very deep and wide ravine to have been the principal approach to the platform. The southeast edifice was very inferior, both in size of its apartments and in the materials employed in its construction, to the other royal buildings. It was probably built when the empire was fast falling to decay, and, as is usual in such cases, the arts seem to have declined with the power of the people. Returning northwards, we come to the only traces of an approach on the eastern side of the platform, and consequently from the interior of the walled enclosure. It is remarkable that there should have been but one on this face, and it is even more curious that the only sides of the mound on which there are any remains of walls or fortifications are the eastern and northern, where the royal residences would have overlooked the city, supposing it to have been contained within the existing ramparts of earth. The edifices facing what would in that case have been the open country were left apparently defenseless. On the west side of the platform no actual ruins have been discovered, although there are undoubtedly traces of building in several places, and I think it not improbable that a temple, or some similar edifice, stood there. It only remains for me to mention the palace in the center of the platform, founded by the king whose name is believed to read Divanubar or Divanubra, but rebuilt almost entirely by Pul or Tiglath-Pileser. Excavations carried on during the second expedition brought to light the walls of a few additional chambers and numerous fragments of interesting sculptures. But the edifice was so utterly destroyed by Esarhaddon, who used the materials in the construction of his own dwelling place, that it is impossible to ascertain its general plan or even the arrangement of any of its rooms. The great inscribed bowls and the obelisk we know to have been of the time of the older king, and the bas-reliefs of battles and sieges, heaped together as if ready for removal, to have belonged to the later. In the ramparts of earth, marking the enclosure wall of Nimrud to the north, 58 towers can still be distinctly traced. To the east there were about 50, but all traces of some of them are entirely gone. To the south the wall has almost disappeared, so that it could not have been of great size or thickness on that side. The level of the enclosure is here, however, considerably above the plain, and it is not improbable that the Tigris actually flowed beneath part of it, and that the remainder was defended by a wide and deep ditch, either supplied by the small stream still running near the ruins or by the river. At the southeastern corner of the enclosure is a mound of considerable height and the remains of a square edifice. They may have been a fort or a castle. I searched in vain for traces of gates in the walls on the northern side. A high double mound, which probably marks the ruins of an entrance, was excavated, but no stone masonry or sculpted figures were discovered, as in a similar mound in the enclosure of Kuyunjik. I conclude, therefore, that the gateways of the quarter of Nineveh, represented by Nimrud, were not, like those of the more northern divisions of the city, adorned with sculptures, but were built of the same materials as the walls, and were either arched or square, being formed, like the gates of modern Arab cities, by simple beams of wood. It is evident that the enclosure of Nimrud was regularly fortified, and defended by walls built for the purpose of resisting an enemy, and sustaining a prolonged siege. That of Khorsabad was precisely similar. There also the platform, on which the great palace stood, formed part of the walls, a fact for which I can scarcely offer any satisfactory explanation. It would seem more consistent with security that the dwelling of the king, the temples of the gods, and the edifices containing the archives and treasures of the kingdom should have been in the center of the fortifications, equally protected on all sides. The palaces of Nimrud and Kuyunjik, built on a platform washed by a deep and broad river, were to a certain extent guarded from the approach of an enemy. But at Khorsabad such was not the case. The royal residence overlooked the plain country, and was accessible from it, unless the summit of the platform were strongly fortified on the western side, of which there is no trace. Of the fortified enclosures still existing, that surrounding Koyunjik is most remarkable, and was best calculated to withstand the attack of a powerful and numerous army. I give a plan of the ruins from Mr. Rich's survey, which will enable the reader to understand the following description. Plan of the enclosure walls and ditches at Koyunjik. Its form, it will be perceived, was irregular. The side facing the river, including the mounds of Koyunjik and Nebi Yunus, A, and the northern or northwestern, B, are at right angles to each other, and in nearly a straight line. From the eastern corner of the northern face, the inner wall, C, forms the segment of a circle towards the southern end of the western, the two being only 873 yards apart at their extremities, D. On the four sides are the remains of towers and curtains, and the walls appear to have consisted of a basement of stone and an upper structure of sun-dried bricks. The top of the stone masonry was ornamented with gradines, as at Nimrud. The western wall, A, was washed by the river and needed no other defense. A deep ditch, of which traces still exist, appears to have been dug beneath the northern, B. That to the south, D, was also protected by a dike and the Tigris. The side most accessible to an enemy was that to the east, C, and it was accordingly fortified with extraordinary care and strength. The small river Kausar flows nearly in a direct line from the hills to the northeastern corner of the enclosure, makes a sweep to the south, at E, before reaching it, and after running for some distance beneath a perpendicular bank formed by conglomerate hills, G, parallel to the walls, but about 3/4 of a mile from them, again turns to the westward at F, and enters the enclosure almost in the center. It then traverses this quarter of the city, winds around the base of Koyunjik, and falls into the Tigris. Nearly 1/2 of the eastern wall was, consequently, provided with natural defenses. The Kausar served as a ditch, and the conglomerate ridge, slightly increased by artificial means, as a strong line of fortification. The remains of one or more ramparts of earth are still to be traced between the stream and the inner wall, but they could not have been of very considerable size. The northeastern extremity of these outer defenses appears to have joined the ditch which it was carried along the northern face of the enclosure, thus completing the fortification in this part. Below, or to the south of, the entry of the Kausar into the enclosure, the inner wall was defended by a complete system of outworks. In the first place, a deep ditch, about 150 feet wide, was cut immediately beneath it, and was divided for half its length into two separate parts, between which was a rampart. A parallel wall, H, was then carried from the banks of the Kausar to the dike on the southern side of the enclosure. A second ditch, about 108 feet wide, and of considerable depth, probably supplied by the Kausar, extended from the point at which that stream turns to the westward as far as the southern line of defenses. A third wall, I, the remains of which are above 100 feet high on the inner face, abutted to the north on the ridge of conglomerate hills, G, and completed the outer defenses. A few mounds rising in the level country beyond, the principal of which, near the southern extremity of the lines, is called Tel Zembel, the mound of the basket, appear to have been fortified outposts, probably detached towers, such as are represented in the bas-reliefs of Koyunjik. An enemy coming from the east, the side on which the enclosure was most open to attack, had consequently first to force a stupendous wall strengthened by detached forts. 2 deep ditches and 2 more walls, the inner being scarcely inferior in size to the outer, had then to be passed before the city could be taken. The remains still existing of these fortifications almost confirm the statements of Diodorus Siculus that the walls were 100 feet high and that 3 chariots could drive upon them abreast, and led to the conclusion that in describing the ramparts forming the circuit round the whole city, ancient historians were confounding them with those which enclosed only a separate quarter or a royal residence, as they have done in speaking of Babylon. Whilst the inner walls were constructed of stone and brick masonry, the outer appear to have consisted of little else than of the earth, loose pebbles, and rubble dug out from the ditches, which were cut with enormous labor into the solid conglomerate rock. The walls and ditches around Koyunjik were a favorite ride during my residence among the ruins. The summit of the outer ramparts commands an extensive and beautiful prospect over all the great mounds, the plains bounded by the several mountain ranges of Kurdistan, the windings of the river, and the town of Mosul. Niue, that which God himself calls the great city, hath not one stone standing which may give memory of the being of a town. 1 English mile from it is a place called Mosul, a small thing, rather to be a witness of the other's mightiness and God's judgment than of any fashion of magnificence in itself. Such are the simple though impressive words of an old English traveller, who probably looked down upon the site of Nineveh from the same spot 2 centuries and a half ago. Beaten tracks from the neighboring villages have for ages led, and still lead, through the ruins. Along them Arabs and Kurds with their camels and laden beasts may be seen slowly wending their way to the town. But the space between the walls is deserted except by the timid gazelle and the jackals and hyenas which make their dens in the holes and caves in the sides of the mounds and in the rocky banks of the ancient ditches. The spring called by the Arabs Tamlamaja, as described by Mr. Rich, is a small pool of cool and refreshing water in a natural cavern, the forepart of which is adorned with an arch, cornice, and stonework, evidently of Roman or Greek construction. Upon the masonry are still to be traced the names of Mrs. Rich and of the companions of the distinguished traveller. End of chapter 26.
Section 34 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Conclusion. The time was drawing near for my departure. Once more I was about to leave the ruins, amidst which I had spent so many happy hours, and to which I was bound by so many pleasant and solemn ties, and probably to return no more. I only waited the arrival of Abde, the late Pasha of Baghdad, who was now on his way to his new government of Diyarbekir. He was traveling with a large company of attendants, and without a strong escort it was scarcely prudent to venture on a journey. It was doubly necessary for me to have proper protection, as I took with me the valuable collection of bronzes and other small objects discovered in the ruins. I gladly therefore availed myself of this opportunity of joining so numerous and powerful a caravan. At length, after the usual Eastern delays, the Pasha arrived at Mosul. He remained encamped outside the town for 2 or 3 days, and during that time visited the excavations, his curiosity having been excited by the description he had received of the wondrous idols dug out of the ruins. He marveled at what he saw, as a Turk marvels at strange things which he can neither understand nor explain. It would be in vain to speak to him of the true objects of such researches, the knowledge they impart, the lessons they teach, or the thoughts they beget. In these pages I have occasionally indulged in reflections suggested by the scenes I have had to describe, and have ventured to point out the moral of the strange tale I have had to relate. I cannot better conclude than by showing the spirit in which Eastern philosophy and Mussulman resignation contemplate the evidences of ancient greatnesses and civilization, suddenly rising up in the midst of modern ignorance and decay. A letter in my possession contained so true and characteristic a picture of the feelings that such an event excites in the mind of a good Mohammedan, that I here give a literal translation of its contents. It was written to a friend of mine by a Turkish Cadi, in reply to some inquiries as to the commerce, populations, and remains of antiquity of an ancient city in which dwelt the head of the law. These are its words: "My illustrious friend, and joy of my liver, the thing you ask of me is both difficult and useless. Although I have passed all my days in this place, I have neither counted the houses nor have I inquired into the number of the inhabitants. And as to what one person loads on his mules and the other stows away in the bottom of his ship, that is no business of mine.
But above all, as to the previous history of this city, God only knows the amount of dirt and confusion that the infidels may have eaten before the coming of the sword of Islam. It were unprofitable for us to inquire into it. O my soul, O my lamb, seek not after the things which concern thee not. Thou camest unto us, and we welcome thee. Go in peace. Of a truth, thou hast spoken many words, and there is no harm done, for the speaker is one, and the listener is another. After the fashion of thy people thou hast wandered from one place to another, until thou art happy and content in none. We, praise be to God, were born here, and never desire to quit it. Is it possible, then, that the idea of a general intercourse between mankind should make any impression on our understandings? God forbid. Listen, O my son, there is no wisdom equal unto the belief in God. He created the Word, and shall we liken ourselves unto him in seeking to penetrate into the mysteries of his creation? Shall we say, Behold, this star spinneth round that star, and this other star with a tail goeth and cometh in so many years? Let it go. He from whose hand it came will guide and direct it. But thou wilt say unto me, Stand aside, O man, for I am more learned than thou art, and have seen more things. If thou thinkest that thou art in this respect better than I am, thou art welcome. I praise God that I seek not that which I require not. Thou art learned in the things I care not for, and as for that which thou hast seen, I defile it. Will much knowledge create thee a double belly, or wilt thou seek paradise with thine eyes? O my friend, if thou wilt be happy, say, There is no God but God. Do not evil, and thus wilt thou fear neither man nor death, for surely thine hour will come. The meek in spirit, El Fakir, Imam Ali Zadeh. On the 28th of April I bid a last farewell to my faithful Arab friends, and with a heavy heart turn from the ruins of ancient Nineveh. The end. End of section 34. End of Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard.